Hi everyone, so these days I don't like starting my videos with an editing note, but this video took so long to make an edit that it kind of became necessary. First things first, this was recorded and written in early February, so let's just say a lot has happened since. I've put a list of everything that's happened since in the description, and I'll update it up until when I release the video, just to show all of the stuff that obviously I won't talk about because it hasn't happened yet at time of making the video. At this point, basically everyone's on the HYBE hate train, which is a bit awkward considering this video is all about the good things that HYBE have done most of the time. I think it's important that we can acknowledge both the good and bad that HYBE has done. Like, obviously they're a K-pop company, K-pop companies, and most companies are very shady and mistreat a lot of people. But I think they've also done a lot of good stuff for the industry, and that's what this video is, and I think that should be acknowledged. If nothing else, their marketing is very good. The last thing is that for this video, I changed my microphone settings and I lowered the volume because I was peaking a lot in previous videos, but I forgot to change my noise gate, which meant that my regular talking volume was sometimes so low that my microphone cut it off, which means there's bits in this video where my voice cuts in and out. I'm very sorry about that, but I haven't had the time to re-record, like 7 hours of audio. So what I've done is if it's really bad, I've redubbed that small section. 99% of the time, I think I'm still perfectly understandable. And I also recommend that you use the subtitles for this video if you need to understand me. I've checked most of the subtitles, they're accurate to what I'm saying, so that's my recommendation. I'm very sorry, it'll be fixed for the next video, and please enjoy. Thank you. Back when I first got into K-pop, there was a thing I quickly learned of called the Big Three: SM, YG, and JYP, the three biggest entertainment companies which had been foundational to and still do rule the industry. You don't have to take my word for it that they're foundational though. All you have to do is take a quick peek at their Wikipedia pages, which list the artists they managed who were foundational to the origins of the industry as we know it, with connections going back decades. YG founder Young Hyun-suk was literally a member of Sotaji and the Boys, the first K-pop group. Later on, we see groups like One Time, Big Bang, and 2NE1 under YG, and artists like Rain, God, and Wonder Girls under JYP. These companies have since debuted popular artist after popular artist, maintaining a tight hold on the top spots in the industry. The most influential of the three by far is SM, which, literally created almost everything you know about the industry today. A Japanese-inspired idol system, SM. Multiple members fitting different niches to appeal to a wider audience, SM. International appeal, SM. Idol variety, SM. Unique group concepts and storylines, you guessed it, SM. Not only were JYP and YG founded after SM, but their top artists were based on the model SM had created, through artists like BoA, HOT, SES, and Shinhwa. It's kind of crazy that so many popular and foundational artists and so many key developments in the industry are all thanks to one company and the man who founded it. I'll definitely be making a video about Lee Soo-man in the future. He may be a horrible person, but I think he's a genius, and I think it's worth discussing how and why his ideas were so successful. But this video isn't about Lee Soo-man. This video is about a different genius. I want to talk about how it was possible in such a hierarchical environment as the K-pop industry that a company which signed its first artist in 2005, almost a decade after the big three companies were created, and only debuted its first solo group in 2013, could possibly ever hope to catch up with, and even maybe surpass, the three foundational giants of the industry. Yeah, that's right. I'm talking about another genius, Bang Shi-hyuk, who created a company so massive that it turned the big three into the big four, and according to some fans, has even shoved out YG. Care to say that to the microphone? I don't really think it's a hot take to call Bang PD a genius. I've seen tons of other people do it. But whenever I hear people call him a genius, they're literally only referring to his role in making BTS successful worldwide. Which is all well and good. He did play a huge role in that, and it's certainly one of his most notable achievements. But I think he has a far larger achievement to his name, that being refining the strategy that SM created in a way that has now led to basically no one being able to deny HYBE as part of the Big Four. And as much as they played a huge role, BTS couldn't do that alone. In this video, stuff it, we're skipping the history of the company section, because the main section of this video will be the history of HYBE via the artists and their concepts, and how the company came to have a chokehold on K-pop concepts, along with SM. Through these groups, I'll discuss the main trends of their strategies, and how these strategies have changed the industry. I'll talk about how these strategies have changed over time, because trust me, they're very different from how they used to be, and we'll discuss the possible future of HYBE's market dominance. As with literally any video that discusses HYBE group storylines, this video is in need of a trigger warning. I won't discuss any of these topics in extreme depth, but, as bad as this sounds, they're part of HYBE's marketing strategy, so they need to be discussed. This includes topics like mental health, self-harm, suicide, domestic violence, death, drug use, and the real-world abuse and treatment of idols and trainees. The main sections to avoid are sections 2, 4, 9, and 17 through 19. Quick disclaimer that I'm not a marketing expert, but I am a K-pop fan, psychology student, and film student, which is like the next most relevant thing here, I guess. Also, while I'm here with disclaimers and things, please keep in mind throughout this video that when I label Bang PD a genius or HYBE genius, I am not making a value statement about his personality, only his knowledge of the music industry. I know that, realistically, and as far as evidence suggests, he is, at the very least, a slimy individual who manipulates children. But that doesn't take away from the fact that his industry knowledge is through the roof. Most CEOs of K-pop companies are terrible people, but most of them are also pretty smart when it comes to managing groups. They're not mutually exclusive. Anyone here ready to label me a HYBE stan or a Bang PD glazer or something like that can calm down. That said though, I basically did remove him from the script because I thought this would be so easy to misunderstand, so I only talk about HYBE. But when I'm talking about HYBE, keep in mind that everything HYBE does, he originated. So it's basically the same thing. Also, this is not an analysis video, and I don't stan all of the groups in this video. I did not watch and analyze every single song released by every single group in this video. Although I did explore their concepts, this was primarily through title tracks and some selected B-sides. I don't know everything there is to know about all of these groups and their songs. So if I got something wrong, which I hope I didn't, feel free to politely correct me in the comments. HYBE albums are so detailed, and these groups have combined decades worth of releases, so as much as I'd love to discuss even the tiniest details of how TXT changed their choreography or how Big Hit initiated BTS's Western marketing, if I were to do that, I'd be writing this video for years, and it would be a 5,000 part video with 10-hour parts each. Yeah, even I'm not that crazy. For now. That said, if you don't want to watch this whole monstrosity, sections 18 and also kind of 19 and 20 will basically act as a TLDW, so I recommend you just watch that part instead. I'm also discussing both outward or aesthetic concepts and inward or thematic concepts here too. I'll do my best to differentiate between them when and where is needed, but while these two ideas are distinct and the distinction is important for HYBE groups especially, they're usually the same for most groups, including most HYBE groups most of the time. Wow, okay, that was a lot. Well, I guess HYBE is a controversial company. Okay, let's finally get into it, starting from the start of HYBE/Big Hit. Wait, I'm older than Big Hit? That makes me feel old. The story of HYBE begins in 1997 when Bang PD met JYP, the JYP, and worked with God. This was already a good move on his part. He associated himself with an up-and-coming company making a splash in a new market, and made a name for himself by working with and boosting the success of one of the most foundational groups in the industry. The fact that he was known of as a skilled producer also gave him the freedom he needed to not just be stuck with JYP forever, a freedom he took advantage of when he left JYP to create his own company in 2005. As you'd expect with an industry built on connections though, he still maintained his ties to JYP and other companies. The first artists under Big Hit Music weren't of Bang PD's own creation. They were artists he co-managed with JYP and Source Music, including 2AM. Big Hit's first notable debut project was GLAM, another group I'd like to make a video about one day. GLAM were co-managed with Source Music, and you either have no clue who they are, or 100% know who they are and cringed when you heard me say their name. GLAM had 5 members, Trinity, Jiyeon, Zinni, Dahi, and Miso, and debuted on July 16, 2012. Their debut and tragically short discography show us the first hints of what would become Big Hit's MO, an MO nicely expressed in their motto, music and artist for healing. GLAM, in a move pioneered by SM, of course, which was becoming more popular as the industry transitioned into the third gen, had a storyline. Their storyline, cut short by their blackmailing controversy and disbandment, showed the group as strange, slightly magical alien girls from Mars, who just wanted to find people to love and dance the night away with, but who were rejected and broken up with, and who spiraled into self-hatred and felt the need to change themselves. So basically, GLAM did I Feel and Mono a decade before Idol did it, and Party XXO should have been Kepler's concept. Anyway, as I was saying, GLAM had a storyline and concept, right? But tons of groups were starting to have storylines at the time. EXO literally had superpowers. What set GLAM apart? I mean, they had decent, if not astronomical, success for the time, and their sales were consistently increasing until their scandal. There must have been something, right? And that something was the something that Bang PD injected into every single group he created after GLAM. Remember? Music and artist for healing? GLAM were the origins of Big Hit's groups going beyond the storyline, and instead being based around deeper themes which connected with a wider audience, especially young people, the prime demographic for K-pop both then and now. GLAM didn't just have a funny storyline, their lyrics, apparently written by Bang PD and RM, although I can't find sources online, spoke frankly about their inner struggles and were, as they've since been recognised, very progressive for the time. Party XXO arguably describes a lesbian romance and the gender fluidity of GLAM, the aliens, saying that passion matters more than whether the person they kiss is a boy or a girl, and that anyone can be a Romeo. They literally describe themselves as a minority. Seriously, read the lyrics, they're rainbow-coded, shall I say? So, beyond appealing to Korea's undercover queer community, Party XXO also encourages everyone to be themselves and be confident, regardless of who they are, and expresses the idea of connection through romance. It also has another classic Big Hit touch: random, sinister lyrics. They literally say, "Let's burn this earth." Okay. Post-Party XXO, GLAM leaned even further into the theme of identity. Their following 2 songs and music videos, I Like That and In Front of the Mirror, expressed the fallout from their presumably sapphic breakup, and showed them wrestling with 2 alternate experiences: the freedom to grow as an individual being alone, and the depression of none of their relationships working out, and the subsequent feeling that they needed to change themselves. They explicitly instructed themselves to lose weight and called themselves ugly, saying they hated themselves and needed to change. Lyrics which, sure, weren't subtle, but definitely would have connected with young women around the world. Cool, so Big Hit connected with their audience. Up until they didn't, because a member extorted a dude. Rip, unlucky Big Hit. And after all of that, they swore off girl groups. Until they didn't, but we'll get there. But that was all okay because Big Hit had an even bigger card up their sleeve. GLAM had appealed to the young women of the world. Now it was time to appeal to the young men? Right? Right? Kind of. I mean, K-pop's largest audience has always been women since forever, but GLAM appealed to the relatability aspect of young women. BTS were to appeal to the youth of the world, but like, they were a hip-hop group, but then they were a K-pop boy group. After their first 2 albums, they pivoted right into bad boy romance. But we'll get there. Okay, it was, as you'd both hope and expect from our experience with GLAM, far deeper than that. BTS debuted as a hip-hop style K-pop group in 2013, and where GLAM were all about lesbian aliens and body insecurity, BTS were all about the disenfranchised, disillusioned youth. Their first 2 albums with No More Dream and No as title tracks explored and rebelled against the strict academic structure of Korean society. Poignant material both for audiences and the members themselves, many of whom were high school age at the time. Both songs explicitly encourage audiences to, rather than conforming to society and the desires of their parents as they enter endless and unrewarding government jobs, chase their own dreams, no matter how hard, unusual, or unrealistic. As they say, you may end up with a big house and big rings if you endure study for years, but will you be happy? Will you really win your own happiness and the pride of your parents by doing that? Don't be silly, don't conform. Do art, be weird and countercultural. Stay up late, not studying, but doing the things that will further your dream. Yes, BTS were a hip-hop K-pop group, but they were under a K-pop company and were promoting on K-pop shows and all of that jazz. And at the time, the grungy look they brought was, well, not unique, but they were definitely far less put together than most groups, which was probably one reason debut-era fans were interested in them. After these 2 albums, BTS transitioned into a more stereotypical K-pop style for the time, with a far more put-together, polished look for School Love Affair, which, by the way, was an early indication of Big Hit knowing their way around dates and advanced planning, since it was literally released on Valentine's Day. The concept of this album and the following one, Dark and Wild, was school romance in both its positives and negatives, seen through songs like Boy in Love and Danger. However, their critiques of society still existed in these albums. For instance, there's Spinebreaker, which talked about class divides, and how the kids from rich families break their parents' spines with their laziness and overspending, as opposed to the poor kids who have to struggle for every single won they earn. In these 4 albums, BTS had well and truly cemented their image as a group with a focus on the experiences of youth and the struggles of youth in a highly prescriptive society like Korea. The romance route was going well for them, and of course, romance is a big part of most people's youths, so they continued on that path with the release of both parts of The Most Beautiful Moment in Life. This was where Bang PD, or at least the creative team in charge of BTS, which included Bang PD, made a very good decision. They were already well experienced in the art of music videos with stories, albeit simple ones. GLAM's music videos and BTS's No included storylines which resonated with youths. But if there was one thing that was getting more popular in 2014 and 2015, and yes, in K-pop partially due to SM, it was ARGs and stories which use the internet in unique ways. Taking the visuals and theming from the previous albums, The Most Beautiful Moment in Life started showcasing the storytelling capabilities of Bang PD, his team, and BTS. The music videos for I Need You and Run were longer, 5 minutes 30 and 7 minutes 30 respectively, and used this extra runtime to create a cinematic and emotional story about the everyday life and struggles of teenagers, being with friends, getting in fights, wondering what to do with yourself, and even contemplating whether it would be better if you just died. It was kind of debatable whether any of the BTS members actually killed themselves in these music videos. Like, was Jimin already dead, or was he just planning to drown himself in that bathtub? Or does it symbolize something else? but a lot of people assumed that at least one of them was dead, and the others were remembering his ghost. And I don't remember exactly why, like what the evidence was, but a lot of people assumed the dead one was Jin, and V killed his dad, which actually is surprisingly important to remember, except now that I think about it, I completely forgot to mention this later on. The reason this is kind of important is because TXT's storyline connected to BTS, and a lot of people believed that TXT were the younger versions of BTS, and then Bombgyu killed a father figure in the same, like in a similar manner in which V killed his father figure, and then Bombgyu was shown fighting with a father figure in Lose a Lover as well. So most people assumed that Bombgyu was V, but like that story's dead now. The music videos showed a rough progression from emotional dullness in I Need You to sensation-seeking and acting out in Run. While their first few albums had explored the mental health of the kids who stand out in society because they don't feel like society allows them to fit in an aggressive, grungy way, this album duology explored these topics in a more muted, down-to-earth fashion. It wasn't just anger anymore, now there was sadness too, and more importantly, friendship to temper the sadness and anger. Romance was a cure, sure, but so was the love coming from friendship. BTS were always the mental health group. Anyone who takes a moment to actually look at their lyrics and theming can see that these themes were present from their debut. But these two albums were where they solidified their more modern interpretation of their own concept, where it was made more palatable for a general audience and for the global market. There's a reason 2015 to 2019 BTS is so fondly remembered, because this era, and specifically these two albums, and arguably the two that followed, are peak BTS. By that I mean these albums are the concept of BTS distilled in a bottle and informed everything both before and after. Hilariously, right after I wrote this portion of the script, Instagram recommended me a reel in which Soobin was talking to Seungkwan and described BTS of this era as the, quote, essence of youth.
15, 16 방탄소년단 선배님들은
청순 그 자체. 네. 저는 아이니즈보다 런이 좋았어요.
오!
Like, this is what I'm talking about. I knew there was a reason Soobin's my bias. You know, he just gets me, right? Most popular artists at the time of BTS's rise were either about romance or being confident. BTS were one of the few artists in the K-pop industry, especially at the time, who were about lacking confidence and direction. This made them seem more raw and authentic. Big Hit worked hard to show their vulnerabilities, their ups and downs, which made them feel unique, regardless of whether they actually were or not, and made the audience empathise with them and feel protective of them. Hence the overprotective and dedicated army of today. While BTS were always about this lack of confidence and uncertainty related to youth and mental health, as Big Hit got a better feel for the industry and especially the American market, they shifted softer to fill a niche for boy groups which had been left empty by One Direction's basically disbandment, and other events like Dawn leaving Pentagon and Pentagon imploding and stuff like that. You can see this softer shift in songs like Katseye. In older albums, this would be a song like Spinebreaker about all the rich kids being lazy, but in The Most Beautiful Moment in Life, it was about how the younger generations, at this time generations Y and Z, were being criticised constantly, all while the world became harder and harder on them. They were being expected to achieve the same things as older generations, or even more, with less support, and then they were called lazy when they couldn't. These two albums were brilliantly repackaged into Young Forever, which released in 2016 with a whopping 18 tracks, not counting remixes. Dang, I remember when full albums used to actually be full albums. The primary achievement of Young Forever is that it introduced Fire and Save Me into the mix. which continued BTS's story of basically wanting to destroy the broken world which had caused so much pain. And now we get to the one and only, the crazy storyline K-pop album to end all crazy storyline K-pop albums, the one that changed the industry forever and ensured big hits stayed on this concept-heavy path forever. It was Wings! OMG. I would say Wings created the ARMY storyline psychosis that some ARMYs can't get out of even to this day. There were teasers, there were extra concept films, there were infinite references in the music video. BTS were angels now, maybe? Or was that just V, or was he a demon? And there were crazy storyline award show stages. And on a side note, they made a great choice to cater to their international audiences at this point by apologising for their misogyny scandal, adding 21st Century Girl to their album, which would have appealed even more to the fans, and by banishing War of Hormone to never be seen again. Rip, my queen. You were fun while you lasted. But that's all for another video. What I want you to remember from Wings in this video is that it is the prime example of BTS's team blending their concept of youth and mental health with their storyline to create engagement. And this kind of strategy is exactly why BTS got so big, both now and during this time. They created engaging music with powerful themes, and then they sucked you in with more content and with layers and layers and layers of media references which added further meaning to their storyline. Oh, speaking of, at the start of 2017, BTS released You Never Walk Alone, which is arguably their most positively remembered and famous album among fans. Certainly among the fans who became fans pre-English Trilogy and pre-solos. It's a repackaged album including the tracks from Wings with a few select songs. The album is well represented by its cover, the now iconic empty bus stop by the sea. It's simple, it's poignant, and it reminds us of their previous releases where the members stood by the sea on the verge of life and death. Where have they gone? Did they take the bus home or towards their dreams, or did they vanish into the ocean to forever be remembered only through a series of lo-fi home videos? Now, as popular and great as it is, this isn't my favourite album, but it does include one of my favourite BTS songs of all time, beyond outro Wings, which is brilliant and includes the iconic Jungkook J-Hope harmonisation. No, I'm talking about the one, the only, the iconic, the poignant, the ever-relevant Not Today. Holy moly, I love Not Today. The song encourages everyone, regardless of whether they fit in or not, to be themselves, and to pursue their dreams, even if it means going against the grain. The song also integrates part of a Martin Luther King Jr. speech. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means keep moving. Just as MLK did, BTS used this as a rallying cry for the youth they've been advocating for this entire time. And yes, speaking of, this song is BTS's concept in a bottle. Well, this and Map of the Soul, but we'll get there. The choreography for Not Today is also brilliant, framing the mental and emotional battle of the song as a physical one, where the backup dancers literally create a tank to gun down the BTS members, which of course doesn't succeed because they're bulletproof and apparently tank-proof too. Epic. Alright, all the ARMYs here are probably mad enough already. I'll admit, this album does also include a cute little song called Spring Day, which is just one of BTS's most popular songs ever, which rises to the top of charts yearly, and which is one of the most poignant social commentaries ever created in K-pop, maybe? Now, whether or not you think it's okay for BTS, a manufactured K-pop group whose company have an artistic vision, sure, but are mostly in it for the money, to go from discussing vague, generalized events to specific ones and profiting from it, is your own opinion that you're welcome to have. But it's hard to deny the impact of Spring Day on BTS's trajectory, and it was a smart move. The sinking of the Sewol ferry in 2014 and the tragic death of so many people, especially high school students who died largely because they obeyed and trusted those senior to them, is permanently etched in the Korean consciousness, and is, of course, very relevant to BTS's pre-established themes of mental health, youth, death, and so on. Thankfully, at least one person on their team recognized you can't just run around after a disaster like that making music videos, certainly not without a build-up. So they had a build-up, which wasn't just in service of Spring Day, but did benefit Spring Day, and released Spring Day, a far more tasteful almost 3 years after the disaster. Now, BTS have never actually confirmed that Spring Day was specifically about the Sewol ferry disaster, and it is inspired by other events and media as well, but fans have long considered it to basically be confirmed about the Sewol ferry, considering references to the disaster in the music video, like the yellow ribbons which have become a symbol of the tragedy and the lives lost. Anyway, I shouldn't need to tell you that fans were very invested. This is another music video which is BTS distilled in a bottle. There's the storyline and potential supernatural elements, there's the mental health of youth and the idea of being in transit but not entirely sure where you belong, there's the contemplation of death and suicide, and there's the critique of authority figures. In this case, if it's read as a Sewol ferry commentary, the despair, longing, and loneliness in the song criticizes the captain and crew whose actions led to lots of students being left behind, and others being left to mourn their friends too soon. After this, BTS/Big Hit started going all out on the mental health concept with the release of their next album trilogy, Love Yourself. Love Yourself is basically what it says on the tin. The series of 3 albums explored the complex nature of love, and especially self-love, through both ups and downs. The first album, Her, had a pastel, flowery vibe, with the title track DNA taking a more romantic route. The second album, Tear, was the complete opposite of this. False and toxic love with a much darker image, but with some positivity poking through at the end through songs like Amperman. The final album, Answer, was a compilation album which consolidated both previous albums with new tracks like Idol and Mic Drop, which removed themselves from the romantic side of the previous albums, instead showing a sense of catharsis, growth, and confidence. I'm Fine was an especially great example of this, as it was a direct response to one of their previous tracks, Save Me, showing their healing and journey towards self-love. These 3 albums are the complete package, and no effort was spared planning and promoting them down to the tiniest pristine detail. The album packaging especially is legendary. The transition from white to black to a world full of colour is wonderful, as is the string design on each. HYBE, at least in the modern era, are known for their excessive number of album versions, but this was an example of it working well and being done with a purpose. Each of the 12 album versions across the 3 albums connected with each other, like physically, creating one long thread which showed the group's metaphorical and literal journey. And each of the 12 albums corresponded with a letter in the phrase Love Yourself. Not to mention that each included different references to external media which added extra meaning, but that's par for the course with BTS and Big Hit by this point. These albums also included a partnership with UNICEF, the Love Yourself campaign, which aimed to end violence and promote self-acceptance and love, and improve opportunities for youth. As far as I'm aware, the campaign is technically still ongoing, but has obviously died down significantly. That said, by 2024, it had apparently raised over $6.5 million, presumably American dollars, which is far from shabby to say the least. Now, whether you think this campaign was genuine on behalf of Big Hit and the BTS members is a matter of opinion, which has led to some divided conversations online, but the fact of the matter is that this was great marketing. Big Hit were communicating to their audiences that their artists weren't just talk, they walked the walk too. They were embodying music and artists for healing. When you follow a Big Hit group, you don't just sign up to follow a group with an enduring and universal concept. You also sign up to follow a group who are ostensibly trying to have a real impact. They're organic, not manufactured, says Big Hit. Therefore, you should follow them. A marketing tactic especially effective in America, where Big Hit had their eyes set. Having achieved global recognition and salience for their concept with the Love Yourself series, Big Hit and BTS went even deeper into the mental health concept. This slight shift in direction was, in my opinion, motivated by the fact that Big Hit were expanding, and the youth portion of BTS's concept was shifted onto TXT, while BTS retained the self-acceptance and self-love mental health portion. Anyway, we'll get there later. The point is, BTS were well and truly inside the mind, not outside of it. And what better thing to discuss when inside the mind than psychology? Oh yes, of course I'd like this. BTS's next two albums were Map of the Soul Persona and Map of the Soul 7, which explored Jungian psychology. Carl Jung was a psychologist who lived from 1875 to 1961 and worked for a period with the infamous Freud. However, the two split, and while Jung was influenced by Freud's methods and beliefs, he also changed some things. Namely, he wasn't as sex-obsessed as Freud, thank goodness. Jung developed the map of the soul as a way to conceptualize the different parts of our conscious and unconscious mind, and how they interact with each other. These parts are in conflict with each other, causing a range of psychological conditions, and BTS took this and ran with it, using the parts of the mind to explore a journey of mental health and self-acceptance through the two albums. In my opinion, the highlight of these albums is the progression between intro Persona, interlude Shadow, and outro Ego. The three songs exemplify what BTS/Big Hit were trying to do with this album. The three rappers are stereotyped into the thoughtful, RM, the emo, Sugar, and the bright and cheerful, J-Hope, and each have a track showing the progression of the themes of the album. The group start out by contemplating their public image and relationship with fans, what is real and what is just a persona. Then Shadow explores the shadow, or the id in Freudian psychology, the primitive, greedy part of your subconscious focused on your base needs, but which could literally lead you down a dark path. Finally, Ego represents catharsis and the state of achieving peace with oneself, the balance between the persona, the shadow, and the superego, or your ideal self, which is the literal purpose of the ego in Jungian psychology. There's a wonderful book on this topic by Murray Stein called Map of the Soul 7, Persona, Shadow, and Ego in the World of BTS. Stein is a Jungian psychologist, and his books on the topic are well known and may have been research materials for BTS's album. He became aware of the album when it released and was clearly delighted, since he wrote this book dissecting the entire album through a Jungian lens, and includes a preface in which he personally thanks BTS for bringing the Map of the Soul to the attention of so many, as it's a genuinely useful, if outdated, psychological tool which could genuinely help swathes of people. The book used to only be sold as a $50 hardcover on Amazon, but they've since added a $25 paperback version, and it's always been available for $12 on Kindle. I kid you not, the fact that I desperately wanted to read this book but didn't want to spend $50 on it was one of the reasons I got a Kindle. I wanted to be able to save the big bucks by spending even bigger bucks first. Okay, my Kindle has paid itself off, but I think I was a bit of a dumb kid. Anyway, having read and taken extensive notes on the whole book, I would 10 out of 10 recommend. You learn a lot about Jungian psychology beyond the parts that BTS discussed, and see BTS from a different outside lens. Stein's discussion of the thematic and psychological progression of the album is very interesting, and I'm delighted there's such a great book on this from someone who's an expert in the field. Anyway, I guess Boy in Love and On were also good. Boy with Love showed their progression from Boy in Love as the group accepted themselves, and On showed the fight to achieve this acceptance and the determination to continue on in the context of the rest of the album. But let's be real, Persona, Shadow, Ego was the best part of this album by far. closely followed by the catharsis of We Are Bulletproof the Eternal. Sadly, the search Map of the Soul has been taken over by BTS, so now you need to write Carl Jung next to it if you want to learn anything about the actual original Map of the Soul. Which, by the way, is far more complex than BTS portrayed it to be. After this, the dreaded COVID happened, and BTS's next album, B, maintained the mental health concept while pivoting towards a world where everything feels like it's ended, but you still have to go on and work for your dreams regardless. The title track, Life Goes On, expressed the general feeling of sadness, with a hint of determination, while the other tracks on the album explored the various aspects of this mental health struggle. For instance, being determined to survive no matter what, attempting to put away your doubts and worries, and a complete and all-encompassing sense of loneliness and depression. It also brought back a skit, which was a nice nod to their origins. They also released the English trilogy during this time, which I guess were nice for cheering people up during COVID. Ahem, mental health, ahem. But otherwise are the most boring 3 tracks BTS have ever released. Big boo, Big Hit. BTS's final album before enlistment was Proof, which was an anthology album, basically just including all of their best hits, but not War of Hormone because Big Hit were burying that one. It also included a few new tracks, including Run BTS, which explored their mentality as they approached the inevitable military, dealing with constantly having to prove themselves, being under a time pressure, and working the whole time to stick to their concept and values. It also had some classic mateship theming and includes a very meta rap from RM about their team and their principles being good, which I find hilarious because he's explicitly talking about what BTS were subtly and at times not so subtly marketed as for years. I can't decide if I think that's cool or cringe. And with that, BTS went into the military. But even with their solos, the members often appealed to the same mental health concept the group had embodied for over a decade, especially the rap line. Self-acceptance, self-doubt, societal expectations, they can all be found in the BTS solos, especially if you look from a Jungian perspective. Now BTS are gearing up for their epic return with Arirang, an album whose name promises that their concept will continue in at least some capacity. Arirang has a long history in Korea, representing journeys, sadness and joy, and thus being related to mental health and BTS's own journey. Ahem, Map of the Soul, The Journey, anyone? So I have no doubt that the self-acceptance and love, mental health journey of BTS will continue in this album, but by the time this video has been released, the album may well be out too, so you can make your own decision on that. Now at this point, we get to something very important. While GLAM initiated HYBE's concept methodology and BTS expanded it, the company couldn't very well continue with one artist and an all but guaranteed military service looming, could they? Post-GLAM's disbandment, Big Hit had pushed all of their resources into this one group, marketing in Korea, in the West, creating a cohesive and appealing brand and image, which had been super successful. They broke into the West and made the biggest K-pop group of all time, and arguably the biggest pop group of all time, or even the biggest group of all time. But while putting all of their eggs in one basket had been successful so far, it was becoming more and more risky with every passing day. In 2019, BTS reportedly represented 97% of all Big Hit revenue, which is an absolutely insane number, and definitely not sustainable if the company wanted to survive the upcoming 2020 enlistment of Jin. Thankfully, Big Hit clearly realised, likely by 2016 or earlier, that, they needed to do something about this. Hence began the Big HYBE expansion. This involved the eventual rebrand from Big Hit Music to HYBE labels, and the expansion of the company. They expanded into new ventures like survival shows, new countries in the Americas and Japan, and both created new labels to support new artists, and acquired pre-existing labels with pre-existing artists, and then ran rampant. Ahem, Gfriend and NewJeans, ahem. RIP. Anyway, the point is, you can complain all you'd like about HYBE's expansion and growing monopoly on the industry, but they have genuinely made a massive, intelligent, and considered series of moves to expand their brand and revenue sources. They're putting their eggs in every basket now, and it's worked. Although BTS are obviously still a huge portion of HYBE's revenue, the percentage has dropped from 97% to reportedly around 20% in 2024. Now, yes, this was when the members were in the military, but even within the military, the group generated a huge amount of money through the release of singles and solo albums and solo tours. The fact that HYBE have managed to ensure that such a huge earner as BTS is such a small portion of their revenue speaks to how much money their other eggs have made. And, well, I'm not an economist, but I feel like this must have been one of the most statistically successful expansions and diversifications of a company in history. I'm ready for HYBE to start making cars or something. Like, I feel like they're on the way to becoming a chaebol or something. When BTS were the only artist under the label, no matter how successful they were, there was always doubt about whether HYBE could be considered Big 3 or 4. They only had one group, but their expansion has ensured that there's no debate anymore, showing what a great decision and procedure this was. When BTS's enlistment was announced in June 2022, HYBE's stocks fell by an insane 25%. But I can only imagine how terrible the carnage would have been if BTS were still responsible for 97% of the company's revenue at the time. It's scary to even think about. So let's talk about those groups that saved HYBE. Whether they were homegrown or acquired from elsewhere, they became part of the big hit / HYBE concept philosophy, music and artist for healing. And it was all kickstarted with one group. That's right, baby! Soobin saved HYBE! TXT's debut in early 2019 was the marker of the extreme expansion to come, and they were a strong statement. BTS are not our only hope, and moreover, we can create good concepts outside of BTS. Which is kind of ironic, considering TXT kind of got, at least initially, the leftovers of the BTS concept. RIP. TXT's whole thing is youth. The good, the bad, the journey, and all of its experiences. Romance, friendship, loneliness, dreams, rebelliousness, and so on. I shouldn't need to tell you that a group that embodies youth can basically never run out of content and interesting stories to explore. TXT's debut with the Dream Chapter Star focused on the struggles of transitioning from childhood to adolescence. Feeling alone, being excluded, having sudden changes to your body and the world around you, being overtaken by doubt, and finding new friends. I'm not going to talk any further about it, it's one of the greatest K-pop albums of all time, hands down, and there's a reason I made an over 3-hour video about it. Just go and watch that video instead. Star is TXT's concept distilled in a bottle and reflects both the concept of this new group and the concept of this new stage of HYBE as a company. The company literally began their awkward and often frowned upon transition into adolescence with the release of this album about the exact same event. It also wonderfully demonstrates how well planned this expansion was, down to the date of TXT's debut, which also reflected their concept. Even their album names implied a journey through the chapters of life, and this is so good that you can basically just read all of TXT's album names and you can get a rough idea of what's going on. If you read the album names and you look at their album covers, you can basically understand their story just from that. That's right, we're back with the insanely cohesive releases from Big Hit. TXT's journey continued in Magic and Eternity. The two took a darker visual route, although of course the actual concept had always been dark. This is the difference between the aesthetic concept, which became darker, and their thematic concept, which was already very dark. Magic brought one of TXT's most popular title tracks even to this day, Runaway, which has been praised for its poignant and sad lyrics, talking about the happy face that one has to give the world even when you're suffering inside and desperately want to escape. It's no wonder that swaths of idols cried watching performances of this song. The other songs on the album discussed similar feelings of entrapment and being caught between potential life paths. Eternity went off the deep end into a full-on friendship breakdown, betrayal, broken trust, violence, and anger. As is typical HYBE fashion, this anger was also directed towards those who had misused their authority. Puma was a direct commentary, at least as far as we could tell, on a real event. In 2018, a puma had escaped a zoo in Daejeon, and although it hadn't attacked anyone, it was killed, sparking public outrage. The song Puma criticised these events by drawing parallels between the puma's potential emotions and the emotions TXT had been feeling in their previous releases. A sense of entrapment and the possibility of freedom only to be shunned by society, and in this case hunted and killed for seeking freedom. These 3 albums were a very cohesive product, which explored, as I said earlier, the pains and joys of the transition from childhood to adolescence, the discovery of the world, friendships, romances, breakups, both internal and external changes to the self, impossible choices to make, and so on. It's no wonder TXT resonated with so many audiences who were largely the same age as the members and in this same transitory period. But that's literally why Big Hit / HYBE picked that concept for them. They knew it would appeal. TXT also became known at this time as a very artistic group, and by that I mean they included lots of interesting, borderline ARG elements in their albums. The different album versions included clues to solve the mystery of who the members were. They established Morse code as a TXT motif, forcing fans to solve the code to find more clues. There were online web puzzles which unlocked digital photo cards and the hidden track Sweat from the Eternity album, and they also started releasing insanely long music videos packed with layers and layers of references and details. This culminated in the 20-minute long music video for Eternally, which took the audience on a trippy journey that both gave clues to solve the storyline and completely confused everyone who watched it. Yeah, I remember watching this at the time and we all thought that the storyline mostly made sense, and then Eternally came out and everyone was like, WTF, this destroys everything we already knew. BTS had long music videos before, but TXT developed this further and took it to the next level, using their music videos to tell a far more detailed story with extra layers. And I mean layers, because as I've said before, TXT's storyline kind of has DID and can be read through various lenses to tell different stories about youth. Oh, also, it may or may not have been in the same universe as BTS, and TXT may or may not have been younger versions of the members of BTS. Remember V killing his dad? Yeah, I'm not sure if that was ever supposed to be canon, and it was more likely spurred by the 2 groups having a lot of fandom and concept/storyline overlap, more than any actual connection, but I think most people accepted at the time that, at the very least, the 2 groups existed in the same broader universe. And this multiverse cinematic universe creation, before SM got around to it by the way, just made fans even more invested. If I had to pick a single album, Star is TXT distilled in a bottle, but the Dream Chapter as a whole trilogy is pure TXT. In concept, in style, lyrically, just everything about these albums is as close to perfect as I think we could realistically expect from a K-pop group. Honestly, TXT and their management team would have had a hard time after these 3 albums. Because how in the world do you not peak at debut when your debut trilogy was just this good? Literally, how do you continue from this point? So I think TXT peaked at debut, but for good reasons, not bad reasons. RIP anyway. But that doesn't mean that they and their team didn't keep this incredibly high standard of quality across their other albums. After the Dream Chapter, TXT went into their first mini-sode, Blue Hour. Just as BTS took a shift to discuss COVID in 2020, so did TXT, although their album only included one track, We Lost the Summer, which really explored this concept. Of course, in the frame of losing youth rather than the mental health approach that BTS took. The rest of the album served as a transition between their first chapter, the Dream chapter, and their second, the Chaos chapter. While the Dream chapter had romantic elements, it was largely focused on friendship and transitioning into teenagehood, whereas in the Chaos chapter the members were already teenagers and experiencing the turbulence of that part of life, especially through budding but excessive toxic and codependent romance. Blue Hour blended these two chapters through the title track Blue Hour, which was romantic but still had the distinct supernatural elements from the Dream chapter. The other standout track from this album, for me, is Wishlist, which I think nicely introduces some of the more sinister codependent elements that came back in full force in Freeze. Speaking of Freeze, it was headed by title track Love Song, a song which was very codependent and also referenced and emulated BTS's 2016 to 2017 era. Other songs in the album contributed to the sinister and rebellious tone of the album, including arguably darker reflections of some of their previous songs through What If I Had Been That Puma and No Rules. KBS aired a special episode of Music Bank in June of 2021, which I believe was supposed to be a superhero and supervillain concept, but in the end, most groups didn't seem to take it seriously and just kind of dressed cool. Not TXT though, they were super serious. They performed Love Song while dressed as Harley Quinn. Masculinized Harley Quinn, to be sure, but the point was not lost on fans. This was a song which was seemingly romantic but had the slightest sinister codependent touches, and here they were, performing the song while dressed as a character who is famously in an abusive, codependent, and toxic relationship. The commitment from Big Hit and TXT is 10 out of 10. This was closely followed by the repackage album Fight or Escape, which wrapped up the Chaos chapter with more codependent relationships and more TXT, specifically Bomb You, Womp. The music video for Loser Lover was significantly more violent and rebellious than the one for Love Song, which led nicely into the second minisode, Minisode 2, which was sinisterly named Thursday's Child. But before we get to that, we have to talk about the webtoon. This was another part of HYBE's expansion, and in this case into different forms of media. At the end of 2021, HYBE announced that they'd be starting a series of webtoons. These were basically used to shift the majority of the storylines they'd been telling in music videos into a webtoon format. The original release at the start of 2022 included webtoons for BTS, TXT, and ENHYPEN, although other HYBE groups have since been added, including &TEAM, Sserafim, and Illit. While ENHYPEN's webtoons started pretty early into their careers and thus seems to have pretty nicely continued their music video storyline, TXT and BTS's ones took considerable creative liberties and introduced details that made no sense considering the evidence previously presented in music videos. Hence one of the reasons I and many other fans tend to consider the webtoons as like a parallel universe, basically kind of equal canonicity as the music videos, hence the TXT storyline DID. The other thing about the webtoons is, like most of them, regardless of whether it's for a boy group or a girl group, are significantly more romance focused than their actual storylines are, which is one of the reasons that, I mean, it makes sense because they're webtoons and most webtoons are romance focused, but like the ENHYPEN webtoon is like all romance, but ENHYPEN are not all about romance, you know? Anyway, I bring this up to remind you about how TXT were the start of HYBE's expansion, and to show how part of this expansion involved a further expansion of the storylines and thematics that fans loved in new formats. But now let's talk about Thursday's Child. This is when I get really angry because the title track for this album, Good Boy Gone Bad, was ridiculed by fans and non-fans alike at the time. The cringy repetitive chorus and dramatic over-the-top edgy emo concept, well, made a lot of people cringe. But if you take a look at it, Good Boy Gone Bad is genius. It's the perfect example of why I think HYBE probably have the best lyricism in the K-pop industry as an entire company. Sure, the chorus is cringy, arguably, but the actual lyrics are an in-depth, raw, and creative exploration of the emotions one may feel if they're in a toxic, codependent relationship which consumes their entire life and then ends, leaving their life without meaning or light. The chorus is basically the group throwing a tantrum because their relationship is over, the event which prompts them to lose hope and, quote, go bad. It's embarrassing how ridiculed this song is because you can tell that anyone who hated it didn't take the time to look at it and consider the lyrics in terms of TXT's concept, story, and previous albums. This is the perfect follow-on from Love Song and Lose a Lover, the realistic fallout from the sinister codependency the previous two albums teased. Another typical TXT creative team slay. This was followed by the third chapter of their story, the Name chapter, which, as the name of the first album would suggest, dealt with the idea of temptation. TXT approach adulthood. There are, again, different paths they could take, and these two Name chapter albums take a decidedly K-pop approach, made even more popular by HYBE groups, using a generic pre-existing concept, in this case angels and demons, in a unique way. The cat with heterochromia, the childlike aspect from Crown, the Starseeker's lore. While Temptation presents the possibility of a world of happiness and freedom through Sugar Rush Ride, Happy Fools, and Farewell Neverland, each track also includes sinister elements. Sugar Rush Ride talks about being lured in and tempted by something bad, and both Happy Fools and Farewell Neverland include lines showing how actually this isn't perfect. For instance, Farewell Neverland includes the line, quote, "No one can see the stars." Definitely not a good thing in the TXT world where the star represents friendship, togetherness, and happiness. The standout track from the album is Devil by the Window, which is a 10 out of 10. Lyrics, choreography, thematics, connection to the evil cat, and also has some nice ties to, you guessed it, youth. In this case, it gives a unique TXT spin on the idea of the monster under the bed. The second album, Freefall, is, as it sounds, a freefall into hell after giving in to temptation. Chasing that feeling is literally a fall from heaven, but the album also gives them a chance to heal through songs like Skipping Stones and Blue Spring, which are basically This Will Pass songs, reiterating the value of togetherness through the horn metaphor from Crown. Their third minisode, Tomorrow, bridged the gap between the Name chapter and their next chapter, the Star chapter, showing the further process of healing after the events of the Chaos chapter and the Name chapter. Songs like Deja Vu and Quarter Life literally showed the cyclical nature of their storyline and them approaching adulthood, respectively, but both included hope. Quarter Life especially is a song designed to represent TXT's concept of youth and create interest for their audience, talking about the hardships of adolescence being like a long tunnel with a distant end, and about the uncertainty of how to get better and move on, but having determination to do so regardless. The Star chapter so far has had 2 installations, Sanctuary and Together, both of which include a series of tracks indicating that healing has in fact been achieved, which is why a lot of people think that Together is now the end of their storyline. Over the Moon is a great single-track representation of this and basically brings audiences back to the magic of the youth of TXT, both literally and metaphorically, when they were kids playing under the stars on Magic Island. As we, as humans, reach adulthood and reflect on our childhood, we work to achieve our childhood dreams and heal our childhood trauma, which is exactly what Over the Moon and the Star chapter do. Yeah, TXT don't have very subtle album names. Now, whether this is the end of the current era of TXT's story is up for debate, and awaits a new comeback for us to be certain, but the fact of the matter is that over the course of 4 chapters, 3 minisodes, and 7 years, HYBE have very solidly established a concept for the group. TXT represent youth, and I suppose friendship too, if you want to further differentiate them from BTS's youth mental health concept. TXT represent everything youth and the experiences of the youth, and their albums have shown the members literally and metaphorically growing with the audience, from children to young adults, and through all of the transitions that progression shows. And this relatability and appeal to such an important part of life is what has got them fans. Literally every single person on the globe who has ever lived past the age of like 22 has had to go through all of these changes. HYBE knows that you can easily build a massive and diverse fan base by appealing to something universal. There are very few people who won't find at least a grain of relatability in TXT's music and concept. In fact, the universality of TXT's concept, the most universal of all HYBE groups, even BTS, has allowed them to do something I'm not sure I've seen any other K-pop group in the 4th or 5th gen do, except for some other HYBE groups. No matter how many times their outward aesthetic concept changes, the vibe difference between Eternity, Blue Hour, Sanctuary, and so on, and no matter which musical style or genre they shift to, I don't think I've ever seen someone say they stopped being a moa because of concept or musical changes. Sure, people have left the fandom for various reasons or outgrown the group, or have disliked certain songs or albums, but like all the time you see people say that they unstand BTS, 17, ATEEZ or Stray Kids, or even groups like Kepler, Isna or Zero Base One because of changes in their sound or concept, right? Kepler's concept inconsistency was literally labelled as one of the reasons for their downfall as such. But never have I ever heard someone say that they left the MOA fandom because they thought TXT's concept or musical direction changed and they didn't like it. TXT have a style for sure, but their music videos, choreographies, and style has developed and changed drastically over their now 7-year career. Holy moly, by the way, I remember their first anniversary. And yet, this isn't an issue for their fandom. And the reason for that is their concept. Every release, even when we saw drastic shifts, for instance between Magic Eternity and Minisode 1, or between Minisode 2 and Temptation, is always about youth, and thus always feels like TXT regardless of the aesthetic concept. Their thematic concept being universal across time and space allows the group and their team to grow and develop, and to try new things, and yet it always feels organic and is accepted by fans because, regardless of whether it's edgy, upbeat, depressing, or cliche, they're getting what they signed up for. This is something that applies to all HYBE artists, and I seem to see HYBE artists in general have a lower rate of fandom evacuation because of musical changes, because their universal concepts tie everything together. But I do think that TXT are the strongest in this department. Not everyone experiences major self-confidence doubts. Not everyone experiences poor mental health. Not everyone understands the appeal of dark temptation, but everyone has either experienced transitions as they are young and age, or is currently in a stage of age-based transition, so TXT get the widest audience by design. Even if their audience actually outgrows them and their musical style, they still represent youth, and even older people can find something poignant or nostalgic about that. Mark my words, I bet this will give them insane longevity, and it's one of the reasons I've always been so excited about them as a group. They're almost always in one of the best positions in K-pop because their concept gives them a longevity and an ability to adapt that a group whose concept is just fresh boys or bad boys doesn't have. I'll look forward to seeing you perform in 20 years like Super Junior TXT, although hopefully with significantly less scandals. And can I say, what an absolute slay for the group that started HYBE's expansion to be the one with the broadest, most applicable concept. GLAM may have started the HYBE concept trend and BTS may have made it popular, but TXT are the true flag bearers of it. Just as the Dream Chapter is TXT distilled in a bottle, TXT are HYBE's approach to K-pop distilled in a bottle. Which sure makes some people get artificial vibes from them, but I personally think it's mega cool regardless of whether you think they're artificial or not. Mind you, I am literally biased. Need I remind you that Subin was the person who got me into K-pop? The one who is, by proxy, to thank for this entire podcast and most of my online footprint? Let's have a moment to appreciate Subin, please. Yes, that is my bias, thank you. Okay, so over the course of the 7 years of TXT's career, HYBE enacted the other parts of their massive expansion. How, though? Building up groups takes time, but luckily for HYBE, if you buy groups that already have an established fanbase, you get instant money. How fun. One of the main ways in which HYBE expanded before the impending BTS military service was through acquiring a series of other companies with popular artists, and making them HYBE subsidiaries, a word I'm still not sure how to pronounce in Australian English versus American English versus British English. HYBE also created a series of new labels which would manage HYBE groups in various companies. The majority of these label creations and acquisitions were done in the 2019 to 2021 period post-TXT debut, although HYBE are, of course, still massively adding to this list. Why stop, you know? My understanding is that the two most recent subsidiaries added are HYBE China and HYBE India, which were created in April and September 2025 respectively, although nothing much has happened for either yet. The first company I'm aware of that HYBE acquired was Source Music in July 2019. I don't think anyone was really surprised when this happened. Source had worked with Big Hit and Bang PD before, co-managing GLAM and the trio 88, and Source Music's most successful artist at the time of the acquisition, Gfriend, included former Big Hit trainees. There was also a rumour at the time of the merge, and just afterwards, that Bang PD had been involved in the management of Gfriend, or at the very least was buddies with and influenced their creative director. This came, I believe, primarily from similarities between Gfriend's storyline and the BTS/TXT universe, as I'll discuss later, although it doesn't seem like these rumours of pre-merge collaboration were ever confirmed by either company. Regardless, with the acquisition of Source, Big Hit/HYBE gained Gfriend, a powerful girl group at the time whose concept suited their company very well. They then, as good as, acquired Pledis in May 2020, considering they gained 90% of the shares of the company. Pledis at the time managed 17 NewEst and several members from previously disbanded groups like Priston and Afterschool. Pledis/HYBE gained Fromis9 in 2021 when the group moved to Off the Record, but they weren't part of Pledis when HYBE acquired the company. The last company HYBE acquired was KOZ Entertainment, which had been established by Zico from Block B in 2018. It seems they acquired KOZ in late 2020, and I assume the main reason for doing this was to gain access to Zico, who I can only imagine they liked as a producer considering his role in BOYNEXTDOOR's production. HYBE also established a series of subsidiaries to represent them in different, aspects of the industry. The first was B-Lift Lab in 2018, which was initially a collaboration with CJE&M, a company involved in produce. The Lift Lab was presented as a way to create unique, and I believe it was implied experimental as well, groups through survival shows. In 2021, HYBE went crazy. They acquired all of Big Hit America and established their collaboration with Geffen to eventually create Dream Academy and Katseye. They also established Adore as the company for the always and now even more infamous Min Hee-jin, a well-known creative producer who had worked at SM. This is also when they integrated their Japanese subsidiaries in the preparation for And Audition and Team. In 2023, HYBE established HYBE Latin America in preparation for yet another reality show, Santos Bravos, and in 2025, as I mentioned previously, they established HYBE China and HYBE India. I reckon, considering HYBE's current MO, we can expect survival shows in these countries soon too. Finally, in 2026, HYBE announced a new label, J-Conic, who would manage Aoen, a Japanese group previously created through a survival show. Wow, that's a lot. And like I said, the bulk of their expansion was in the 2019 to 2021 period, a very short time for a company to suddenly gain so much influence and wealth. But also it makes sense, considering 2020 was supposed to be BTS's enlistment year. And as 2020 approached, it became more and more obvious that the government were not, in fact, going to give the group an exemption. This was all definitely planned before 2019, I mean, B-Lift were created in 2018, so that's the absolute latest that HYBE would have started considering a move like this, but I imagine that all of this planning took longer than 2 years. Okay, so now we've entered not the era of big hit, a small company with 2 groups and a handful of employees, but the era of HYBE Corporation, a massive company with multiple subsidiaries spread across the globe with a constantly expanding group lineup and over 1,000 employees. So let's talk about the groups that made it happen, or more like that HYBE made make it happen. Okay, I love all of the groups we're about to discuss. Even the ones I don't actually stan as such, I have an appreciation for. But let's be real, the most important groups in the development of HYBE's marketing strategy are GLAM, BTS, and TXT. All of the other groups just refine that strategy or benefit from it, so I won't be going through every release in depth. On the bright side, most of these groups fall into the good songs or good albums series qualifications, so we'll probably get at least one of those videos in the future. The groups that HYBE acquired, being NU'EST, 17, Gfriend, and later From Us 9, aren't nearly as integrated into the HYBE concept formula as original HYBE groups like GLAM, TXT, and BTS. But they're still worth discussing, and there have still been changes to the groups and their styles under HYBE. The first acquired group for us to discuss is Gfriend, acquired in 2019. Gfriend had debuted in 2015, and the aforementioned theory that Bang PD had been at least tangentially involved in their concept and management makes sense, if we consider that they'd always fit at least decently into the HYBE mentality. Even from their debut, Gfriend represented a series of 3 universal concepts: love, hope, and dreams. These were motifs throughout all of their albums and were strengthened under their integration into HYBE. Post-integration into HYBE, their music did focus more on the dreams and the hope/longing aspect though. This was also the point where Gfriend started being integrated into the BTS/TXT universe in various ways. Lena Sunflower has a nice video which goes in depth on the evidence for each of these connections. This is from the time period like 2019-2020. The main reason we can basically assume this is true is because Bang PD, as Lena literally shows, literally did a press conference in 2019 where he said that the company would be working on creating good stories, which would be integrated across all of their subsidiaries, which Gfriend had just joined. Motifs that tie the groups together included Magic Island, the Magic Island reached via Tuxum Station, the glass beads, which had literally been part of Gfriend's concept since debut and held their power and maybe memories, and celestial bodies, which tied Gfriend especially to TXT. This was to the point that when the Ghost Girl appeared in the Eternally music video, everyone just straight up assumed she was a Gfriend member. Like, all evidence seemingly pointed to that. Who else would it be? Also, Gfriend may or may not have been born on Magic Island with powers like TXT were. They seemed like guardian spirits in the BTS/TXT universe, but they had their own witchy, sinister nature, seen through songs like Apple, which also referenced the glass beads and dreams turning red. Margot was gearing them up for the most epic storyline of a lifetime, following on from their previous releases, and especially Apple, by taking a darker turn into a world of fairy tales, ticking clocks, and a potential duality in the girls of good and evil. Honestly, the lyrics are so fun and creepy. Yet again, this is exactly the type of concept I wanted ISNA to have. And, honestly, this makes me so pissed. I remember when this shared storyline universe was still new. It was the coolest thing that anyone had ever done in K-pop. I can only speak for myself, but I got the impression that everyone else was super excited too. These 3 groups represented concept excellence at the time, and they each represented, well, yet again, important parts of youth. BTS represented mental health and self-acceptance, TXT distilled youth and friendship, and Gfriend were love, hopes, and dreams, with a bit of darker desire sprinkled in. In the storyline, they were also each distinct and unique. BTS in the real world struggled to find their true selves and found Magic Island as a refuge, guided there by the Gfriend members who were born on the island and rarely ventured away from it, while the TXT members were born on the island, left it and lost their powers, only to come back and burn the island down. This could have turned into, like, an Avengers-level threat situation where the three groups had to unite with their unique powers to stop magic from going haywire and ripping the world apart. And what happened? HYBE left it to die, that's what happened. Okay, not really, but kind of, and it's so frustrating. All of this was happening around 2019 to 2020, right? Which is when BTS's popularity hit meteoric levels and enlistment approached, so it made sense that HYBE would become less focused on continuing BTS's storyline and more focused on making the next mega trendy song that would propel their popularity further. Ahem, dynamite, ahem. So it's understandable that BTS would kind of vanish from this equation. What is less understandable is what happened with Gfriend and TXT. Now, Gfriend kind of have a fan-spurred Mandela effect happening here, in that everyone seems to think that Source just Thanos snapped them out of the blue out of, like, vindictiveness and are completely evil. This has some truth and some extreme fan speculation, which is now just accepted as fact because everyone parroted it so much. As someone who was around, and as a fan of several HYBE groups at the time, yes, the disbandment news completely came out of the blue, and the lack of a farewell album or any kind of farewell activities really was surprising. But with the knowledge that we have now, it makes sense, at least to some extent. Their contract was expiring and the members didn't renew with Source, simple as that. This is where the K-pop fan propaganda comes in. Literally, give K-pop fans an inch and they'll take a mile-long leap of an assumption. The average person who knows anything about the Gfriend disbandment will tell you that Source forcibly disbanded the group and are an evil company, and Gfriend were let go to make way for Sserafim, and the poor group members are so put upon and terrible victims and were traumatized by the disbandment and so on, which is insane. The only evidence I can find of the members talking about the nature of their disbandment is a transcript of an interview by Sohwon and a separate interview by Shinbi, both of which say, according to translations in almost the exact same wording, that the members, quote, didn't expect the disbandment to come so soon. And fans took this very vague statement and decided that Source and HYBE were the devils. But the thing is, Gfriend's contract was coming to an end, and at least as far as the official statement says, they chose not to renew. Now, why they chose not to renew is unknown. Did Source offer them a terrible contract to make room for more resources for the Sserafim and the members decided it wasn't worth it? Did they want to leave or stay together and not all of them wanted to stay? Did they want to pursue different careers? We don't know, and that's the thing that annoys me. People act like Source Thanos snapped Gfriend on a whim like Cube seems to have done with CLC, but they didn't. Right up until the lack of renewal and disbandment, Gfriend were frequently releasing music and were integrated into the HYBE system, and they were pretty successful. Sohwon literally said in her interview that she had wanted to become an actress, so clearly the members wanted to try new things, which may not have fit into the vision the company had for them. I mean, how many actors does HYBE have? They're not an acting company at all in the same way like Jellyfish is. Hence, even if in this scenario Source offered them a terrible contract or would bar them from solo activities because of creative differences, that's not Source just being mean for the sake of being mean, that's a decision related to schedules and company branding. Even the, quote, didn't expect it this soon is so vague and open to interpretation, or at least the phrasing in English is. Maybe the Korean original is more explicit. When I heard it the same way that I hear all idols from disbanded groups, big or small, say it. Time flew and they didn't expect renewals to be this soon, or they didn't expect the group wouldn't renew. Like if I was a cute, possibly naive young Gfriend member who liked her fellow members, I could well expect that the group would go on for decades, but lose some of that starry-eyed optimism and eventually decide not to renew myself as I developed my own individual dreams and thoughts. What is more likely, that 6 people can't come to an agreement with a company about creative wishes, or that a company just disbands a popular and financially successful group integral to their marketing for seemingly no reason. I'll probably talk about this a bit more later, but another thought I've had since writing the script is, like, people were really upset that they didn't have a farewell album, and this is something I'll discuss a bit with NewEst as well. Not exactly the same scenario, but like, why would Source prepare a farewell album? They almost certainly thought the group were going to renew. Like, they clearly had a story planned for them. They clearly had content upcoming. If I was Source, why would I predict they'd suddenly disband? Like, they all seemed chill, you know? So I don't think it's surprising at all. And it is not a mark of Source's evilness, it's probably a mark of Source's faith in the members. The Gfriend members also don't seem to have any, like, major negative feelings about this in my experience. Sure, they were all sad about disbandment, but that means nothing. Almost every idol in the history of the industry, including those who didn't renew and thus presumably didn't really like the company, has been sad about disbandment. They're almost all quite young. Training and being in a group has made up a significant portion of their life where they've all put in a lot of effort and hopefully made friends. It's like crying when you graduate school or university or something. Most people who cry because they feel like they've achieved something, or they feel like they're leaving behind an important aspect or period of their lives. But very few people actually want to continue at school forever. A person can acknowledge how much they enjoyed something and feel sad about leaving it behind, while also being excited for new personal development and opportunities at the same time. Like, kill me now, where's the critical thinking, people? Even the fact that they only knew a month before disbandment means nothing to me. Like, all it tells me is that either 1, Source left negotiations on renewal late through some bungle on their part, or 2, everything was decided very quickly by both parties. Neither of which, again, are Source being malicious, just potentially incompetent. But even if my company came up to me and only gave me a month to decide to renew or not, if I really wanted to continue above all else, I'd just renew, wouldn't I? Or we'd all stay as a 6-member unit and find somewhere else to sign together. We wouldn't split up. Hence, all evidence points to members wanting to spend at least a little time trying new things. And farewell albums are a luxury, even for groups who don't renew their contracts. They're not a guarantee or even likely for most groups. Yeah, like I said earlier, I think in this part of the script, like, even I got a bit taken over by all of the Source negativity. Like I said, it occurred to me that the lack of a farewell album isn't even necessarily a mark of Source being malicious. It's probably that they weren't prepared for the disbandment. And it's the same thing with NewEst's final album. Like, I think it had 1 new song and then everything was just old songs. Like, Pledis probably didn't expect them to disband at that point. They were expecting them all to renew, because they'd already renewed before, as far as I know. Now, there may be a secret 3rd or 4th statement from the members which proves that fans are right to assume malicious intent from Source, and that the girls truly were terrible victims in this situation, but I haven't been able to find it in my searching online. So I think this was kind of fans being understandably upset, and then blowing it out of proportion, as online communities often do. Gfriend's reunion makes all of this look even more ridiculous. You're trying to tell me that Source hates Gfriend and the members hate Source, yet the 2 parties are willing to work together to release an album and have several concerts? Yeah, fat chance. They clearly, at the very least, have a working relationship. The only reasonable interpretations that place more blame on Source, as opposed to this just being a mutual decision, are ones like this comment by Basil Illustrious, suggesting that Gfriend weren't growing fast enough for a young and incredibly growth-focused company like HYBE, or ones that suggest that Source wanted to free up resources for the Sserafim, but even then both of those would have to result in Source offering poor renewal terms, not in them Thanos snapping the group out of spite. I have no doubt that if Gfriend had renewed, they would have received a webtoon and other lore development in the same way that other HYBE groups have, but we'll never know what could have been now. Gfriend's disbandment was a fumble by HYBE, but probably wasn't the main reason for the breakup of the cinematic universe. Yeah, remember we started this conversation because of the cinematic universe of all things. Like I said, BTS had to chase higher fame if they were to have any chance of having an exemption, so they were basically outside of their webtoon, which, according to HYBE's marketing, isn't connected to TXT's and seems to have been like an entirely created new story and universe, unless you consider the monsters being the end result of a destroyed magic island. Then Gfriend disbanded, meaning that their portion of the storyline would have to, at least to some extent, go to waste. I think some of their storyline might have been transferred onto Sserafim, because Sserafim's webtoon is significantly more Gfriend than it is Sserafim's base concept. The only group left was TXT, and to be fair to HYBE, they are the ones who have stuck the closest to it. The TXT webtoon Starseekers is definitely different from the original cinematic universe intentions, but it's similar enough and keeps most of the same details, like the tension between good and evil, superpowers/curses, Magic Island versus the real world, and the general themes and world building of the cinematic universe, and other things like the cap. But even TXT have left it behind to some extent. The Starseekers storyline used to be told through their music videos, specifically through super long B-side music videos, but now its altered version has basically been relegated to the webtoon, and TXT's music videos explore a deviated storyline which is tangentially related. It's like an abstract version of the Starseekers comic from a parallel universe, and actual explicit references to Starseekers through things like their curses/powers are pretty rare, and mostly only brought out for the nostalgia factor. Ahem, like the star appearing in Act Boy. HYBE know that relatability is all, and while a storyline draws in more fans, relatability draws more. Hence, music videos are relatable and hard lore is kept for comics, which also make them more money. Genius. It's just a shame, you know? TXT and Gfriend could have been the coolest brother-sister supergroup in K-pop. Oh, if TXT's MMA storyline performances could be that good, imagine a storyline collaboration performance between the two. The greatest depression in K-pop and in life comes from the what-ifs. Anyway, with that sad retrospective on the life of Gfriend and the death of the HYBE cinematic universe done, let's talk about the two other groups HYBE acquired. Two for now, we'll get to more later. Interestingly enough, brother groups who experienced similar depressing separations and a lack of critical thinking to TXT and Gfriend. NewJeans debuted in 2012 as a 5-member group and one half of Pledis Boys. The other 5 members were supposed to debut in a group called Tempest, but as is now well-known knowledge, Tempest's debut was cancelled and 2 members ended up debuting in 17, Scoops and Woozy. 17, after their reality show, ended up with 13 members, and basically became the brother group of NewJeans, regardless of their extreme numbers in relation to NewJeans. NewJeans were another group who, from the start, were well suited to be integrated into the HYBE formula. Face is, in my opinion, a criminally underappreciated debut with a wonderfully edited music video and epic choreography. It held a strong anti-bullying message about fighting back against your tormentors, while the B-side, I'm Sorry, was about healing from, presumably, the memories of bullying? These themes continued in their first comeback with Action, which similarly encouraged listeners to stand up. However, this time more generally, against society and those who doubt them as opposed to strictly bullies. Their next albums, Hello and Sleep Talking, took a more romantic direction, losing, in my opinion, a lot of the concept that made them interesting at debut. They were basically just about experiencing various levels of shyness and boldness in love, and being tempted towards a potentially bad relationship. But the following album, Goodbye Bye, brought back the idea of healing, clearly after this toxic relationship, and talked about moving on even without the love interest. Amusingly enough, their next Korean release, I'm Bad, literally starts with the words, quote, "Yo baby, I was wrong, please give me one more chance." Absolutely hilarious. As I'm sure you can imagine, the rest of the song is about, "Oh baby, please don't leave me," and "You're too good for me," and so on. But actually, this is really interesting, because in Hello and Sleep Talking, there were some creepy moments, basically nice guy moments, where members said things like, quote, "I was the one who comforted you in your loneliness. Why are you with another guy?" Those two albums have a heavy theme of dreams. And it's clear that the dream is the idea of the perfect relationship, which actually isn't perfect because the newest members are creeps in universe. Hence, we can deduce that the breakup in Goodbye Bye was caused by the members' poor actions, and I'm Bad reinforces this, as the members apologise for the times they hurt the love interest. This clearly turned out well for them, because their next Korean release, Q is led by the title track Overcome, which talks about protecting your loved one even if it means being a shield for them that leads to pain for yourself. A far more chivalrous theme than Nice Guys Finish Last. And may I say, this is a very nice storyline. Combining their first two albums with their later romantic releases, newest represent the idea of self-growth, especially romantically, but also just in terms of character. Their following album, Canvas, with the title track Love Paint Every Afternoon, reinforces these themes, continuing the romance and the idea of protection, sacrifice, and making each other better, or in this case, the female love interest making the newest members better. Then we take a break because Brojuice happened! And despite two members of newest, Minhyun and Baekhyun, making it into the final group, Riggery happened, leaving only Minhyun as part of 101. Hence we get to the era of newest W, aka the four remaining members with the W sweetly standing for waiting, i.e. waiting for Minhyun to come back. Newest W released a series of bangers, including Deja Vu, but what we really want to know is whether they continued their main group concept. Basically, but in a far more boring way. Basically, they just released a bunch of songs with various romantic connotations, including ones like Deja Vu, which were like after a breakup and included darker elements, and then ones like If You, which were just yearning love songs. And HYBE were not impressed, lol. Anyway, more importantly, newest W joined up with 17 to create an actual 17-member 17, as fans found amusing, to perform the new song Heaven for the 2017 Mama, a song sinfully not officially released. The song is about two parties coming together to face new challenges and find happiness/heaven. In the actual lyrics, the connotations are romantic, but in the actual stage performance, the two parties are obviously newest on one side, framed as the dark, sensual, and romantic night, and 17 on the other, framed as the bright, energetic day. This is a duality which perfectly represents their careers and concepts, and is also emphasized through the choreography, which draws consistent parallels between the two groups, most notably at the end where the two leaders are the only ones left standing. Pretty impressive to make the two groups feel equal despite the member disparity. At this point, we get to Minhyun's return and newest's next full group Korean album, Happily Ever After, with the title track Bet Bet in 2019, which awkwardly regressed their concept by just making it yearning for a relationship, but like, kind of bad boys this time. They then released The Table with Love Me, thankfully brought back the self-expression and self-growth themes by talking about finding new sides of yourselves and uncovering your deepest wishes and secrets. And then, their final release before Pledis was acquired by HYBE was The Nocturne, which I believe is an iconic album among the long-term newest fans. The title track, I'm in Trouble, was vaguely bad boy romance, and the album maintained their concept of personal change and growth, reaching for your true dreams. As I'm sure you can expect, the second they ended up under HYBE, they went straight back to the escaping stereotypes and being yourself romance. Yes, subsidiaries retain a certain degree of autonomy managing their artists, but I think you can definitely see the overarching company philosophy through things like the shift between pre- and post-HYBE newest. Anyway, their first Korean album under HYBE was Romanticize with the title track Inside Out, a name which probably makes you think of True Selves just by itself. The actual song is also pretty close to this idea, still chasing dreams and romance, but also breaking down barriers, escaping stereotypes and cliches, and love healing all external and past traumas. I especially like the lyrics of Black. And then we get to their farewell album, Needle and Bubble, which was released on their 10th anniversary, the day after their disbandment date. The album included an, in my opinion, very poor selection of their previous title tracks, as almost none of them actually represented NewEst's concept, certainly not as HYBE would have taken advantage of it, and Face wasn't even on it! But it also included the title track Again, which nicely talks about moving on and surviving until a joyous future reunion, suiting both the real-world event of disbandment and NewEst's concept. There's also the B-side Galaxy, which basically just reiterates the themes in Again. And boy, let me tell you about NewEst's disbandment. Angrily. Because just like Gfriend, people have run wild with this one. There were lots of parallels between Gfriend and NewEst. They'd both come from external companies and been integrated into HYBE. They both had good, although stagnant, sales, and they both disbanded after a period without releases in which members either did or talked about the possibility of solo activities, although NewEst were far less active than Gfriend, like in terms of full group albums. They were also both sudden disbandments labelled as a lack of contract renewal by HYBE. Hence, as I'm sure you can imagine, a lot of parallels were drawn between them by fans, and fans started going a bit crazy thinking that HYBE was just killing every group they'd acquired. Who would be next? 17? Hilariously enough, the parallels between NewEst and Gfriend's disbandments continue, because, like with Gfriend, NewEst fans seem to have self-created a Mandela effect where everyone believes that Pledis and HYBE are unquestionably malicious and evil, and the members are unquestionably victims, with basically no evidence to back it up. I won't repeat myself too much. You can go back and watch the Gfriend segment and just replace every time I say Gfriend with NewEst, and you'll know about my feelings on the subject. Except NewEst fans realistically have even less reason to complain than Gfriend fans, because their group literally got a farewell album and a meaningful disbandment date. And there's even less evidence that Pledis were mean to NewEst compared to Source being mean to Gfriend. The literal only evidence I'm aware of that the NewEst members were in any way even slightly victimised in this disbandment is a singular clip from a radio show where Aoen and RM are talking about their disbandment, and Aoen says, quote, "Once the decision was made for us, I'd been thinking to myself about what I would do now." And he later specified this was as in he didn't really know which other skills he had outside of being an idol. Now, again, literally anything could be happening with a poor translation, or maybe the specific words he used in Korean had specific implications or something that I'm not aware of, but as far as I see this means nothing. Not only did he seemingly not express any discontent or resentment towards the event of disbandment or towards the company, but also literally the only thing that he said which could even somewhat look bad for Pledis was, quote, "once the decision was made for us," which sure, in a vacuum makes Pledis look bad, but I think it looks far less bad for them when you consider that NewEst seemingly only disbanded because 3 members, including Aoen, didn't renew their contracts. However, crucially, 2 did. Baekhyun and Minhyun decided to renew, which instantly dispels the idea that Pledis either 1. Forcibly dismissed the group, or 2. Offered terrible renewal terms to encourage them to quit. Hence, not only does it seem like Aoen isn't angry, but it also doesn't really make sense why he would be angry. Sure, as he and Ren expressed, the disbandment was sad and they needed to figure out how to move on with their lives. But like, they chose to leave for one reason or another. The group was clearly split on this, unlike with Gfriend where you could realistically argue that the terms were trash, so the whole group just decided to dip as one. It seems to me that the most likely explanation for, quote, "the decision was made for us," is, remember Occam's razor, the fact that once 3 members were leaving anyway, Pledis just made the decision to disband them regardless rather than pull a Mamamoo or something. Keep in mind, pulling a Mamamoo or a Blackpink or something like that, where the members are all in the group but in different companies, is like such a logistical nightmare. Like, honestly, if I was Pledis, I'd do the same thing. And yeah, like I said, the fact that Baekhyun and Minhyun renewed suggests that Pledis did have plans for the group, and did offer at least a decent kind of contract, but that they ended up disbanding them because I guess they didn't think it was worth it to have the group just continue as a duo. Do you really think that Baekhyun and Minhyun would have renewed if Pledis was the most evil company in the world which was treating the group terribly and wanted to disband them for no reason? And keep in mind that they'd previously renewed, which, like, that already shows they're happy to work with Pledis. Like, yeah, Pledis would be different under HYBE, but they'd still done it. And yeah, they got their farewell album, which was clearly, if nothing else, an act of goodwill on behalf of the company, farewelling one of their longest serving artists. Disbanding technically the day before their 10th anniversary was depressing, but sometimes that's just how the renewal and contract cookie crumbles. Their previous renewal had probably purposefully ended on the day before the 10th anniversary to encourage the members to renew for the sake of sentimentality. It just didn't work. It makes perfect sense and is a nice, even career of 10 years, if you consider that since their album was released on the 15th, they were technically still active on that day. I think it's also worth making a brief note, although take it with a grain of salt, that the members in their farewell letters mentioned giving this a lot of consideration, which is a generic phrase for sure, but is one that could well have not been included in the letters if they were just forced out by the company. It could literally have just been, thanks for supporting us, I cherished the time I spent with you, I'll show you better sides of myself in the future. But they still and unnecessarily mentioned how it took a lot of consideration to leave Pledis. A far more likely scenario is similar to with Gfriend. The very likely possibility that the members wanted to pursue solo projects which conflicted with Pledis/HYBE's vision for the group. They'd even started solo projects in 2021 before disbandment, which led to a period of less activity. The fans just took their own dissatisfaction and Aaron's single vague statement and ran with it, painting Pledis as a malicious party and the members as having no free will and being tossed into the street like trash. It blows my mind that groups like CLC exist, where the members have said multiple times, explicitly on camera, that they were forcibly dismissed and did not want to leave, and have shown repeated efforts to get together, release new music, and continue the group's legacy, while also talking explicitly about times when they were snubbed by the company, Levy on Rose, and yet people still act like NewEst and Gfriend experienced the height of injustice when everything seems relatively above board for them. Yes, mandatory disclaimer, you can obviously be upset about the disbandment of all three of these groups at once, as I am, and yes, you can be upset about the fact that the Gfriend members at least seemed to not want to disband, as I am, but this is like saying that Zero Base One are mistreated or something. Sure, it sucks, and no, it's not a suffering Olympics, and it is worth acknowledging and fighting against, but there are far worse cases of mistreatment out there that deserve your attention more. Ahem, Luna and Omega X. At the end of the day, I just want Ren to release more music. Why did he disappear? Ren, come back! Okay, I've got all of that out of my system. Let's talk about NewEst's better fated brother group, the TXT to their Gfriend, the sun to their moon, 17. 17 very nicely fit into their nature as NewEst's brother group, and the light to NewEst's darkness. Both groups have a romance element in their concept, but while NewEst were more focused on bullying and being bad to become a better self, 17 were focused on how pressure in general makes us better people, and about healing from our past, not necessarily through romance, but through acceptance, literal and metaphorical growth, the passage of time, hard work, and attaining a sense of catharsis through these. They're literally feel-good idols. What a slayful duo of groups. And it gets even better if you consider that the 17 and Tempest members were the bullies and the kid being bullied in face. A coincidence for sure, but still a fun one. So, 17 debuted in 2015 with Adore You, a relatively typical romance song at the time. The interesting part of their concept comes from the promotional B-side Shining Diamond, which, disclaimer, is one of my favourite 17 songs of all time. In Shining Diamond, the group talk about how the pressure of their trainee life has transformed them from dirty coal to a shining and strong diamond, ready to catch your attention. Everyone always talks about 17's name coming from 13 plus 3 plus 1, but like no one ever talks about this, which is literally their concept and is embodied in their lightstick. The other aspect of their concept is the three teams coming together to create the whole, but that's neither a HYBE concept nor actually related to their message, it's just the structure of the group. The only reason I even bring it up is to say that it's funny to look at some of their earlier releases and see weird things happening here, like Vernon being on the dance unit's song Jam Jam and Woozy and Hoshi being on the hip-hop team's song Fronting. Nowadays the units are far more solidified. Anyway, over their next few albums, 17 built their solid image as feel-good idols, and the light side of the brother group pair. While NewJeans' romance involved the group as nice guys and bad guys who had to be redeemed, 17's romance songs were cutesy and innocent with a high school concept. Meanwhile, their B-sides continued the theme of growth and hard work through songs like When I Grow Up. Other songs like Chuck and Heeseung included both a romantic element and the idea of hard work. Basically, 17 were supposed to be romantically attractive because they were always working hard, and in the case of songs like Heeseung, working hard for you. I actually think Heeseung is a good summary of their real-world mission or attitude, even separated from their concept, making music with the hopes that it will be substantial and become meaningful to them, while also preferably making them all rich and famous and getting them girlfriends. Also, the lyrics and relevance of Healing from their Love and Letter repackage and Lean on Me from Going 17 should be obvious, although the latter does have a romance element. Other romantic tracks from the time, like Boom Boom and Highlight, also had an element of growth, passion, and hard work in their lyrics, although obviously took a backseat. Now, one of the reasons we need to heal is because of pain, so it makes sense that 17 would explore the concept of pain at some point. And that point was the iconic Don't Wanna Cry, exploring the grief of a breakup in a far less destructive way than NewJeans or TXT would. It was more like loneliness, denial, and longing. This led into the healing portion of the story with their following album, Teenage, led by Clap. Yet again, I don't think I need to tell you, if you've ever listened to it a single time, how Clap would be the healing from the trauma of Don't Wanna Cry. But if it makes any difference to your interpretation, I think Clap is the first 17 track, certainly the first 17 title track, that is the distilled version of their concept, or at least of their HYBE-esque concept. But the album didn't just show this transition with Clap. It also did with B-sides like Trauma and through a romantic lens with Campfire. And it included Change Up, which is a great example of the passionate side of their concept. The three leaders, who in the group structure represent the hard work of the entire group, talk about how the group are working hard to this day, and working to show the world even better versions of themselves. Is Teenage 17 distilled in a bottle? I think yes. Although there are some other good and arguably better contenders for that position later in their careers. Thanks, Oh My, Home, and their respective albums continued the arc of 17 being sweetly and bashfully in love and doing their best to be good people, primarily shown through showing concern for their love interests, and showed the theme of growth. This combination of romance and growth led to great lines like in Home, where they say, quote, "I think my heart has surpassed you already, but I'm not saying your heart is small." Hilarious. I do think this hilarious translation was a more literal translation, as the localized translation on the music video is actually, quote, "Guess my hasty love is so far ahead, but to me your heart is never too small." Still fun, but not so funny. Then we get to Hit and an Ode. These two releases followed on from Teenage as the precursors to what I would consider the golden age of 17, certainly from a concept perspective. This is where they went hard on their concept of growth, passion, catharsis, and healing. It was, both metaphorically and literally, them charging into this golden period, showing the passion to improve and encouraging the audience to move forward as their true selves in a similar way. Other B-sides from an ode like Snapshoot carried a classic 17 message. Life has painful moments, so we should just enjoy the happy moments while we can. Then of course there's the title track Fear, which I think was a great introduction to this era of 17, especially since it also included the romantic element that both they and NewEst were known for. It described the fear of losing and letting go of a relationship, but feeling the need to protect themselves and the love interest from their creeping obsession and fantasy. I think this song is when they really solidified their place in the mind of the general K-pop fandom as actually having an artistic idea to bring to the industry, as opposed to just being really good performers who made happy romance songs with a bit of a feel-good healing vibe on the side. I haven't been talking about Japanese releases in this video since, at least for the groups in this video, they tend to reiterate concept ideas rather than bringing in new ones. But I do feel it's worth mentioning that Falling Flower released at this time, which also carried the message of holding on to each moment. Hey, while we're talking about Japanese releases, shout out to TXT's Japanese releases, which often actually do something to either add to or reframe their story and concept. Anyway, who cares about Fear and Falling Flower, really? Because after this, they released their best album of all time, Hengare. Hengare is the album which could well take over the top spot from Teenage as their concept most clearly distilled. And you're going to be shocked when I tell you this, but could you possibly guess why? Well, it was their first album after being acquired by HYBE, duh. Okay, seriously, the album was almost certainly in production before they were acquired by HYBE, at least on Woozy's laptop, but I also imagine that HYBE would have had some sort of influence before they actually fully acquired Pledis, as they would have no doubt been in talks to do so for at least a period before the actual acquisition. Two other things which almost certainly had at least some effect on the album were COVID and S.Coups' hiatus. Like, COVID was barely becoming a thing at the time, but it might have impacted some, lyricism. 17 were the HYBE group who, apart from maybe NewEst, seemed least impacted by COVID in terms of they didn't write a COVID song the same way BTS and TXT did, but the album was still very applicable for the time. I think it's actually been confirmed that S.Coups' hiatus affected the production of this album, as I believe he's talked about working on parts of the album while on hiatus, or being influenced afterwards by his thoughts during it. I may be wrong though. Regardless of whether these two events actually affected the concept of the album or not, the fact of the matter is that they were poignant real-world events which could be linked to and addressed. The album starts with Fearless, which of course directly addresses and shows the healing from their previous album with Fear. It reflects on the trauma of fear and expresses the desire to get stronger, facing things which were once scary but are now bearable in the pursuit of completing their journey and starting something new. Then there's the title track Left and Right, which is basically a supportive cheerleading anthem, referencing their previous album, reiterating their passion, and encouraging the audience to run towards their dreams. But they also talk about the comfort and catharsis they represent. Crossing the finishing line is exhilarating, but what if we can't catch up no matter how fast we run and how hard we try? What if we're overwhelmed with worries and doubts? Well, no, it will get better, and follow 17 confidently to the end. The music video also includes tons of fun details exploring this concept in different ways, such as the arrow signs all being left in different directions. And it's encouraging. The end of the choreography has the members encouragingly nodding you on, and although their experimental spaceship crashes and burns, just like the real world at the time, S.Coups gets out unscathed, victoriously returned from his hiatus, and dances on as if nothing happened. There's also the very unsubtle message of the graffiti in the music video, which for most of the video says do your best, but at the end the members write over it, but maybe not sometimes. Ah, peak 17. Do your best, run to your dreams, but if you can't, well that's okay, it will pass and we're here for you. The other songs on the album wonderfully back this up. I Wish explores healing and catharsis after one's own self-doubt and self-sabotage. It all reframes this in terms of finding, protecting, and encouraging your inner child and cherishing every moment, and together reframes it in terms of a set of crossroads, which become more and more stressful as you grow older and get closer to them, but which encourages listeners to walk forward confidently even if they don't quite know the answer yet, one day at a time. Finally, there's my favourite song on the album, Mamy, which I made a video about for Skips' birthday a few years ago. Mamy is peak cheerleading 17. Nothing's set in stone, you're not going too fast or too slow, you're in charge of your own decisions, and you'll collect good memories as you continue on your wonderful journey. Actually, now that I say this all out loud, they're like basically the positive affirmation group. Yep, sounds very 17 and very HYBE, doesn't it? But also, as an aside, this is what Kep1er's lyrical concept should have been. I don't think we have enough cheerleading groups in K-pop, and 17 really nicely filled this niche in 2020. Their next album followed up this message with the title track Home Run, which was a I believe in you, give it a go kind of track, which also proves that tracks which fit a group's concept can also fit into trends of the time. In this case, the end of 2020 had an odd and unexpected retro disco trend. Their next few albums with Your Choice and Attica saw a return to the hopeful romance part of their song, especially of them in the story as songwriters who were literally writing these songs for their love interest. They also had a through line of exploring the world and journeying, which was present in both Hangare and Semicolon. Most of all, there was an emphasis on no matter what we do it together, which is very fitting for a group with the 13+3+1 name. Their next Korean release, Face the Sun, showed the progression of this as they actually went on their journey, which, somehow turned them into cowboys? Yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, but I suppose westerns are about new places and journeys, so it did make sense that this album would explore a set of similar but distinct ideas within that genre. Hot was, like, generally normal but maybe slightly Mad Maxy cowboys. March was about, like, urban cowboys, kind of, but more importantly about the process of the journey, and Shadow was specifically a dark side to counter songs like Hot, about them discovering the darker side of oneself and mirroring each other. Also with the typical element of desire and yearning you'd expect from the Mingyu viral moment song. In my opinion, as you'd know if you'd look at my older videos, the standout song from this album is Don Quixote, which is such a typical HYBE song, if nothing else. Don Quixote is like the crazy cousin detour side quest of the album, and theoretically represents the same concept from Hangare and Semicolon, embracing the journey and your own unique self, but with a darker twist befitting of this album. They were enjoying the moment, but they were also insane like Don Quixote. If you want to know more about this song in detail, you can watch my video on it from 2023, but the TLDW is that the song expresses delight at being different, as in everyone's uniqueness is a good thing, while also providing a humorous note through the references to Don Quixote, who thought he was helping people while he was causing chaos. But regardless, they celebrate his efforts, and his story still represents a journey where he genuinely tried to follow his dreams, as 17 say you should even if people judge you, just with less destruction and burning things down preferably. Their repackaged album Sector 17 introduced a few songs which further reinforced the 17 concept, primarily Circles, which dealt with the process of gathering courage to be okay. But other songs like World and especially Cheers celebrated the group's uniqueness, journey, and success, becoming more self-directed than audience-directed. Which is all well and good, but becoming more like turned towards the self than turned towards the audience. Which is all well and good, until someone, probably Woozy, took a jump off the deep end and that was all their concept became. But 17 still had a few more slayful releases to come before that happened. FML released in 2023 with the first track, Fuck My Life, setting a very 17 consistent tone, hopelessness and the feeling of having lost your dreams. This was instantly bandaged by Super, which basically responded to Fuck My Life by saying, "Sure, that sucks, but together with passion and determination, we can do anything." They also highlighted the impact of their music beyond language barriers through I Don't Understand But I Love You. April Shower was the final nail in the coffin of this album's epicness, as it wrapped up the mini-story of the album nicely, showing that the group had attained some sense of catharsis. The rain always falls around me, but I'll put up my umbrella and walk confidently. 17th Heaven basically continued on from I Don't Understand But I Love You. Title track God of Music and final track Headliner reinforced the importance of music to cross language barriers, and God of Music especially was a very classic 17 cheerleader song. SOS had a darker take on this, talking about people dying around the world and that kind of thing, but it was still very like, lean on me kind of vibes. Now, I want to take a quick detour here because I think this album with a cheerleader concept is the perfect time to discuss one of the ways in which 17 so clearly communicated their concept to the world, which also became relevant around this time. Yep, that's right, it's time to take a tangent for Busoksoon. Busoksoon debuted as such in 2018 when the trio performed their single Just Do It at one of 17's concerts. The song was an instant fan favourite and encouraged the audience to follow the three members in putting aside their worries and indecision, and to move forward confidently. Basically a cheerleading song. Hey, doesn't that sound familiar? The trio then took a 5-year hiatus before returning in 2023 with a single album, Second Wind, which did exactly the same thing as Just Do It. It was a cheerleading album encouraging the fans to put aside their worries for a moment and have fun instead while acknowledging their struggles. The title track Fighting explicitly labelled itself as a boost song and labelled the group as providing all of your essential vitamins and needs. The reason I bring Busoksoon up now is because, well, 2023 was the golden year of Busoksoon, but also because Busoksoon are cheerleaders, right? So what did they do? They literally became cheerleaders for their Golden Disc performance of Fighting. Hilarious. They even brought in Dino as the Going 17 character Picholin. Not only had the character been popular and made people smile, but so had Dino as the character, so he was a perfect addition to this performance, and gave an equally important rap expressing how he saw the audience's pain but encouraged them to be happier and better. So through this joke character, Busoksoon and Dino made people smile, but also furthered the meaningful themes of their song. Slayful. While we're talking about them, we may as well mention Busoksoon's 2025 album Teleparty, which explored basically the same themes. Keep your youth and do what you want and what makes you happy. Busoksoon are nothing if not consistent. And nothing if not consistent about living up to their motto of happiness is Busoksoon. The reason I bring Busoksoon up when I haven't really and won't really talk about any other subunits here is that unlike the 17 subunits except maybe the leaders, Busoksoon have had several releases which have shown their consistency, and the consistency of their concept and vision. While the leaders' songs reflect their current place as a group in the real world, Busoksoon's concept stays the same. They're always the cheerleading idols. Busoksoon are, oddly enough, considering they're less than a quarter of the group, 17's concept distilled and pure. Hence, sorry to my bias, S-Coops, but Busoksoon are undoubtedly, and by a country mile, the best 17 subunit, and they probably always will be. Okay, time to go back to the main group, and this is where everything goes a bit pear-shaped. At this point, 17 released their best album, as in Best of 17, with the title track Maestro, which was a relatively straightforward song reiterating the importance of the group's uniqueness, and by extension, the importance of uniqueness and experimentation in general. I literally have nothing else to say about this album. Yeah, it wasn't very exciting, and although Maestro was fun, it didn't actually feel like it conveyed its message well, especially since many of the performances felt like they were expensive and cool for the sake of being expensive and cool, as opposed to actually being artistic and sending a message about uniqueness. Then we get to Spill the Feels and Love Money Fame, and I guess Love, Money, Fame was supposed to be a sweet song about how togetherness and love are more important than money and fame, but the lyrics feel pretty empty and meaningless, in my opinion and in the opinion of many fans, and the DJ Khaled collaboration was considered weird, unnecessary, and cringy by a lot of fans. This was followed by Happy Birthday and Thunder, which again seems like it was supposed to be a song about the importance of uniqueness, but lyrically falls flat in my opinion. At least the music video is fun. Like, this just can't compare to Don Quixote. It's like so meaningless. The beat of the song and the music video were fun, but the repetitive chorus and meaninglessness seemed to get a lot of people. 17 are one of the few HYBE groups for whom I've actually seen people leave the fandom and become dissatisfied because of releases. And that's exactly because they, at least over the past almost 2 years, seem to have been losing sight of their concept and what fans liked to begin with, in favour of borderline noise music, which is just quirky, expensive, and self-indulgent for the sake of being quirky, expensive, and self-indulgent, as opposed to, you know, actually interesting, or even just talking about, like, how it's good to be quirky. Like, where's that? They're just quirky, they're not even talking about how it's fun. 17 also seem to have had the greatest concept fluctuation out of all HYBE groups, which makes sense considering they weren't a HYBE group for their first 5 years. You might have noticed this fluctuation as I was talking about their releases. It wasn't consistent like with Gfriend or TXT, but was kind of a bit of everything. 17 still have a very solid universal HYBE concept which attracts fans to them and gives them a niche in the industry, but it's been so muddled that you can't describe it with a single phrase like youth or mental health. Instead, 17 are about romance, healing, growth, catharsis, energy boosts, self-acceptance, determination and passion, uniqueness, and going at your own pace. All at the same time, but like all not at the same time. I suppose the easiest way to describe this in one word would be cheerleaders, whether that be in love, work, dreams, or whatever else. But even that, although it captures the majority of their concept, doesn't capture all of it, and they alternate between exploring different parts of their more detailed concept. Romance one comeback, dreams the next, self-acceptance the next. The cheerleading idea is enough of a through line that I think they've had less of a fandom exodus than many other groups, but it's inconsistent enough that they seem to have fared worse than other HYBE groups. So they're in the middle, I guess. Everyone could always use a cheerleader, but not necessarily every specific kind of cheerleader spread across 10 years. It almost seemed like HYBE were going to give 17 a storyline at some point, and then it went nowhere, so I guess they're more of a cash cow at this point than anything else to the company. On the bright side, their variety content does reinforce their place in the industry. Not only does it aim to provide literal healing through laughter, and not only does it follow many similar themes to their albums through certain skits and other segments, but it's also just made them stand out in the industry. There's a reason 17 are the only K-pop group with 2 fandoms. Their variety content is just that good. And can I just say as well, guys, like, who made Going 17 big? Going 17 always existed, but HYBE were the ones who gave it its current structure and really took advantage of their variety skills. Like, you can tell that they knew that that was what this group was for. At the end of the day, all of this leaves Hengare as their best album and Busoksoon as a slayful subunit, so make of all of that what you will. But quickly, because it's time to move on, because there's one more group HYBE had acquired, except that, unlike the others, they weren't acquired with a company but came afterwards. Promise 9 moved from Off the Record to Pledis in 2021 after the HYBE acquisition. Why? I'm not sure that anyone really knows, except that Pledis had previously been involved in their music management, apparently, and were also well acquainted with Mnet. Ahem, Riggory, ahem. And I apologise in advance if you're a Promise 9 fan, but I'm not gonna lie to you. Promise 9 have like no interesting concept. They're basically just all about love songs and romance, but not interesting romance. Like, There's no overarching theme the same way there was for BTS or TXT a lot of the time, or a hidden sinister concept like Gfriend had. They don't even have the benefit of being specifically feel-good idols like 17. I mean, they'd obviously make at least a few of their fans feel good, but it's not the concept they embody. Fun, released in 2019, has the suggestion that they were kind of trying to be fun idols, basically party idols for the girls, and had the vague implication that they were about granting wishes and making your dreams and fantasies come true. And that was arguably continued in their next release with Feel Good, but even that just ended up being romance with a few connections to the vague themes of the previous release. It's the exact same with later releases like We Go. I really want there to be something there, but as with NewEst, although like significantly worse, I feel like I'm grasping at straws a little. Only Fromis9 don't even have the benefit NewEst do of a brother group who contrasts them and a storyline between some of their albums. Even their post-HYBE releases like Stay This Way and DM were surprisingly boring. Talk and Talk is a fun song, I guess, but the lyrics were just so juvenile and boring that my jaw dropped. I guess at this point you could say that their concept was young love and potentially nostalgia for the young love of the early 2000s and 2010s, but even that's reaching. And like, romance isn't a unique concept in the K-pop industry of all industries. Thankfully for me, we reach a respite with their first full album, Unlock My World, which released in 2023. It starts off strong with the track Attitude, which deals with finding your true self at a crossroads, and gaining success by doing that. The title track #MeNow was brilliant. The song was about the true selves of the members behind the screen and without the glitter and makeup. It dealt with their insecurities about how fans might react, and with choosing instead not to care and to just be themselves. It also talked about crossing into this new world where they didn't have to care about what others thought and could be their full selves, which I think was a nice way to integrate the phrase "my world," which had been in previous songs of theirs, into an actually engaging and universal concept. The music video for the song showed the girls, as they said in the song, with the lights out and no frills, out of their glamorous box and passing barriers into their new world, literally going out into the world at night, having fun and doing as they desired, and literally climbing a fence into their new true lives. These sides, like What I Want and My Night Routine, reinforced this theme. What I Want was a relatively generic love song, but also talked about finding what you truly want. In this case, it just happened to be the love interest. My Night Routine was a soft song about telling each other our secrets and comforting each other with stories after a long and busy day, in their case of being idols. This was a great album which nicely presented Fromis9 as the group whose concept was the reality of being an idol behind the screen, and about being our true selves and escaping the boxes society has put us in. So of course, naturally, having shown this hint of greatness, they didn't release anything for over a year, at which point they released 3 songs in August 2024, which were just generic romance and or sexy songs, with only the barest hint of the true self concept in Unlock My World, if you squinted. Yeah. It seems that, whether because of them not being part of the original Pledis acquisition, financial reasons, or whatever else, unlike with NewEst and Gfriend, HYBE had literally no plans for Fromis9. Less than 0 plans. Unlock My World is pretty depressing because it's an indication of how good the group could have been, especially since GLAM had long since disbanded, and Fromis9 could well have inherited their concept. But no, HYBE gave them nothing, so it didn't really surprise anyone when the group didn't renew their contracts at the end of 2024. Even their farewell special single, From, was just like really boring and just a generic, "oh, I want to fly above the stars with you forever" kind of vibes. Not that it's really relevant to this video since they weren't under HYBE anymore, but I guess it's worth mentioning that 5 members of the group signed with, what is that, Azins? A label I'm not sure how to say the name of, and released an album in June 2025, which was, unfortunately for my love of unique concepts, filled with relatively generic summer love songs. Summer love songs being one of my least favourite things about K-pop, regardless of which group they come from. So with that, we get to the unfortunate end of From Us 9 and the unfortunate end of the acquired groups. Rip to them, only 17 survived renewal, although all 4 ended up with unique and interesting concepts at some point or another. Now it's time to look at the other major venture HYBE embarked on, the creation of their own groups, starting with a group very close to my heart. Not that it really matters in the grand scheme of things, but ENHYPEN were the first group on this list I followed from pre-debut. They're also the first group overall that I followed from pre-debut, and were the start of my witnessing of the grand expansion of HYBE with my own 2 eyes. So from now on out, I've seen it all, I guess. I mean, I saw a bunch of other stuff, but like, this is everything now. In early 2020, HYBE announced they were running an in-house survival show in collaboration with CJ to make a boy group, making this show one of the very few survival show franchises in the industry which began with a male season, not a female one. Trainees were announced starting on the 1st of June, and the show ran from the 26th of June to the 18th of September. It also had one of the most slayful signal songs of any survival show ever, and say what you want about it, Island had a very good, interesting, and unique novel concept, which were great precursors for the group to come. Fun fact, although I didn't watch the show, I did tune in for the final episode, and desperately wished for Sunu's debut. I guess because he caught my eye, and for Jake's debut because I knew he was Australian, so I was happy to say the least. And then the group's debut dropped, and this leads to a hilarious moment in my life. I'd been keeping my love of K-pop a secret from my family, knowing it would lead to ridicule, but this debut was so good that I had to share it with someone real, right at that moment. So this debut was literally so good that it forced me to disclose my love of K-pop to my family, or I think I would have exploded from not being able to talk about it. So that tells you what I think of ENHYPEN's concept in general. We've had vampire concepts before, or at the very least vampire-coded concepts, but never had the industry had a group who committed this much to the concept, and it was glorious. While it lasted. The webtoon kinda got them, I genuinely think the webtoons may have been the worst thing HYBE did for their group's concepts. They're good and interesting by themselves, but bring back the 20-minute music videos, you cowards! Bring in Sunwonmo, my king! Anyway, order day 1. ENHYPEN represented HYBE truly stepping away from the TXT BTS Gfriend universe, all of whom were relatively connected to mental health and youth in some way or another, and into new concepts and genres. ENHYPEN at debut were a fascinating group, HYBE's true horror group, representing fear, power, and desire. And how best to represent the intersection of these 3 things than vampires? Although the question is, which came first, the concept or the aesthetic? That's a good chicken or egg for you. But these vampires weren't in control of you. They were in some weird struggle for control in a world of dream states, medical experimentation, fluctuating power and pain, and potentially codependent relationships with their creator. Oh, it was so good. Yes, I will make a video about it. The only thing that could have made it better would have been debuting them in October, which was a weird creative oversight from Big Hit, but COVID probably pushed Island back, to be fair. I choose to believe an October debut was always the original wish for the group. Anyway, the 6-track debut album was perfection. Intro Walk the Line showed the progression from Island, represented by the woods behind the members, to a new world, literally since they were going to run across the whole world. There's a line which represents their journey and destiny, and the sun beats brightly, a utopia. Oh yeah, I realized I didn't say that very clearly. The line is like a literal line that they have to follow. It's not like a line in the track. Or is it? Don't forget, squad, a utopia isn't a real place. Given Taken deals with their discovery of the new world and of their new powers. They learn more about the world as they follow the line and are drawn to a mysterious person who calls them over the line as they experience growing hunger. This is wonderfully followed up by Let Me In, which is like one of my favourite ENHYPEN songs ever. It's like a cute love song, right? Except it's really about this new group of vampires having found the person who called them, supposedly vulnerable, locked away in a box or castle, and begging her to let them in, at which point they'll be happily together, but the boys also may kill her. Not to mention, I'll Give You My Blood is a brilliant line expressing both kindness and creepiness. There's a reason I included it in my Tumblr blog. Then there's 10 Months and Flicker. The former is a sweet little innocent love song insisting that the boys are old enough to know they're in love and to not be treated like kids. And Flicker's about receiving the signal from the mysterious girl who called them to cross the line. The flicker of the signal is good as it brings connection and togetherness, and also bad as it literally rends worlds apart. Finally, there's the outro, which describes how the members, instead of following the line, chose to cross it towards the signal, and to enter the new world where they enter a carnival, a strange and mysterious carnival where life and death mix and everything seems odd and flipped. The final lines, quote, "If I wake from dreamless sleep, may tomorrow begin like a dream," imply that the members are still in the dream state from the intro, when they thought they were in a utopian land instead. The music video for Given Taken presented the boys in some weird semi-Victorian orphanage kind of thing, where they were being repeatedly medicated and studied while their powers came in. They alternated from being scared and in pain to stalking the audience, which is such a fun and creepy way to show this transitional period. Oh, speaking of, I love their costuming for this debut, especially these outfits with the white shirts and the thin black pants. They made the members look super young, like gangly little boys who'd just hit their growth spurts and had limbs 10 times the length of their bodies. And this was an amazing and really creative effect. It shouldn't be a surprise that I'm against debuting minors in K-pop. This is like the most popular opinion ever. Very few fans actually believe that idols should be debuted young. But if you're going to debut idols super young, I think you should do something with it. Big Hit did something conceptual with TXT's real-life youth. They themselves were mostly minors when they debuted, so they literally embodied youth, and as they grew up in real life, they also grew up in their storyline and started exploring aspects of youth which were more related to their current state of life. They show how youth isn't just about childhood, and them actually being super young at debut allowed them to portray a wider breadth of ideas and stories related to youth. It sucks that they debuted so young, but at least something good concept-wise came out of it. And that's exactly what HYBE did with ENHYPEN too. Because the members were so young when they debuted, they really did look gangly young and awkward, and it really emphasised the creep factor. Here are some cute kids who are at the stage where they desperately insist they're grown up now even though they're not, and who seem innocent and sweet, making the medical experimentation and the torture happening to them in real life and in the story seem even more horrible. But then all of a sudden, when you reach out to protect them, they're convulsing on the floor, growing fangs, and stalking you down, so strong that there's nothing you could possibly do to stop them. Like, how sick is that? And HYBE went hard on this concept while still making it generally appealing to the public. Songs like Let Me In and 10 Months are the kind of songs which would be interpreted by general audiences as cute love songs. Hence, ENHYPEN have general appeal. But when you look at the lyrics and concept, these two songs aren't cute at all, which brings in the fans who like more creepy and layered concepts. Even beyond that, the songs have wide appeal for their themes of fear, power, and desire, things that almost all people experience at some point. Audiences want to see where ENHYPEN go because they have a morbid interest in this storyline which will definitely have death and dark desire in it. Will the group give in? Even ENHYPEN's name is used for great effect here. Given Taken is hyphenated, showing the connection between the worlds, between the real and the dreamlike, and between the past and the future. The only problem with that is when you, HYBE, debut super young kids and portray them as super young kids and then also make them sexualized and romanticized. Yeah, that's like the single biggest issue with ENHYPEN, which unfortunately has sprouted from their concept. It's a massive hell nah, and is one of the reasons I stopped following the group as closely, combined with the fandom that this portrayal of them created. But we'll get there. ENHYPEN had their first comeback in April 2021 with Border Carnival, which expanded upon their concept and directly followed on from the previous album. They arrived at the carnival and at the castle the girl had been calling to them from, and were now in a land of dreams and power, and also a land of eternal life and blood? Lovely. I remember a lot of people hated Drunk Dazed when it came out, like they thought it was too noise musicy and drony or something, but I was having a ball because the concept was sick again. Drunk Dazed showed the crazy drug high the members basically went on when they entered the carnival, an eternal crazy party, and their introduction to the mysterious lady, their creator and the vampire queen, who had called them off the line of their destiny. The music video is wonderfully trippy and nicely reflects the lyrics, concept, and title of the song. Also, Kay and EJ make a cameo at the start of the music video, and Kay later hunted Sunu in a hallway, hinting at Anteam's debut, and at the interesting real-world idea that the eliminated trainees of Island would rise and fight again, this time to battle it out with ENHYPEN. When the music video initially dropped, I'm seriously convinced that people said that the duo were Kay and Danielle, but like, it definitely looks like EJ, and more recent comments tend to agree. I mean, it's cool nonetheless, but like, you know, I could be like, I had a reason to think that it might be Danielle. I had no clue who these people were. I didn't watch Island. Why were the fans getting it wrong? And then we get to Eva, ew. This is what I'm talking about when I say that having the members debut so young and be portrayed as young kids was a great choice. Up until you made the children sexy. HYBE, I'm watching you. Devoid of further context, Fever is actually a really good song. It serves a similar purpose to Let Me In on their debut album. It shows their toxic, dangerous, and very sinister relationship with the vampire queen, whose aura seems to have overwhelmed them and brainwashed them into wanting to follow her every command and wait on her 24/7. It shows them, like, kind of trying to break through the fog, but also not really wanting to because it's so pleasurable. See Drunk Dazed. They're literally drunk on blood and power. So, like, you could argue that even without the context, this is inappropriate for the group, which is certainly fair, but at least in this form of just the lyrics, the song fits into their storyline and reflects their aesthetic concept at the time of creepy children. This would have been the perfect song to never give a choreography to and never promote, but to give a 20-minute Eternally-esque music video where the members are struggling to escape the carnival and return to the real world, while fighting each other and battling the brainwashing aura of the queen. Like, that would have been sick, right? So what did HYBE do instead? They gave a regular music video to it and made it a promotional B-side with a very sexualized choreography. Kill me now. The song went viral at the time, which made all of this even worse. Like, I understand the need for marketing and virality, but like, couldn't we have done it with literally anything other than sexualized children? I literally could not tell you if the Fever music video contributes anything to their storyline, because as big and as long-term of an NewJeans that I am, never have I ever watched the music video, or even a performance video, and I haven't even saved the song, even though I like it, because the memory of the virality, if nothing else, disturbs me to the point of avoidance. On the bright side, the outro was, again, a banger. I like the choice to have the majority of the outros and intros entirely voiced by Jake in English. His Australian English is quite removed from Korean, so adds an otherworldly feel to the tracks, reinforcing the idea of two dimensions or worlds, which is also the focus of this outro. The outro also introduces some sea imagery with the riptides and strong gales, which leads into the next album. That album being Dimension Dilemma, the intro for which introduces the sea concept and the concept of a utopian land. Only the intro kind of ruins the surprise because the fact that it's false is best kept for dramatic tension later, but Jake just straight up tells us that nothing's free in this world. The intro also references the Greek monsters Charybdis and Scylla, who represent a literal dilemma to those who pass by them. This album and the following repackage album, Dimension Answer, were designed to introduce and lead into the webtoon, which began around this time and took over the bulk of the storytelling, again in a different universe. Kind of, although, like, something I neglected to mention here is they kind of diverted for a bit and now they're coming back towards each other. Plus, they introduced the school and also the idea of the members as a team of nightball players, nightball being some random football/rugby kind of hybrid sport in their universe. The Tamed Dashed music video suggests that the members may have played for this team across decades, and sets up the fact that they need rivals with empty rival benches, leading nicely into And Audition and Team, who make up their rival nightball team. This whole thing is very Americanized, although I suppose ENHYPEN and Team are in general Americanized, since they lean super hard into American aesthetics of vampires and werewolves. That said, I think Team have a significantly heavier Japanese emphasis than ENHYPEN do a Korean one. ENHYPEN are more Americanized than Team. In comparison to Tamed Dashed, Blessed Cursed was a kind of nothing burger of a music video, but did portray them as super powerful figures with influence over extended periods of time. I suppose it also teased Sunghoon's true nature, but that was about it. The actual song lyrics, though, follow on from Tamed Dashed when they're waking up from their dream of utopia and fighting to escape. It also describes how they've basically been handed fame and victory, but is it really a blessing when they have to hide their true selves? Yeah, you see what HYBE's up to. Their storylines are even better if they can also have dual meanings of storyline versus real life. Anyway, at the end of the song, they resolve to wake up and move into the real world, and the outro describes their depression, combined with the resolve to move on into their own world. The next era with Manifesto Day 1 is them literally, and in the storyline, entering the real world. They directly address the audience and talk about how they've left their enclosure and hated the line which represented their destiny. This helps explain why their title tracks are no longer hyphenated. They don't actively follow their own concept anymore. They were even portrayed as borderline delinquents in the music video for Pass the Mic, including using their powers to kill people and break the rules of the world. And thank goodness these lyrics existed, because otherwise this switch would be super confusing. See, storylines always make everything better. This led into Dark Blood, which showed how the members were still pulled by the aura of the Vampire Queen, who in the webtoon is called Selen. I hope that's how you say it, and is apparently actually just a princess, but whatever, I'm gonna call her queen. The transition back into the world of vampires was foreshadowed literally by the track Foreshadow at the end of their Day 1 album. This also makes Day 1 a tragic album because it was supposed to be their Day 1 of many in the real world, but was cut short when Selen called them back, hence why there's no Day 2. Like, there's no extra Manifesto album. Anyway, this leads into a whole bunch of shenanigans, and this is where their story becomes more comedy horror and far more romantic. Thankfully, the members were older. Unthankfully, Nikki was still a minor, and this is where the storyline gets borderline kinky. Yeah, I was not impressed. Bring back the creepy, not sexualized orphans, HYBE. I understand idols are always sexualized and or romanticized to some extent, but they were significantly less so at debut than now. Dark Blood and Orange Blood, with Bite Me and Sweet Venom as their title tracks, lean back into the yearning the members feel to be together with Selen, an annoying audience self-insert, and also lean harder into the vampire werewolf drama of the webtoon, with the trailers for both albums showing Sunghoon trying to protect Selen from the other vampires who hunt them, and then the implication that Selen is the real threat who turns them against each other. These trailers are very American Vampire with a marvelous touch of like, I can only describe it as very early East Asian indie film, and as such lean heavier into the comedic element of their more modern concept, a comedic element which becomes stronger as they go on. They're still about fear, power, and desire, but they play with the measure of each. Hence, here we have more power and desire, and at debut we had more fear. Unfortunately for ENHYPEN and their team, the fact that they made this such an audience self-insert thing led directly to the fans going cuckoo and doing things like forcing them to change the very thematically appropriate, if not necessarily age-appropriate choreography for Bite Me. Tell me now. We can't have good things in K-pop. Any good storyline gets killed by audience idol romance. Anyway, then we get to the 2 romance albums, fittingly, which are basically what they sound like: vampire romance, continuing the connection between the members and Selen, and bringing back the creepy romance elements from songs like Let Me In, but also with many more comedic elements, like Sunwoo accidentally producing a bat, not butterflies, in the EXO music video. But honestly, the best part of both of these albums was the music video for Brought the Heat Back, which is exactly the kind of horror comedy I want to see if ENHYPEN aren't going to be depressed Victorian orphans anymore. Like, it's a romantic and even borderline sexy song, but it's absolutely hilarious, so it gets a pass from me. And it has tons of references to, again, American vampire media, largely from the 80s to the early 2000s. Anyway, No Doubt does not get a pass from me, even if Sunwoo just standing there with bags of ice is funny. After that are Desire Unleash and The Sin Vanish, which return to the idea of ENHYPEN struggling to escape from Selen in the real world, and the subsequent mental health struggle of being an idol. The Desire concept cinema video is basically just a big announcement going, "Yo, NewJeans, this is where we place the most emphasis on desire above all else," via the blue-eyed monster. And of course, power and fear remain, especially the lingering fear of the consequences of power and desire, especially the violent and moral consequences. This also gets more action-based through things like ENHYPEN running from the police and press as part of the Vanish album. The Vanish album is one that definitely needs more attention from me than just this video, but it's an absolutely sick one. The objective seems to be to cover as many perspectives as possible on what could have happened in the mystery when a couple vanishes. This means there are multiple versions to the base album, as well as one remixed version for each member of the group. Beyond that, the album was released in Korean, English, Japanese, and even Chinese, reflecting various countries and languages that may have been involved in and reported on the disappearance. Like, a Chinese version is dedication. How many K-pop groups have released a Chinese mini-album, let alone 11 total versions of the same album at the same time? Insane effort. I mean, I know it was basically only the narration that changed for each album, but still. The album even included ARG elements, like items relevant to the investigation being included in the physical albums, and the website vampirenow.live, which is a fake news website. The website is, I kid you not, literally updated daily, and has been updated with articles about the Winter Olympics and Valentine's Day beyond the regular articles on the disappearance of the couple. ENHYPEN even partnered with the Korean Red Cross to promote blood donation campaigns during this era, which was, as many people have said, like one of the smartest collaborations a K-pop group has ever done. Not only did this fall in line with their ARG, with the idea of vampires having blood stocks and stealing your blood from blood banks, but it also, of course, suits their concept, and does something good for the world. It improves their image while contributing to their storyline, and this is the kind of marketing that HYBE are great at. Ahem, love yourself, ahem. This just makes me jealous, like, why can't I be involved in this project? HYBE, let me in! Anyway, the knife music video indicates that this is a world where humans and vampires live in at least some kind of peace, but the members were illegally created vampires, which, among other crimes, led to them being fugitives. Hence, not only are they now escaping from Selen, they're also escaping from the police. The final track of the album, The Beyond, ends with the line, quote, The story begins to unfold in an entirely new direction, suggesting something wacko might come for the next album. Okay, so ENHYPEN represent fear, power, and desire, right? I think we've pretty solidly established that. The somewhat dark, knife's edge, literally, nature of these three human traits is an engaging one to explore, and one that many audiences find compelling, fitting ENHYPEN nicely into the HYBE formula. But another really interesting part of their concept was their brother group, N-Team. On every single front, ENHYPEN and N-Team are interesting parallels of each other. They were both created through survival shows, but literally in different worlds, Korea and Japan, and they originated from the same show, where four defeated N-Team members, K, EJ, Nicholas, and Taki, rose up again with their own pack, literally and metaphorically. While ENHYPEN represent desire, fear, and power, and are often associated with fire and heat, N-Team, in opposition to them, represent togetherness and healing, and are often associated with water and ice. They're similarly committed to their concept as ENHYPEN and their team are, and share the same webtoon universe as students of a rival school. Unfortunately, as in every other sibling group duo on this list, one is given less promotion than the other, and in this brother group duo, it's N-Team who gets the short end of the stick. Their albums don't seem nearly as well planned out as ENHYPEN's are. This, if nothing else, is shown by the lack of intros and outros on their album, while almost every single ENHYPEN album has both. That said, it didn't stop them from committing to their concept, as we'll see in a moment. Also, they're a unique group on this list. For all of the other groups here, I generally haven't discussed singles or Japanese releases, since they generally don't contribute much to the concept/storyline. But for N-Team, well, first, they're Japanese, so obviously their Japanese releases are important, but also they've released very few albums compared to a huge number of singles and single albums, most of which have contributed to their story and concept. And on top of that, they've had a few Korean releases, which are also important to mention, even if they are the off language for this group. Anyway, let's start from the start. N-Team were formed through And Audition, which was a Japanese survival show run by HYBE Japan as an eventual follow-up to Island. The show had a very interesting and unique format, in my opinion. There were 15 trainees on the show in total, but only 11 of them really needed to be stressed. 4 trainees, Kay, Nicholas, EJ, and Taki, had been on Island and were already considered part of the debut lineup. The other 11 had to fight for an eventual extra 5 spots in the debut group. The debut trainees were leaders of the teams for the first mission and basically got privileges on the show according to their status. The other interesting thing about the show was that for each mission, each of the trainees would earn a number of items called AND-balls, coloured balls that would be pulled across all 15 contestants in a thing called the AND ring. If they didn't manage to fill up the AND ring before the end of the show, the debut would be cancelled. Yeah. When I tuned in for this first episode of the show and I heard this, my jaw dropped, just as the trainees' jaws did. Now, realistically, the debut would never have been cancelled, and the 4 debut team members would have been fine, since HYBE had clearly already singled them out. But I guess they wanted to add a stressful gimmick to the show, especially considering if they didn't have this, there would literally be 0 stakes for the debut members, they could have just sat back and relaxed the whole time. Anyway, the show ended, the members were picked, mostly by the producers, and the group debuted. It had been obvious since the start of the show that this would be the fabled werewolf group, not only because of Kay and EJ's inclusion, but because the show was literally called And Audition the Howling. Could it get any more obvious? So, N-Team debuted in December 2022 and came right out of the gates swinging with a mysterious man dying in Kay's arm in the middle of the street. Lol, okay then. N-Team were instantly tied to their own installments of the Dark Moon webtoon, which explains the school setting of their music video for Under the Skin, as they too practiced for their nightball standoff with the vampires who may or may not have also murdered that guy. His name's Giri, by the way. N-Team's whole thing is togetherness, memories, protection, and healing, a concept which obviously places them in direct opposition to ENHYPEN. While ENHYPEN's concept manifests as a horror story which turns into a paranormal romance, N-Team's story is more about the mundane moments of conflict and friendship between the members. Just as BTS and TXT are similar but differentiated from each other, NTEAM's concept is differentiated from TXT as TXT are more focused on youth, while NTEAM have their paranormal opposition with ENHYPEN and are more focused on protection and, obviously, pack mentality and connection. Anyway, Under the Skin also had a 10-minute extended music video, bringing HYBE right back to their roots, which gave further details on the story, including how Kay was tasked, as the oldest werewolf, with protecting the others. The music video itself also shows how he's been utterly traumatized by Giri's death, and needs to find his pack members, obviously the rest of the group. Thus, the focus becomes on how the connection between the members can lead to healing for each of them, but especially Kay, who has become self-hating and has started to isolate himself. The music video pretty solidly establishes the group's need to protect and their association with memories too. They take photos and videos to preserve their times together, and the main dance set of the music video is a huge record store of some description. Basically there's folder after folder of presumably memories labelled by year. They also have a strong emphasis on physical media, whether that be graffiti, physical books and drawings, cameras as opposed to phones or otherwise. This is also where the water-fire dichotomy is created. The music video features the members entering bodies of water as some kind of initiation or transition into wolfhood. And finally, just to top it all off for us lore fans, the end of the extended music video shows the group coming across Selin and stalking her until the scene from the start of Drunk Dazed plays out again. Hilariously enough, this extended music video was actually closer to HYBE's roots than you'd initially think. You remember TXT's 20-minute B-side music videos? Yeah, apparently Under the Skin was a B-side. The actual title track was Center View, which had a hilariously bland, in comparison, glorified performance video as the music video, and which, despite the romantic framing of the music video, lyrically seems to actually be about the members coming together and chasing Selin. Absolute slay of a debut. They then had their first comeback with First Howling We, which was a clear progression from First Howling Me. Kay had now found his pack. The title track Firework was all about how the wolves had now found Selin. They were in some weird cycle of following her and being drawn to her, whether by their own free will or because of her vampire aura is unclear, while also being hunted by her. The music video had some hilarious moments of the members doing their best to impress her, while she just sat there as usual. It also alternates between sweet moments of them being together and of the members being together in general, and more sinister sequences like the opening sequence where she chases them on a bike. In the base scene, they wear kitty wolf masks and she's cycling, but she's got a gun slung over her shoulder and there are inserts of the members being shot in the back, literally hunted like wild creatures. Also, the music video starts with them sleeping, and we know from ENHYPEN's storyline that Selin can put people into dream states. The music video also reinforces the group's obsession with memories. They're torn between the memories they've collected, both physically and mentally, of happy times with Selin and together, and then leaving those memories behind since she's controlling them, forcing them to do her bidding, and brings back their trauma. I think this is best exemplified at the end of the song, where the fireworks the boys watch on the beach are visually compared to the explosions of Selin's rifle shots killing them. Anyway, this music video is one of the many HYBE music videos directed by Sungwon Mo, the king of epic K-pop music videos, so you know it's a good one for us lore fans. Considering how long my analysis has been for songs videos in the past, I think it's best for all of us that I just move on now before this becomes a Sungwon Mo video. The rest of the album emphasised the fate of the group, whether that be romantically with Selin or in terms of comradeship with the rest of the group. This is another way in which NTEAM differ from ENHYPEN. While most of the discussion of fate in ENHYPEN's music is about breaking fate or escaping from it, in NTEAM's music it's always framed as a positive thing to be achieved, because fate is them being together. Their first full album was First Howling Now, which was led by the title track War Cry to be a clear declaration of their intent to cast aside their past traumas and fight for their future together as a pack. The music video and lyrics for War Cry showed this clearly, as the group were fighting back against the control Selen had over them and their past vampire-inflicted losses, represented by swarms of bats previously associated with who else but ENHYPEN, duh. The music video also shows their water affinity in a harsher, more warlike state, sharp ice, which is a good way to visually communicate this more violent segment of their story. They ain't cute puppies anymore, they're battle-hardened wolves, and dance sequences represent, without bringing in ENHYPEN, a battle between the two groups. Yes, this is another music video directed by none other than Sungwon Mo. The new B-sides on the album, Dropkick, Really Crazy, and Alien, reinforce these themes. Dropkick is all about starting a new day and standing together after having previously been isolated, and uses the brighter aesthetics of High School Nightball to represent this. Really Crazy talks about making new rules, moving into the future, and changing the world together as a set of friends, and Alien kind of implies that they're still under the control of Selen in some way. The song itself is a seemingly cute and romantic song, but includes some weird red flags, like them saying at the start that they feel suffocated. They want to be free, but they're inside a spaceship in the middle of nowhere, so even though they say it's okay, it seems a bit weird and creepy. Then the song also says that the moon is fading into the distance, like into a little orb, which is definitely not a good thing considering, well, being werewolves, the moon is their source of power, and the moon also represents their future destiny and togetherness. So them seemingly willingly leaving it behind with no real reason to definitely gives this song a sinister edge. Anyway, after the modern songs, we get into the songs from their first two mini-albums, which are also included here. They're included in reverse chronological order, a concept the album is so committed to that the final countdown and team version is literally included after some of the bonus Korean versions of tracks on the album. This reflects &TEAM's commitment to the past in its various forms, including the ability to move on from the past as past songs are literally buried by more recent ones. Now, this battle to free themselves from Selen and or fight ENHYPEN seems to have worked at least a bit for a little while, because &TEAM then released a series of singles and single albums which explored a year through the seasons, with each season reflecting the small moments of their lives together as they tried to heal, and also small moments of high school romance. Whether with Selen or not is another matter. I personally believe it's not with Selen, since it's all positive and there aren't any really, weird red flags. That said though, they're not super romantic, so it's not even that important to begin with. The first of these singles which introduced this concept was Maybe, which literally starts with, quote, "It looks like it's going to rain," which is hilarious considering the next song is Samidare, which literally translates to early summer rain. Foreshadowing at its finest. Maybe is a sweet song about the possibility of a romance where the members are protecting the love interest from the rain and stay by their side. Maybe represents spring, and the music video nicely expresses this as the members come together post ENHYPEN/Selen battle, reinforcing their togetherness. Yeah, you're probably noticing the theme of &TEAM music videos being more about the members while the lyrics are more romantic, because as with TXT, there are two sides to their concept, the friendship aspect and the romance aspect, which often leads to darker themes. Maybe TXT and &TEAM should have been brother groups, because the more I write, the more I notice how similar they are. They both represent friendship far more positively and romantic or sexual love in more negative terms, and of course they have similar themes and aesthetics. They also both have a high number of Songwon music videos. Slayful. Maybe is followed up by Samidare, representing the transition from spring to summer. Even though part of the translation of Samidare means early summer, the music video themes and lyrics are more focused on spring. While Maybe was about romance, Samidare is about friendship and the pack. As we see in both the lyrics and the music video, they have an argument which splits them. But the song itself reflects how the group overcome their arguments and misunderstandings to come together as one, and create poignant and joyful memories together. The The music video could keep me occupied in a video for hours probably, and I think it really leans into Japanese slice of life media, especially from the early 2000s and 2010s, and shows a nice contrast between the conflict of the group and their fate of ending up together as packmates, regardless of their initial differences. Since this music video focused more on the members' characters as opposed to Under the Skin, which was a K-Wump drama, and Firework and Warcry, which were more action-based, we got an expanded view of relationships with each other, and the group dynamics in the storyline. For instance, they established Kay as the brooding and traumatized pack leader, with Giri's death still hanging over him, trying to keep everyone happy. Taki as the sweet, sad baby, and Nicholas as the hot-headed emo kid who acts heartless but actually really cares about the time the team spent together. Samidare came on a single album which included Maybe and included a new B-side, Scar to Scar, which is a more bold declaration of the group's determination to be together. The song talks about how they overcome their scars by learning from them, embracing them, and connecting with each other. Very team. Actually, speaking of, since I've talked about it for every other group, actually, almost every single release team have is one that represents their concept distilled in a bottle, but I think that Samidare is pretty high up on that list. Very high, jostling for first place. Next, team did another release of a single followed by a single album. This is where we get to the point where, like, all of the names are so inherently Japanese that I'll do my absolute best to pronounce them, but I apologize in advance. This time the single was Kogawari, and the single album was led by title track Ourashi. Kogawari led us into the summer with the members creating good memories together. The lyrics were about coming of age, which makes sense considering Kogawari apparently translates to a change of voice, as in the breaking voices of teenage boys, and the music video reframes this in context of them being werewolves and literally changing into wolves. They're all happily together after making up in Samidare, and the music video reinforces their theme of the group making memories together. They create their own tapes, the music video has rotoscope doodles, and there's lots of retro home video footage. Aourashi apparently translates to summer wind or something similar, and again starts with the members being all about preserving and creating memories together. The song itself is about them being together in the summer and riding together towards their dream. The lyrics and the music video also lean into the idea of healing after Samidare and Warcry. They're together now, they don't have fear, and now are strong enough to move forward together. The music video represents this pride and joy through a series of scenes where the members, especially the original island members who are more battle-hardened, watch the others happily have fun, which is a pretty common way to portray healing and found family. Yeah, speaking of, I have a mega hatred for the concept of found family in K-pop, as I'll discuss in a future video, but like, if you're going to be all about found family for a group, at least it's part of Anteam's concept. The two other tracks on this single album are Kogawari, which we discussed, and Imprinted, which represents midsummer, and has a similar music video showing the members having fun together, which consistently changes aspect ratio between wide glam shots and grainy home videos. Next, the group moved into autumn with Jigoya, which apparently translates to something along the lines of night with the full moon, and is associated with mid-autumn and the harvest season. The music video is unique in that it's animated and shows the members as bunnies, fitting for the autumn harvest and the rabbit in the moon. The music video itself is very simple, but shows them admiring the moon, fit for werewolves, and they come together and transform into real people. The lyrics talk about very similar themes, how they used to have doubts and worries, but together they can do anything and achieve their dreams. Very Anteam. Finally, they reached winter with the pre-release singles Illumination and Yuki Akari. Illumination showed the first snow of the season and the group enjoying it together, while the lyrics reflected these themes, although they made it more of a romance song. I guess this basically got to be Anteam's mandatory Christmas song. Yuki Akari came with a full album which compiled all of their seasonal songs and added a few extra ones. Yuki Akari itself means the light that shines off the snow, and the song reflected how their time of peace had passed and they now needed to take the next step of their journey. The song literally starts with a line about the fleeting beauty of falling snow, which reflects the fleeting beauty of the group's time of peace. But even though they're facing danger again now, the year they've spent together has made them stronger and prepared them. This is basically the resolution, for now, of the K-Wump arc. Even though the winter brings back bad memories of his past, now he has a full wolf pack to help him. Thus, the song and the lyrics have a victorious tone, even though the music video literally includes dead werewolves? Yep. Also, Kay's still pining after Selen for some reason. Rip. Anyway, it seems like I have to add Kim Young-soo to my list of K-pop directors to keep an eye on. I think he did several of ENHYPEN's. The rest of the album includes their previous seasonal tracks and a music video for Deer Hunter, which is very OMG, the werewolves are going crazy, both in music video and in lyrics. Although I like the song, you already know I don't like sexy things. So, well, the music video reinforces their association with water and ice and does have some nice creepy moments. I guess I also like how parts of the choreography indicate the actual process of a hunt, so good on them, I guess. I would say thank goodness HYBE waited longer with ANTEAM to make them sexy than ENHYPEN, but like, they've been sticking Maknae Maki in crop tops since debut, so unfortunately I can't say that. I genuinely think the only group that HYBE have managed to not massively sexualize minors in is TXT, and even then it was a close call. Anyway, in happier news, they came back with a single album with Go In Blind in April 2025. The song and music video set up a world-ending scenario the members have to face and introduces more of a witchcraft aesthetic. I can only imagine this came from the next chapter of their webtoon, since I haven't read it yet. The music video shows their battle with this entity, I guess I have to describe it as, and although they managed to stop it for now, the music video declares it isn't over yet. Hence we get their Korean debut with Back to Life, directed by Songwon Mo, which has a more horror-like tone, as in the aftermath of this battle they become overtaken by bloodlust and the war mindset. The music video shows them being stalked by and on the verge of being taken over by basically a venom substance and dark creatures which presumably were summoned by the witches and represent whatever you want. Their enemies, their darker wolf instincts, their fear, all of it. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the implication of Lunatic being included on this album and getting a music video and promotions, considering it's literally a declaration of them basically saying they don't care if they're called crazy for their wolf instincts. The song is basically a really fun declaration of how they've grown stronger after trauma in and of itself. It's just, you know, the combination with the monster in Bring Me Back to Life makes it seem not great, you know? Or I don't care if I get taken over by this monster. You sure about that, man? So that's where ENHYPEN and ANTEAM are now. They've helped HYBE expand into different countries, genres, and universes outside of the Magic Island realm, and they occupy a very interesting space of brother groups from different countries who occupy different perspectives, as all good vampire werewolf stories do. While ENHYPEN represent fear, desire, and power, primal, morbidly fascinating ideas that we yearn for when we're actually safe, ANTEAM represent togetherness, healing from trauma, protection, and memories, what we yearn for if we're actually stuck in the dark state that ENHYPEN shows. These two groups aren't just about, yo, do you think a werewolf or a vampire is hotter? Instead, they present a choice to the audience about which primal human states appeal more to us, which would be a much more interesting choice to force audiences to make if audiences couldn't just choose to support and follow both groups. Whoops. I mean, I'm guilty of it too, guys. But I do want to mention one more thing related to these groups. There are only two downsides for me about this rivalry. First, I wish they were treated and promoted equally and think they actually should even have debuted at similar times with the same number of members. And two, I wish they were more connected. They should be doing everything together. They should be having collab albums, collab mama stages, and should be appearing in each other's music videos constantly, but instead they basically just have the same story as each other, awkwardly repeated, but not connected in a way which makes ANTEAM seem like, at times, They're almost copying ENHYPEN. It really reduces the creativity and interest of the storyline to keep the groups apart, and it really annoys me. Why haven't they had a proper showdown at Mama? HYBE groups are really good at putting on great end-of-year award show performances. TXT's MMA performances and Busoksoon's cheerleading golden disc performances are standout concept-driven performances, in my opinion. And of course, BTS in their storyline heyday have had some great ones too. So it really angers me that ENHYPEN and ANTEAM haven't had an actual battle on stage at one. The closest they've come is Mama 2023, and that's exactly why their 2023 Mama performances are some of my favourite Mama stages of all time. Even though they didn't share the stage at the same time, a mega missed opportunity, they got about as close as they possibly could to a full-on battle. ENHYPEN were obviously privileged with a longer performance runtime, but other than that, the two stages drew a perfect visual and thematic contrast between the two groups. ENHYPEN's performance was opulent and dramatic. They were in the middle of a huge gothic castle or cathedral with hundreds of candles, stained glass, and butlers with furred sleeves to do their bidding. The members themselves were in white suits and well put together. All of this was basically the height of wealth and typical vampire prestige, but they were covered in the blood of their victims, showing their darker desires. Even with that though, the blood had turned into crystals, even more wealth for them. Like, I know there were memes for days about them looking like used tampons, but this was a genius costume choice. Put the wealthy vampires in suits covered in the bejeweled blood of their victims, and have them proudly dance in those suits while siren-songing other people into being bitten by them. Such a simple and really common sense costuming choice added so much to their performance. And while they danced, they were surrounded by their minions and by fire, showing their power and the danger of the dark desire they represent. ANTEAM's performance was a complete contrast. Right off the bat, they were dressed in black streetwear, not high fashion, and K alone danced on an ice bridge, not a pool of fire. Instead of being surrounded by candles and gothic architecture, they were backed by only the moon and surrounded by plants and nature, and their backup dancers didn't serve them below them, but worked with them as part of the pack and had their back. While ENHYPEN had sparklers and flamethrowers, ANTEAM had flashing blue and white lights, because, well, flamethrowers wouldn't be very suitable for a group associated with water and ice, would they? These two stages were in perfect opposition to each other. Almost every detail matched to make the groups opposites. The colours, the textures, the sets, the VCRs. And then, ANTEAM went to neither Mama 2024 or 2025. HYBE! So with this, HYBE had expanded their boy groups pretty thoroughly. None could live up to BTS popularity-wise, but HYBE boy groups were consistently among the most popular in the industry and were all selling well. They had some soloists of varying levels of success, either from their current groups or not. They were slowly expanding their global reach. There was just one market they hadn't tapped into properly: the girl group market. Fans said that after the disaster of GLAM, Big Hit swore off female trainees as too volatile. There isn't really any evidence of this, except perhaps that, as far as I'm aware, they didn't ever hold any female trainee auditions. But a lack of female auditions doesn't mean there weren't any female trainees, either through subsidiaries or in Big Hit at all. I mean, don't forget they can scout without auditions. Also, don't forget the Gfriend members having Big Hit trainees. So, like, clearly Source were always more of a girl group oriented company. I mean, Big Hit in 2021 only had two groups, those being TXT and BTS, and they'd only debuted 3 current groups in total, including ENHYPEN. So, no girl groups out of 3 groups total isn't that crazy of a statistic. We've had boy group crazier companies. Ahem, KQ, ahem. Regardless of the reason, HYBE wanted to expand into the girl group market, and they did so at the start of 2022 with Sserafim. The Sserafim debuted as a 6-member group, and their name was all the information we really needed about their concept. The name is an anagram for I'm fearless, obvious meaning there, and is also compared to a seraphim, a 6-winged angel in Christian and Jewish myth, which occupy the highest level of angels in Christian myth and surround the throne of God. The Sserafim debuted with 6 members, each making up a wing of the angel, but when Garam left, the fans were promoted to being the 6th wing. So the Sserafim were all about being fearless angels, or at least that was their aesthetic concept, just as TXT's aesthetic concept is magical boys and N-Team's is werewolves. Their actual concept was about being true to yourself and acknowledging your fears to become more confident. Just as 17 took on some of NewEst's concept post-NewEst disbandment and TXT took on some of BTS's concept as BTS lost their storyline, after GLAM disbanded, the Sserafim ended up with a very similar concept to them. This is seen through the focus on the members as real, vulnerable, raw, and unfiltered people, rather than polished idols. The Seraphim's team have dedicated significant effort to making the group seem as human as possible and as authentic and organic as possible, as opposed to the manufactured group that they, like all groups, are. I think this concept has been best championed by Yeonjun, who has, from the start, been the member HYBE has highlighted as the true self-confidence person. Whether you think she's done a good job or not is a different matter, but she is the face of their concept, at least to international audiences. She's the one who represents their supposedly greater than other groups' creative input musically. She's the one who has the wacky styling choices like the underpants outfit and the bleached eyebrows, and she's the one who releases music like I'm Not a Doll, which was explicitly about how idols are criticised for everything, no matter what they do, and forced to hide themselves and their own opinions in vain hopes of appeasing the public. The Sserafim also crucially included 2 IZ*ONE members, Sakura and Chaewon, and their addition shows near-perfect marketing of post-produce artists. They were given a new concept, a twist on what IZ*ONE had been like, which portrayed them as more powerful and confident, showing their real selves to the world. And of course, having an interesting concept and a big company backing you is never a bad thing for an ex-produce member to have. The group debuted in May 2022 with their mini-album Fearless, with the title track of the same name. Their trailer with The World Is My Oyster was clearly high budget and polished, with special effects, multiple sets, and lots of glam, showing the girls moving from their previous lives toward their new idol careers, and being super powerful and confident while they were at it. In contrast, the music video for their actual title track Fearless was very bare bones. In contrast to most HYBE debuts, especially compared to debuts like ENHYPEN, it seemed plain and unassuming, but this was on purpose. Sure, anyone and their mum would be able to tell that this music video was highly polished and high budget, but it's like the same as really expensive daggy pants, carefully crafted to look as bad and boring as possible. For the majority of the music video, the members are in their plain practice clothes in their practice room, which hasn't even been prepared for a dance practice. It still has weights and exercise machines in the corner and no curtain over the mirrors. This is LE SSERAFIM's declaration that they're all about being real, true to yourself and your emotions, even if those emotions include fear and anxiety. They're not hiding behind some fancy set and CGI, they're just working hard in the practice room. Even when the music video includes glamour scenes like Garam and Chaewon on the ladder, the girls in the car, and the massive chandelier in the final dance scenes, they're obviously fake. The background for the ladder scene is clearly and somewhat poorly CGI'd, with an obvious fan for hair effects. The car is similarly fake looking, as is the store Katseye and Yeonjun dance in front of, and other scenes like Sakura on her bike and the final chandelier scene are in black voids, very clearly sets in a studio. In these scenes, there's no sense of gravity and reality. It's obvious they're acting, and this is even arguably drawn attention to, through shots that seem to purposefully make them look even less realistic. The only realistic scenes are the ones of the members in the studio dancing, and their black and white facial close-ups in the bridge of the song. You may say this is just bad HYBE CGI, but we all know they're capable of better, leading me to believe that this was in fact intended, especially since, like I said, attention is drawn to it. This becomes even more obvious during Yeonjun's verse, where she's live streaming her part and the comments from viewers flood in. The commentary about the group being real behind the screen is obvious, especially since her line is literally, quote, telling me how I should feel, that's weird. The lyrics of the song also reflect this. They have no fear running towards their dream, their past troubles and scars are part of them but won't hold back their passion. Even the final chorus of the song reflects this idea. Instead of being opulent and dramatic with a massive high note like most K-pop choruses, it's quiet and unobtrusive. It's their real selves, literally. Or not so literally, this is a K-pop group after all. This is a perfectly crafted debut, and there's a reason it was so popular. These were the perfect members to send this message and the perfect time to do it, as K-pop had become more popular globally and had become even more artificial during the pandemic. Now, I'm about to ruin this song and Le Sserafim for you in general, because I'm sorry to say that, as someone who grew up during the crazy YA boom of the 2000s and 2010s, this song and Le Sserafim and their concept always reminded me of 4 in Divergent saying that being brave isn't about being fearless, but instead about having the courage to face your fears. Yeah, that's a reference that makes me cringe. But even if it is a cringy reference, and even if the idea of fearlessness that 4 described existed long before Divergent, the reference is still worth making because it's exactly the brand of fearless that Le Sserafim are trying to portray. They never pretend to be fearless. We all know that isn't possible. So instead, they use their fearfulness, especially their lack of confidence on stage and their struggles with idolhood, to show their humanity, and then to show how they represent the concept of fearlessness by going back on stage regardless. This was followed up by Anti-Fragile, an album which expanded upon the fearless concept. The Hydra had a brilliant line reflecting this, quote, "Do you think I'm fragile? Take a swing, here's my neck." Reflecting how, like the Hydra, they'll become stronger as they're attacked, literally anti-fragile. The use of 3 languages, English, Korean and Japanese, to reflect the members' nationalities is also a great touch here, reflecting their true selves. While the highlight of Fearless is the music video, I think the highlight of Anti-Fragile is the lyrics, showing how the members are working hard and achieving their dreams, regardless of what others say and the barriers in their path. It includes great lines like, quote, "Don't underestimate the path I walked," "Defining me how you'd like," and "Fervent attention welcome, cute jealousy go ahead." Yeonjun, as suits her role in the group, gets some of the hardest hitting lines about their false idolhood, like, "Toss away your fairy tale," and "Stringed puppets, no thanks." Absolutely slayful song and a great concept. The music video also includes some standout moments like the low-quality tape of Chaewon dancing in the store, which is a way to sneak in the idea of the group's lack of polish and authenticity while giving them a bigger budget CGI-heavy music video. I think this album is Le Sserafim distilled in a bottle, and even though I'm trying to avoid B-sides for the sake of brevity or lack thereof in this video, I feel the need to discuss them here. First is Impurities, which literally has the chorus line, quote, "Impurities, I'll show you my impurities." Like, really? Make it more obvious, Le Sserafim. And you can tell this is working on fans. The comments under the Impurities dance video are all about how the music video is nice and natural and they don't need colourful outfits to make an impactful music video, and so on. The fans believe that the group are genuine and organic. I think No Celestial may well be one of, if not the best, Le Sserafim song. It perfectly represents their universal concept while also reflecting their aesthetic, angelic concept. The lyrics are all about the industry and how it portrays idols as angels and gods, but Le Sserafim acknowledge how those titles are fake and just want to show their true selves. Their next album with Unforgiven follows this up. The title track and accompanying music video talk about how they're going to remove themselves from the game the fans are playing by breaking the rules and making their own world. They explicitly state that they won't be silenced, and the music video uses Kazua's burning angel wings and Wild West imagery, among other things, to show their rebellion. Do love a good Wild West K-pop song. The B-side, Eve's Psyche and the Bluebeard's Wife, went viral partially for its rhythm and quirkiness, but also because of its meaning. The three women in the title are women who went their own way and were punished for it. The Sserafim, like those women, are expected to conform and fit into a tiny box, but they reject this role and thus are criticised by society. This song also brought in the doll imagery from Yeonjun's single, which was released earlier that year. It is, as with all of their promotional tracks, an explicit declaration that they won't conform to the industry and its expectations. Their following two comebacks with Easy and Crazy show their fall after their lack of conformity, as they literally start turning from angels into devils. They become more out there and literally crazy, and they act out in hopes of gaining a sense of freedom and breaking out of the prison in their head, as they say in Crazy. Easy was also a turning point comeback for them. The comeback, released in February, had a bit of time to settle, and then in July, HYBE started releasing the Make It Look Easy documentary, which followed the group behind the scenes from the point of rehearsing for their Unforgiven comeback to their album For Easy. This documentary is, I think, one of Sserafim's defining pieces of media, and really represents them for better or worse. It follows up their documentary The World Is My Oyster, and both documentaries are all about carefully and purposefully making the members as human and sympathetic as possible. The documentary shows the struggles of the members in not the harshest light possible, but still in a pretty harsh light, and shows the literal real-world process of living their concept of fearlessness. Just as in the lyrics of their song and in their angelic storyline, the members aren't actually fearless, they just put on a facade, and their actual fearlessness and strength grows as they go through and survive hardships. It's what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, embodied as a K-pop group. Sserafim's concept wouldn't be the same without these documentaries, because without them, one could say that they're not walking the walk, but the documentaries, however manufactured they may or may not be, are designed to show that they are walking the walk. They are becoming as scarred as they said they were, they are walking the hard path to their dreams, they are sacrificing things to present a strong idol image, even if that idol image is atypical rebelliousness. The simple fact that there was so much division and outrage over the Easy comeback and the documentary shows how this worked. People either criticised the members and called this manufactured drama, inadvertently participating in Sserafim's concept as the audience members who treat them as dolls, assign them personalities, and judge them no matter what they do, or they saw this as a genuine expression of the pain of the group and felt more protective of and sympathetic towards them. No matter what reaction you had to the documentary, whether you saw the whole thing or just saw the clip of Sakura crying, was almost certainly playing into HYBE's plan in some way, which is why it's so smart. By setting up a concept where the haters are included, Sserafim automatically invalidate hate against themselves. Because their concept is all about being genuine and real, hating them seems like an unusually and needlessly cruel thing to do in K-pop. Why would you punish these girls for just showing their true selves and criticising an industry which discourages that? Don't you advocate for genuine idols? But this is all part of the marketing around them. If Sserafim never received hate or went through hardships, the idea of marketing them as a group who were forged in fire wouldn't make sense. But their concept of fearlessness wouldn't make sense in turn without danger. So, although all idols suffer regardless, extra drama had to be manufactured for the members through their lyrics and music videos. This is a perfect example of HYBE taking universal concepts to the next level. The members of Sserafim, at least in their public lives, can't just embody the concept of fearlessness on stage, they also need to embody it and share the hardships of their path in real life behind the scenes too. By the way, BTS did something similar with the depiction of their mental health in their Burn the Stage documentary. Anyway, outside of promoting other songs which reflected their concept, like Come Over, Sserafim next came back with Hot, which used the metaphor of the phoenix rising from the ashes to show how they'd survived their hate train and their fall from angelic grace and had come back stronger. And although they haven't really had a proper comeback since, they have released Spaghetti, which was a heavily promoted single. Spaghetti was hated by a lot of people, whether that be for being bad, being weird, or supposedly copying Katseye, even though Sserafim did that concept first and GLAM preceded both of them. But the fact of the matter is that it's a great Sserafim concept song. The song reiterates every single previous Sserafim comeback by talking about how they'll do their thing and they'll do a great job of it, no matter how crazy the world thinks they are, and how, even though people will be hating on them, they'll turn the haters into fans with their great sound and skill. The only difference from their previous comebacks is that while those comebacks use mythological and religious references as an aesthetic bias, this one uses the metaphor of cooking and being an experimental but very skilled cook. Also, note how Yeonjun was again leading the concept. She starts the song and she has the bleached eyebrows. Yes, I know that she was the one who asked for the bleached eyebrows, but one, that's still her following and being aware of her role in the group, and two, HYBE let her do it, showing how they were on board with this being part of her image. See, it's perfectly Sserafim. Sserafim don't have a busy comeback schedule, but when they do release a comeback, they commit to their concept every time. That concept being that they're genuine, organic, and true to themselves. They're fearless, but in terms of growing past their traumas to conquer their fears. They're also, by virtue of being portrayed as genuine and fearless, a critique of the K-pop industry, even though they themselves participate in it. They talk back to and criticize fans, companies, and haters alike, and thus fill a niche in the market where, beyond those drawn to their fearless, true self concept, they draw in a specific group of K-pop fans who want to pretend that the groups they like are actually organic, not manufactured. Sserafim's debut and career so far have been a huge success, even if they have had their critiques for how unsubtle some of their marketing is. And interestingly enough, they were followed by a group who they were both incredibly similar to and incredibly different from. NewJeans debuted in July 2022, when a teaser indicating content on the 22nd of July led to a sudden and unexplained music video upload. This is how Attention was released, with no member announcements, teasers, pre-saves, or anything else, and they released Hype Boy the following day. The music videos/performance videos for Cookie and Hurt, as well as the actual digital version of the album for streaming, were released over the following days. And through these 4 songs and their release structure, NewJeans cemented their concept. They represented nostalgia. While the Sserafim were the group blamed with taking over from Gfriend, NewJeans were actually the ones who took on a greater portion of Gfriend's concept, with the sleek, simple, and romantic songs. NewJeans are almost the babies of Gfriend, or perhaps a sister group. Actually, also Sserafim and NewJeans were kind of brilliant sister groups, except that they weren't actually sister groups. While Sserafim critiqued the expectation of perfection placed on idols, NewJeans critiqued the opulence of the industry and how capitalistic and complex it had become. But while Sserafim's critiques were presented as loud, rebellious, and explicit, NewJeans' critiques of the industry were quieter and subtler. They didn't critique the industry by yelling about how it was bad, they critiqued it by showing how a group could succeed, supposedly outside of the industry's requirements. Disclaimer: just as with Sserafim and other HYBE groups, this was still manufactured. They still had the opulence of the industry, and they still followed the vast majority of its systems and rules to gain and maintain success. The simple fact that they were present in Permission to Dance and had the privilege of coming from a big company, as with Sserafim, shows how manufactured this concept was. But again, as with Sserafim, it sold nonetheless. The nostalgia NewJeans presented was very appealing to a wide audience in the early 2020s, especially with the pandemic dying down. People wished for simpler times, which had been an ongoing trend just before and during the pandemic. This was the perfect time for a group like this to debut, and they likely wouldn't have been nearly as successful if they debuted at almost any other time in the industry's history. The simple, fresh, and understated concept, the retro or Y2K aesthetics, and the guerrilla debut, which rebelled against the highly signposted debuts of the time, were all factors which contributed to the quiet rebellion against the industry and which evoked nostalgia. Back in the day, albums weren't preceded by 19 teasers, multiple concept images, pre-orders for weeks, and debut variety content. They just dropped. Maybe with a small lead up, and that was the simple nostalgia that NewJeans evoked. Beyond this, the aesthetic and songs, musically and lyrically, were simple, and their content about sweet young love was also nostalgic, as a topic which had a death grip on American pop in the early 2000s. All of these things were adjusted and modernized to be palatable to the modern K-pop industry, of course, but as with the Sserafim, the aesthetic was there, and the vibe was what people were focused on, not the actual facts of their creation and their company. On a side note, NewJeans also brought back something which was very 2000s and 2010s, that being minors singing very poorly veiled sexualized songs. Ahem, cookie. Anyway, each of their music videos focused on a slightly different aspect of Y2K nostalgia. Having multiple music videos not only helped the group show more of their concept, but also meant that the essence of nostalgia was spread between them, meaning that each music video could be simpler since it didn't have the burden of doing everything at once. And we will be talking music videos in this segment because most of NewJeans' songs are, lyrically, very straightforward love songs, but the music videos are where their concept is enacted, their story is told, and their points of interest come from. Attention's music video really leaned into those early 2000s American teen movies, meeting a love interest at a party, friends being together, the massive houses those rich neighborhoods always had, sports fields, and beach road trips. Hype Boy was more party/carnival style. Not edgy by any means, but slightly more alternative and darker in palette than Attention. The different member versions were definitely not a nostalgic thing, but allowed the different created personalities of the members to come through, and each leaned into slightly different teen romance styles. Did you prefer movies where the main character got with the sporty boy, the bad boy, the artsy boy, the nerd? Are you maybe bisexual or a lesbian? You get to pick. I personally always liked the nerdy and artsy love interests, so I guess even though I don't really know the members of NewJeans, Yeon's my bias now. The other hilariously nostalgic thing about these music videos was how each of the girls tried to copy their respective love interests, as we saw so many teen movie protagonists and fans do in the early 2000s, and how the other girls were the main character's goofy wingmen. Very classic. Then Hurt leaned into a more dreamlike moment of confession vibe, and Cookie was more theatre kids. When they had their comeback, Ditto continued the romance, and again came with two versions of the music video. Side A was all early high school K-drama vibes, joyful and carefree, while Side B, although actually a shorter video, had a slower, more, I guess, lonely vibe. It was the aftermath, looking back at the time the friends had spent together and their romantic interests, and mourning while also feeling nostalgia for what had passed, while Side A was in the midst of the romantic drama. Side B literally showed a mystery grown-up version of one of the members, presumably many years later, dusting off the box of memories from her high school days. These two music videos resonated with fans and are a great representation of NewJeans' concept. Perhaps, dare I say, NewJeans distilled in a bottle? Side A represents the actual object of your nostalgia, while Side B is you looking back on your past and remembering both the good and the bad. NewJeans are showing us both the universal feeling they're trying to convey and how that should make us feel at the same time. Ditto was one of two tracks on their first single album, which also included OMG, which was a romantic comedy, in this case leaning into all of those rom-coms which, realistically, horribly misused and misportrayed DID for laughs. It included weird dreamscapes, comparisons to fairy tales, fairy tale remakes being another classic early 2000s thing, rotoscope doodles, and supernatural comedy elements. It takes this a step further and leans into breaking the fourth wall like in Ditto, through the reference to the group actually being NewJeans too, and the man post-credits typing comments on the music video itself. So we can see right away through these various music videos that NewJeans have presented their concept of nostalgia through various forms of romantic media, and various genres of romance and teen movie. The next comeback they had was with Super Shy, which was a European holiday romance musical, another classic of the early 2000s. The music video blended K-pop costuming and Y2K styling to a greater extent than their previous music videos. I'm thinking the fits with the shiny gold shirts and the K-pop popular pleated skirts. and as a musical included scenes reminiscent of cheerleader movies and flash mobs of the 2010s. Other music videos included on the album included Get Up, which leaned into Greek myth retellings and matchmaker rom-coms, and the other title ETA, which blended summer party movies and coming-of-age stories with 2010s screen life elements. This album transitioned from the members being the objects of their own love story to vicariously observing others' stories, and the music videos had distinctly more contemporary styling and sets while keeping a hint of the Y2K aesthetic. In Cool With You and ETA, the members were portrayed as something ambiguous along the lines of like shape-shifting helper fairies who could morph into whatever the romance required them to be. Cute girls at a party, photographers, shoulder angels, matchmakers, policemen, and so on. This is an interesting way to take the nostalgia concept, considering with the large quantities of music videos they released with each comeback, they were quickly running out of generic teen movie ideas to be the protagonists of. This supernatural element was also ambiguously explained in the ASAP music video, which showed the girls in the middle of a forest engaged in lots of fairy or spirit activities and showing lots of magical properties, like morphing items and performing telekinesis, and also getting caught in children's books. In what I think was a great creative choice to link this music video to the rest of their library, it leans heavily into the early 2000s fairy movie aesthetics. It's pretty pastel, there's a huge emphasis on flowers and idyllic natural locations, and the costuming and choreography is very Barbie Fairytopia, or even 1999 Midsummer Night's Dream adaptation. You could also argue this leans into some magical realism Studio Ghibli vibes. With their next comeback, Bubblegum leaned hard into the summer road trip home video nostalgia, complete with VHS effects over some shots, blurry, occasionally overexposed handheld shots, and shifts to a 4:3 ratio. It also returns NewJeans to being the protagonists of the story, although even though the lyrics are a love song, the video is about friendship. Sounds familiar for HYBE. The music video for How Sweet continues on from this. This is the part of the coming-of-age road trip movie where something goes wrong and they get stranded and they have to find their way back home, while shenanigans happen. In this case, How Sweet actually is a very unique NewJeans song, because it isn't about romance, but a post-breakup song about how good life is without the love interest. Adding context to Bubblegum too, as the road trip was very clearly a let's all run away from our exes and have fun together kind of trip. The music video has a lot of small town movie nostalgia and goofiness, which perfectly evokes that particular brand of nostalgia. Now again, I haven't usually been talking about Japanese releases here, but Supernatural and Right Now were the last music videos NewJeans released, so they get to be included. And it's a good thing too. Right Now used the Powerpuff Girls collaboration to lean into a magical girl anime and American cartoon nostalgia, showing the power of friendship, and Supernatural went right back into the love stories in a more grungy 80s and 90s inspired subgenre. You know, those movies where the girl works as a car mechanic because she's just so cool and everyone has crazy disco outfits? It also, as suited the title, had supernatural and alien hints, which were leaned into more in the second part of the music video, where the girls had to maintain their regular careers and lives while also hiding their powers and working through misunderstandings in their friendship group. And yeah, that was the last thing NewJeans released. I have no doubt there were many more ways planned for them to lean into nostalgia, and I know at least a few classic American, Australian, and Korean 2000s nostalgic medias they hadn't explored yet, but unfortunately for all of us, Min Hee-jin had to ruin everything for this group with her insanity and drag the girls down with her. Holy moly, I don't know how some people still like her. Anyway, TLDW, NewJeans represented nostalgia, especially for the early 2000s, and to a lesser extent represented the nostalgia of romance specifically. At the start of their careers, this was also kind of used to critique the opulence of the industry. However, as they released more music videos, the videos became crazier with more special effects and so on. I think it would be hard to argue that Supernatural isn't opulent. So that was one way they got their foot in the door and was how they built their fan base. But like with the Sserafim, it was a pretty clear false pretense and was dropped towards the end of their careers. Mind you, maybe I'm just looking too far into it. Like, I kind of doubt that Min Hee-jin was like smart enough to do that to begin with. Now, with that depressing story aside, let's talk about another depressing story. Oh dear. Most of you probably haven't heard of Moonchild, the ill-fated almost sister group of &team from HYBE Japan, back when it was still called HYBE Japan. They're so unknown that they don't appear on HYBE's Wikipedia page under their list of former artists, similarly to GLAM, and a Google search for them provides the Wikipedia page for a Los Angeles-based R&B band which debuted in 2011. Yeah, it's that bad. I mean, at least the Wikipedia page thing is probably because they were mostly under a different company. Strangely enough, I actually did hear about Moonchild before I promptly forgot about them, remembered them for this video, and then realised they'd disbanded almost 2 years ago. RIP. I'd been really excited for them in 2023, if nothing else because of their cool name, but as you'll soon see, they didn't have the best run. Moonchild, like GLAM, weren't fully managed by HYBE. They were a joint project between Japanese company CDL and HYBE's Japanese division. The group originated from a program called Icon-Z Dreams for Children, which was an insanely large-scale project that seems to have been halfway between a survival show, a documentary, and a company audition, run by Japanese company LDH. It has a relatively in-depth fandom wiki page, which I'll link in the description, which tells you about the show in more detail than I'm about to. From my admittedly limited knowledge on the show, it basically seems like anyone could audition for this program, resulting in 48,000 auditions. Whether that was 48,000 each for the male and female versions which ran almost simultaneously, or whether it was 48,000 total across both genders, I don't know. But the point is, a lot of people auditioned, and then through some metric that seems to have been a combination of producer decisions and fan support, not through votes, through other support metrics, members were whittled down. 927 people, again not sure if that's per gender or total, survived the initial audition, and 30 people of each gender were selected to take part in the bulk of the competition. These people were slowly eliminated through an extensive series of battles and missions until both the male and female divisions ended. You can find what seem to be parts of the show on YouTube, which claim to be full episodes, but considering they're only like 20 minutes long, I'm suspicious. I'll link them in the reference document anyway. The male division seems to have ended with the debut of a group called Little League, a 6-member group who are still active today and whose fandom page weirdly lists that all of the members hold microphones while performing. I can only assume the fact that that's notable is a J-pop thing that I'm just not aware of. Like, when it lists that they all hold microphones, it lists that like it's their concept, which just seems very strange to me. Anyway, Little League is part of a supergroup called Exile Tribe, which is basically a collection of all of the male artists under LDH from 2004 to present, and which includes spin-off groups from Icon-Z, which seem to have been created in a spin-off show after the male division ended with Little League. The female division is far simpler. It created Moonchild, had a second trainee group which seemingly went nowhere, and that's it. Wow, female groups getting the brunt of the wackiness again. The final group from the female division was supposed to have 5 members, only they decided to debut 7 members. Except only 5 debuted. Yeah, this is really weird, and if there's any moos watching, I'd love to hear any insights you might have. But the final episode of the female division announced 7 debut members: Unri, Ran, Ua, Mirano, Mina, Hana, and Ria, only with seemingly no announcement as to why Mina and Ria just vanished pre-debut. They don't even appear as former members on any wiki or profile pages for the group. They don't even appear in old content on the Moonchild channel. The oldest videos are only with 5 members. Anyway, these shenanigans should tell you about this group and their fate and management right from the start. But they were at least co-managed by HYBE, so like GLAM, here they are. I just felt that all of that background was necessary for telling you why you've never heard about this group. And just to preface the rest of the section, the only way I can describe this group, especially for people watching this video who are likely K-pop fans, not J-pop fans, is imagine I took Katseye and ENHYPEN and put them in a blender and then added the tiniest hint of Dreamcatcher, Purple Kiss, and &TEAM, then gave them Kachi's debut era budget and sound. Yeah. Look, honestly, on the bright side, Moonchild with more HYBE injected into them would have been a great sister group, Gfriend BTS TXT style, to ENHYPEN and &TEAM, and looking at Moonchild, they may well have at least partially inspired Katseye's wackier concepts. Anyway, before we get to debut, let's talk about Moonchild's name, which will probably help you understand my previous paragraph. The name apparently represents mysteriousness and fragility, and the hope of the group to be bewitching, beautiful, and ever-changing as the moon. Moonchild only released about 9 songs over the course of their 1-year career, 3 of which were from Icon Z to begin with. Their track lists were bulked out with English versions, remixes, and other randomness instead. Moonchild's debut teaser set them up as witches, who were either from the moon, drew their power from the moon, or wanted to take over the moon. That part was a bit ambiguous, but their mystery and power weren't, and it seemed like they were going to have 3 sides: cute and bubbly, femme fatale, and creepy and powerful. So of course, when the actual music video for Don't Blow It came out, after this wonderful and creepy teaser, it was basically Your Turn by Kachi combined with 2016 K-pop aesthetically. Very disappointing. Only Unri's sections in a dark alleyway were even close to the concept promised. Thankfully, the lyrics came through at least a bit. First of all, the album itself was called Delicious Poison, hinting at the theme of desire similarly to ENHYPEN, and the song itself was about how cool the girls are, but also about how they were going to disappear, so if you wanted them, you needed to act quickly. The lyrics also talked about them as delicious poison, and about the possibility of them providing a fairy tale ending, but they were always in control of what you had to do. This was definitely disappointing considering the teaser, but at least there were hints of their teased concept. And they had a clear concept. They represented desire and temptation and power in a far more feminine, confident, and romantic way than ENHYPEN at debut. But the other thing that also set them apart from ENHYPEN was their focus on a fleeting moment. Act now or you'll lose everything, a sense of urgency which ENHYPEN didn't have. Then the photogenic music video teaser portrayed the girls as top celebrities who controlled the world, and perhaps had a darker supernatural side, only for the actual music video to basically just be a dance video with some glamour shots. And the lyrics barely even hinted at their power, temptation, and urgency. There's a trend here of them using the best shots from their music video for the teasers, even though those best shots are only like 1% of the final product, and then adding one line about power to the lyrics and expecting it to do all the heavy lifting. Other original songs on the album like Buzz Buzz and Skydive nicely emphasize the same themes. In fact, Buzz Buzz should have been the title track, considering how consistent the lyrics are. Buzz Buzz is about how the members are the queen bees of the world and control it, and likens their charm to the honey of the queen bee. It's sweet and pulls you in, tempts you but traps you, and in this case is also poison. Skydive focuses more on the fleeting moments of passion and joy you experience in romance, reinforcing the sense of urgency that they encouraged in Don't Blow It. But I think the companies involved really stuffed up. I don't think they had a clear plan for this group, and that's exactly why the debut is all over the place. To make it worse, the album also includes several tracks from their survival show like Lonely, which are nice songs, sure, but they completely destroy the theme of the album. Like, Lonely is a more somber and powerless song about how they were saved from being lonely by the love interest, but the rest of the album is about them being cool and powerful? It gives me tonal whiplash. There's also, of course, the issue with the fact that many of their songs have a very sexual implication when 3 of the group members were minors at the time. They also had a birthday teaser pre-debut, which I think was supposed to create an image of mystery and uniqueness, but which in reality just ended up being very bizarre. Like, it was supposed to be a fun and sweet party, but they showed the members kissing and they covered their eyes and they took feet pics. Very open for bad interpretation, as many of the comments pointed out. But, as many of the comments also pointed out, sexualizing kids is nothing new for HYBE. Moonchild had their first and only comeback at the end of 2023, with 2 songs, Friends Are For, the title track, and Warning. By this point, Ran, the eldest member and main vocalist, had been on hiatus for health issues, and apparently had also been enduring inappropriate behaviour and language from a staff member, so not a good sign. Friends Are For completely abandoned their previous concept in favour of a generic friendship is cool concept. Not even the power of friendship, which could have been a good connection to their previous concept. Instead, just friendship being fun. It looks like a music video which should have been released in 2005, not 2023. The fact that the music video is 8 minutes might give you hope that there was something storyline based here, but that's literally just because after the base music video, it just plays the performance version. Weird. Like, the literal only interesting thing about this is that there's one line about them being a colourful team, so maybe they could have been magical girls, considering, especially, you know, the moon? And there's like one line vaguely alluding to them having power, but even that's a stretch. Ugh. Another girl group with an initially unique concept lost to the purgatory of generic cute concept. Let's hope this revitalizes our group. They also released a performance video for Warning, which was darker in tone and about being conflicted in love. This was definitely closer to their previous concept, as they talked about having power in the relationship, for instance by having the other party on a string, but it also just sounded like an XG ripoff song. More on that in a moment. Both Warning and Friends Are For also seemed to lean more towards the Icon Z original songs like Lonely, which suggests to me that fans preferred those songs to their actual group releases. Either that or CDL was actually insane and were hallucinating. In April 2024, LDH announced that the group would be disbanding at the end of the month. The announcement thanked the fans and said that the members had decided to move on to different careers, which were actually, and interestingly, explicitly mentioned. Unri and Murano were going to continue work with the company. Ruan was still recovering and working on music production, Ua was leaving to focus more on dance, and Hana was focusing on her studies. And that was the end of Moonchild. They're a very interesting group, and I actually considered whether or not I should even include them in this video, because, and I bet I'm gonna sound like a crazy HYBE stan for saying this, but like, HYBE didn't seem to have any real impact on their success or lack thereof. First of all, I genuinely believe there was no way HYBE would ever create a group this disorganized. Like, even GLAM weren't this bad. But even beyond that, we have hard evidence. CDL, the subsidiary of LDH, were always the main producers of Moonchild, with HYBE Japan as co-producers. The only thing HYBE Japan really seemed to have contributed to them is including them in WeverseCon 2023. They only ever had the barest hints of a HYBE-style concept, and it seems like CDL wanted them to be similar to XG. After XG's success post-debut, we've seen many other groups following their model, a Japanese group with unique costuming and quirky styling, who sing almost entirely in English and have a unique and often supernatural concept with an emphasis on female power and confidence. For the record, I think Cosmosi is another similar group, but they're already doing far better than Moonchild. The fact of the matter is that CDL clearly didn't understand what made XG unique, their concept, and basically erased Moonchild's concept even from debut. This is the kind of thing I can never imagine HYBE doing if they had more control of the group, based on the evidence of literally every other HYBE group I've discussed so far. HYBE at least would have put them on music shows. Similarly to From Us 9, it seems like Moonchild were never fully integrated into the HYBE model, and they kind of ended up being GLAM 2.0 but with a worse concept. Oof. But for the sake of completion, I've decided to keep them here. Hopefully at least one person is learning that they exist from this video. But after all of those depressing stories of NewJeans and Moonchild, and also kind of from Us9, let's talk about a super happy and exciting story. And what better group to get our moods up than... Now, considering how obsessed I am with them, you may think that TXT were the ones to whom you owe this video, and considering how long I talked about them for, they are indeed important and well loved by me. But actually, I was inspired to make this video by a group I don't even stan, BOYNEXTDOOR. Yes, really. I've always liked a few of BOYNEXTDOOR's songs and love how they all seem to enjoy performing, which is like the single biggest thing I look for in an idol. I've also enjoyed some of their wacko variety moments, specifically Woonak and Leehan on Subin's My Fave's Fave, and Jaehyun emceeing with Hanbin. But I've never actually fully got into the group for one reason or another, a state which, I'm not gonna lie, has not changed at time of writing this script or even at time of recording. But even if I'm not an active one door, I can still recognise how great BOYNEXTDOOR's concept is and how much they exemplify the HYBE model. When I saw their performances of Hollywood action at the end of year award shows in 2025, I was blown away with their commitment to their concept, and I thought, wait, all HYBE groups do this. Wait, this is how HYBE took over. Hence this video. So you can thank Mr. Fishman and, oh my goodness, let me tell you about Baseball Baby for this video. BOYNEXTDOOR debuted in May 2023 with a 3-track single album in which each of the tracks was also a title track, making them the only K-pop group I know of who have debuted with triple title tracks. I know of groups with dual title track debuts and triple title track albums, but a triple title track debut? That put them on people's radar. The 3 tracks were But I Like You, One and Only, and Serenade. Each had its own music video, and they established a very unsurprising concept for BOYNEXTDOOR. You may not believe me, you know, but BOYNEXTDOOR's concept is all about being the boy next door. Yep, wow. But actually, this is a really good name for the group. It very clearly advertises them to non-fans, and their concept nicely backs it up. Not every HYBE group's name is a perfect representation of their concept. Like, what is ENHYPEN or ANTEAM? What is NewJeans? These names mean nothing to me, but BOYNEXTDOOR instantly evokes a clear idea of what this group are about. But on a deeper level than just romance, BOYNEXTDOOR are about nostalgia, idealism, agency, and fame. The nostalgia of the era of a billion BOYNEXTDOOR films. The nostalgia of the literal boy next door that a lot of us would have experienced growing up. I unfortunately didn't get to. And the idealism of romance as viewed through the eyes of a child or young teenager. Also the agency and fame of the film industry, how the actor who portrayed the boy next door moved through life and through film roles, gained and lost fame, and so on. And how both the actor and the character he played lacked agency in the story and had to follow the whims of the producers and scripts. Hence, we get a lot of little nods to the knowledge that the members are, in fact, in a story, and at least some parts of it are ridiculous and overly idealised. For instance, in One and Only, Riwoo sings, "I'm not just a stereotype." They've literally been typecast as the cute boy next door and want to show different sides of themselves, but the story hasn't allowed them to yet. This focus on nostalgia and film history, especially of the early 2000s, makes me feel like they'd be the perfect brother group for NewJeans, as we'll see later on. Or, honestly, now that NewJeans are kinda dead, Sserafim. The two groups obviously have unique themes, but are at the same time almost the male and female version of each other. BOYNEXTDOOR's debut music videos also show how these universal concepts have been interpreted by the group. They're high energy, feel good, and comedic. The music videos switch between scenes, include wacko comedic moments, and show the shenanigans and disasters of teen love. Both the development of the BOYNEXTDOOR and the comedy of their story were shown in their comeback with But Sometimes, which shows how the BOYNEXTDOOR became more of a bad boy over time and experienced frustration with the ever-changing whims of the female protagonist, likely in a love triangle. It also includes hilarious lyrics poking fun at the idealization of the boy next door, like Sungho's line, quote, "I widened my shoulders so you could lean on me, but now they just make it harder to move through the metro." Like, this is the type of epic content I'm here for, Boy Next Door. The sudden shifts they provide from romance to wacky fourth wall breaking comedy really cements both their uniqueness in the industry and their concept of the idealization and lack of agency of the boy next door. Jaehyun's rap is like literal fire in terms of realizing this concept. Let me regale you. Quote, "Okay, cut, I'm out. This is the final episode. Free to watch movies, TV series I put off. Now I'm used and useless, gotta get a makeover. My clothes, my hair, even the way I walk, alright. Sure, you're not the mean one. Let's just say I'm the mean one. Alright. We can't just be friends. La la da da." Epic. Like, every sentence of that was brilliant 10 out of 10 Boy Next Door content. Mind you, Jaehyun's raps are often the best part of Boy Next Door songs, conceptually, in my opinion. Well, is Jaehyun my bias now? Not to mention that they have a comedically random moment of vindictiveness towards the end of the song where they burn down the neighbourhood and gloat about how they've moved on to be happy with friends, but the female love interest is crying from all of her breakups. ABCD Love similarly reflects on the breakup and how they looked like a fool to mindlessly chase the female love interest the way they did. Both the music video and the performance version of the music video are edited with a mobile phone aspect ratio, giving them a quirky, almost screen-life vibe and showing the importance of the phone as both a tool in the romance and a way for the audience to view and dictate via their consumption the course of the romance and the boys' lives. This less serious layout also reinforces the less serious tone of the song compared to But Sometimes. Just because we were talking about Boy Next Door and NewJeans, I'll also mention here that, like, NewJeans' music videos work quite hard to portray the 5 members as different individuals. Similarly with things like &TEAM and ENHYPEN's music videos. Those people, the members, are all individuals. Boy Next Door, the 6 members make up a single individual. They're like different aspects of the same person. Earth, Wind & Fire, which, by the way, is one of their best songs, continues the story of the love triangle, this time explicitly talking about the feelings of being in the love triangle, with the girl maybe seeing the other boy and with her indecision over whether to choose the members or that boy being frustrating. They basically provide all of the reasons why they should be her final choice, how much they love her, their manners and respect for her, their dedication and willingness to even lose their pride to follow and love her, and so on. The music video also continues their aesthetic of being inside a film or TV show, this time with a more retro vibe. After this, their first album trilogy, appropriately about a love triangle, Boy Next Door came back with Dangerous and Nice Guy. Dangerous desperately tried to convince the audience that the boys were going through their emo rebellious phase, breaking rules and doing risky things. The Boy Next Door actor was breaking out of his typical role and becoming a bad boy, but the music video and lyrics showed that they just didn't have it in them to be truly bad. They stayed up late partying, right? But the party was just karaoke? They didn't even seem to be drinking while doing it. They snuck away without telling their parents, but they still picked up their parents' phone call to tell them what they were doing. They said they were unpredictable, but they also never crossed the line. They wanted the dopamine hit of feeling bad without actually offending people. The hilariously tame scenes of the music video contrast with the fake bad lyrics of the song to create a comedic story about our boy next door just trying really hard to be cool. Nice Guy had a similar, although less extreme, contrast. The lyrics weren't as bad guy as Dangerous, but they still said they could make a scarecrow tremble, even though the only thing trembling in that scene was an inflatable tube man. They tried to be cool, but towards the end of the song, they clearly realised they weren't as cool as they thought and just devolved into begging the love interest to say yes and come over. Now let me quickly talk about If I Say I Love You, which was a digital single the group released. The only thing I want to mention about this is that both the music video and the lyrics showed the boy next door well and truly in the middle of his loserhood. Nothing was going right for him, he was pathetic and useless, and he kept getting himself into dumb and awkward situations. Hilarious music video. Their next comeback was with I Feel Good, which, despite being seemingly a less rebellious song, was actually far more rebellious than Dangerous could ever hope to be. Instead of rebelling by trying to be bad boys, in I Feel Good, the group actually rebelled by ignoring their status as the love interests for the protagonist, ignoring their boy next door concept, and just doing whatever they wanted with no thoughts as to meaning or the themes of the film or what others thought. They were going to erase the film itself and make the world go crazy. I can just imagine if the actor doing this on set, everyone would kill the actor. That's why he lost his fame. Everyone hated him. The fact that this allows them to actually get a sense of freedom and joy, in contrast to their previous comebacks, shows how trapped they were in the film and makes us as the audience question, again, the agency and over-idealization of the boy next door, and the nature of his fame which boxes him in. Now, it's time to take a quick mini detour to their Japanese release Count to Love, which in my mind cements them as the brother group of NewJeans, as they're literally wacko spirit things which attempt to help a man in his love life. Like NewJeans, they appear to the male protagonist and take on roles throughout the story to attempt to help him fix the relationship. But just as everything he does goes wrong, so does everything they do. Their most recent comeback with Hollywood action has shown the aftermath of rebellion in I Feel Good. The boy next door actor has rebelled and he felt good about it, but he clearly failed, and as Count to Love implies, he didn't like being an unsuccessful background character, so he's back in Hollywood and back in the spotlight. It's another very meta music video with very meta lyrics. I love Sungho and Jaehyun's shared part at the start of the song, which references the song and film's own audience being shocked at the actor's return. Quote, "Here comes a gentleman, I'm him, the guy you know. Quick, change the frame and check the credit." The lyrics talk about how the actor is willing and even implied to be desperate, to try anything, and can take over any scene or genre on his path to gain money and fame, and presumably leave behind his past as a cute little boy next door. And the music video wonderfully backs this up. It includes a wacko and psychedelic amalgamation of different film styles and genres which the group cycle through, and includes many fun film references, as well as a bunch of editor and script comments which show up in the different scenes, like "Don't try this at home" and "More sparks." At the end of the music video, they seemingly achieve their fame. They go to a gala, win an award, and appear in the newspaper. But it's all fake. The gala is clearly part of a set, which the camera starts outside of, and the red carpet has a line down the middle where two sections were connected. The award they won was actually just stolen from a woman by Ryu, and the newspaper is fake. It's literally just the credits of the music video. So, will the boy next door succeed in his dream to gain fame again? Tune in next comeback to find out. The immersion of Boy Next Door's comebacks through the blending of reality and fiction, and the layers of story with the real audience, the real idols, the fictional audience and actor, and the characters the actors play, all playing key roles and interacting with each other across time, space, language, and screen, is such a brilliant and kooky idea. And this continues into their award show performances, which were, like I said, one of the things that reminded me of this great concept. The Mnet Music Awards, in which the boys hold an award show within an award show for their own music videos, and by extension for the boy next door actor and his characters, is such a genius layered idea, even using Mama announcers, branding, and graphics to create a greater sense of realism. They even referenced their previous performances and music videos through new film references to keep the timeline straight. I think their choreographies are the cherry on top of their content. They always look like they're on the verge of falling on their faces like losers, but they always keep it together with the power of passion and love for the main character. This kind of content is what allows them to aesthetically explore a concept of romance and nostalgia, which actually is just a veil for their real themes of agency and the idealization and idolization of the boy next door. This is how they have wide-reaching appeal to non-fans through their fake concept and deeper appeal to fans through their true concept and exploration of romance and fame in a unique, comedic and energetic way. I mean, how many boy next doors do you know who have happy and famous lives with no drama 20 years later? Yeah, that's right. I'd never watched a Boy Next Door music video before I started writing this script, and I'd only ever listened to a few of their songs, but I still had enough faith in their concept and thought it was good and well executed enough that I wrote 32,000 words of script without even looking into them more, because I knew they wouldn't let me down. That's how strong of a feeling they could give a non-fan, because both the wide and niche appeal aspects of their concept are that good and well executed. And their story didn't disappoint. I have no doubt that I'll become a one-door eventually, but for now, I think my love of them, even without being a fan of them, is evidence enough as to their concept. And their brilliant, sometimes subtle, but often not critique of their own stereotyping. What a slaveful group. But now that we've had a moment to appreciate the group who started it all in terms of this video, we unfortunately have to leave Boy Next Door behind. Because HYBE hadn't had enough yet. They had much more expanding to do. Much more expanding. I'm grouping these three together because 1, they have less content, 2, my commentary on them recycles a lot of analysis from previous segments by virtue of us now having looked at 14 groups, and 3, they're the 2024 babies. At the start of 2022, HYBE had 3 groups they debuted in-house, and 4 acquired groups under their subsidiaries, and BTS and TXT were the only 2 of these groups who had been under HYBE for more than 2 years. I mean, technically Gfriend had, but no one else had. Only 3 years later, at the start of 2025, they debuted an extra 8 groups across 3 countries, a massive expansion and acceleration which must have been the result of a huge effort from the company. On the bright side, they didn't skimp on the quality. On the downside, fans thought they skimped on the quality, and fan opinion is as good as fact in the K-pop industry. Ahem. Anyway, so let's discuss these groups. I've split them into 2024 babies in this section and 2025 babies coming up next. The first group of 2024 is TOUS, who debuted under Pledis in January. The group was set up from the start as 17's little brothers, with Hoshi showcasing the faceless members to the public in 2023, and with them being the first boy group to debut under Pledis in the 9 years since 17. As you'd expect from all of this, the group seemed at least somewhat poised to take over from 17 as they entered their period of military service. They were almost certainly never going to live up to 17's popularity and variety notoriety, but they took on many aspects of 17's concept, especially their concept when they were younger, the energetic love songs, and more importantly, the theme of growth. TOUS is all about the experience of young boyhood and boyhood growth, but in an explicitly brighter and less traumatic way than TXT and without the emphasis on healing that 17 had. Their concept of boyhood is apparently so important, even to their external aesthetic concept, that explicit attention has been drawn to it through their marketing, through their genre being labelled boyhood pop. This marketing strategy is apparently so notable that their Wikipedia page talks about it even. So, TOUS released a pre-debut with Oh My My and debuted with Plot Twist. Right from the start, their goal of connecting with fans and showing the experience of youth was shown through the video for Oh My My, which started with a documentary-style interview segment of the members talking about their debut preparations. It also showed candid footage of them practicing and preparing together, literally opening with them telling each other the day is here. The video then transitions from them preparing to perform for a board to the actual music video. This is a super charming music video which aims to express the group's hard work and charm. It's basically a super glorified performance video which showcases them dancing in different places around the world and in different seasons to show their confidence that, as the song says, they can take a place in your heart and charm you in only 7 seconds. It also shows them in the practice room and back in their performance to the board, showing how even though they're confident they'll become the next big thing, they're still going to put in hard work as if they're on the border of life and death. This is like exactly how I'd expect 17 to be debuted in the 5th gen, and this single 6-minute video perfectly showcases what this group is about, and how honest and genuine they're being, showing you their fears and showing you the behind the scenes of their debut, which is exactly why HYBE made this video for their debut. Their actual debut plot twist is about a sweet school romance. The music video is super candid and comedic, showing their goal of connecting with their fans through the experience of boyhood. It shows tons of everyday moments, getting caught in awkward moments where you fell over or waved at the wrong person and have to try and salvage the situation. The fact that HYBE managed to both perfectly replicate the appeal of 17's concept and also differentiate this from them is so amazing. This replicates the joy of music videos like Ad You Nice while also being fresh for the 5th gen. TOUS also released a music video for the B-side BFF, which starts on a strong note right off the bat, showing the members taking candid videos at school. Throughout the music video, these videos, shown through the phone screen, are included, which perfectly replicate the wacko silly videos lots of school students film when they're bored, like riding library trolleys and doing funny dances. And the lyrics reflect the joy of finding the perfect friends in high school, coming together, realizing there's an instant connection, and knowing your lives will be linked forever. You'll celebrate victories and cry about defeats together and dominate each other's stories. TOUS's pre-release for their first comeback with Hey Hey nicely follows on from BFF. While BFF took place during school hours and showed the initial connection, Hey Hey perfectly captures the sense of freedom you get as soon as the final school bell rings, and you can go out to have fun with your friends, even down to the tired late-night bus ride home. It's a great example of how HYBE's summer releases aren't just summer for the point of it, but are the universal themes of the group which are then interpreted in a summer-friendly kind of way, if applicable. Then, If I'm S Can You Be My N leaned hard into the odd nature of high school romance, where you kind of want to be the opposite to the other person, opposites attract, as the song title says, versus wanting to appeal yourself to them by taking on all of their hobbies and interests. It also conveys the need to split your time in high school between your studies, your hobbies, time with friends, and your dreams. And it has a comedic power of friendship thing going on with the boys learning telekinesis, only for it to fail in the end. They also released a special video for Keep On, which was made up of videos taken by the members during activities in a film reel and VHS style. This was a great video to show the group's core theme of making memories with each other as they grew and with fans. Did it matter that 99% of these clips were probably staged? Definitely not to the fans, who were freaking out in the comment sections about memories and the group's authenticity, especially in comparison to the supposedly trash staff. Countdown leads in from the last festival, showing the bittersweet nature of graduation and the need to choose your path in life. The members are caught between different options, and while they're happy to experience new things, they also have lots of failures, crashing cars, burning their food, and getting lost. Again, I haven't really been talking about Japanese releases here, but it is interesting to note that their Japanese debut plonks them right in the middle of first year uni. While I'm talking about this, I'll also mention that TOUS use a very high level of Korean/Japanese in their promotions, both in terms of they have fewer English lyrics than most groups, and in terms of most of their song titles being in Korean or Japanese with no English title. This gives them a subtly more authentic and old school K-pop vibe, especially when combined with their music videos, which capture universal emotions and memories of youth, many of which are hard to explain in words. Even their fans have noticed it, commenting similar things under music videos like the last festival. They're yet another great example on this list of how HYBE have, through BTS, perfected their method of making artists feel more authentic and organic while maintaining that same essential K-pop polish. This is convenient to mention here because their Japanese debut doesn't have a solid English title translation, but it's basically just meeting someone for the first time and greeting them. Head, shoulders, knees, toes drops them right into work life, being torn between their love for a more creative pursuit and, well, Korean office culture. Of course, their creativity wins. And Overdrive, the title track for their 4th album, expresses the awkward stage of life in uni where your parents start to give you less support, but you're still kind of stuck in that high school mentality. Certainly in Tuas's case, in terms of romance at least. What's the difference between childhood and adult love? Responsibility? Juggling priorities? Greater consequences? They're still finding out. The balance between work, play, and life responsibilities in this album was a great progression from Countdown, honestly. And this is how they have wide appeal. They literally appeal to a wide range of boyhood and manhood, I guess, memories. Tuas have released a huge amount of musical content in their 2 years as a group. Congrats to them no longer being rookies too, by the way, which has really allowed them to develop their concept, show its progression, and cement themselves in the industry, just in time for 17's military service. That said though, I feel like their concept's moving a bit too fast. They went from high school to graduation to first jobs to uni in the span of 2 years. There's only so much further their storyline can go before they become too old to be talking about boyhood anymore. In the story, not in real life, in the story. It's just a bit I'm curious to see where it ends up. So, TLDW, their concept is boyhood and boyhood memories, friends, romance, school, uni, work, and growing responsibility. They're nicely differentiated from 17 as they have more of an energetic, joyful theme, and less emphasis on negative emotions, personal growth, and healing. And they're differentiated from TXT as Tuas's interpretation of youth is heavily masculine and about traditionally masculine experiences, responsibilities, and hobbies, while TXT's supernatural interpretation of youth makes it largely genderless. The next group HYBE debuted was Illit in March 2024. Illit had been created through Are You Next, which was the 3rd in-house survival show that HYBE had run after Island and Audition, marking HYBE's clear intention to continue their presence in the world of survival shows, even if they weren't necessarily crazy enough to do it every year like Mnet. Are You Next was the spiritual successor to Island. Although the Island brand went over to Mnet, Are You Next kept a similar structure, with 22 contestants and a mission progression including a series of battles, mostly with HYBE group songs to determine new position grades, this time with high, mid, and low. It also, as in Island, included a combination of fan voting and producer picks to make the final lineup. Only Are You Next went a step further and had 4 out of 6 members chosen by producers, causing some fan controversy. Youngso left the group pre-debut, and Illit debuted with Magnetic. Right off the bat, there was a hint they might take over Gfriend's role in the HYBE universe, with a glass bead featured in Magnetic. And this is a reasonable assumption. Illit did end up with their own webtoon, Summer Moon, which was about a dreamlike world and a scenario where the girls basically become magical girls and have to juggle that while pursuing the hottest boy in school. So, similar enough to Gfriend, although I kind of also believe that Sserafim's webtoon might have been what Gfriend would have been given as well. In line with this eventual story, Magnetic establishes a very clear concept for Illit. They represent dreams and the strange nature of many dreams, déjà vu, sudden changes in the dreamscape, etc., and optimism and wishes. Magnetic literally had some weird liminal spaces. It was very dreamlike. Lucky Girl Syndrome nicely backed up Magnetic to present the group as one who were determined to be in charge of their own dreamscape and story, but not through overwhelming power and willpower like Moonchild, instead just through the power of belief and optimism. I think this sweet and positive concept about changing your story with soft power is quite likely why Illit ended up with such a female-heavy fandom for a girl group. Cherish My Love continued this, including more liminal spaces and dreamscapes, and reinforced their magical realism concept, with things like the glowing teeth and their teeth making heart-shaped holes in the paper strips. The liminal dentist office is also a great setting for this kind of dream. Lots of people dream about things they fear, in this case like a dental tool monster which they have to defeat with their magical girl dream powers. Even their music creates this dreamlike feeling, the often repetitive choruses, the unique instrumentals, and sometimes even almost droning background sounds like white noise. This, combined with some of their trippier music video elements, means that, I think Tic Tac almost actually sent me into a trance, like my brain literally went all fuzzy. Speaking of Tic Tac, it is of course very dreamy, in this case leaning into dreams we might have of confessing to our crush at school, or being stuck in weird school situations. I'm not really sure how it's possible to make a school liminal like this, but they managed to do it. As with all good liminal spaces, there's just enough realism to make it mostly make sense, but something's just slightly off. Illit had their second comeback with their third album, Bomb, in June 2025, which dived right back into their magical girl dream and optimism concepts. The magic, literally represented by magical girl paraphernalia, had been taken, and the girls had to unlock their powers to get it back. This was communicated through a super wacko and dreamlike sequence where little gummy bears were eaten by the members in a video game-esque sequence. I don't know the members of Illit, but I think the girl who says "remember the magic inside you" at the end is Mocha. Anyway, the point is, remember the magic inside you, i.e. remember your soft power and how you can manifest things through optimism. Do the Dance uses the sample from the 5-Star Stories, which is very similar to many retro disco songs, think ABBA, to create a more dreamlike tone, and the opening sequence of the music video with the bike brakes not working and them almost running over the cat is literally straight out of a dream. And their optimism and wish concept is shown as they literally dream themselves onto the Ferris wheel. Same with Jellius, which also reinterprets their concept in a video game format, and Not Cute Anymore. Not Cute Anymore has a more mellow sound and references rock and Y2K concepts, possibly inherited from NewJeans post-lawsuit, but still maintains that dreamlike aesthetic and concept, especially through the rapidly and weirdly changing scenes. Not Cute Anymore and Not Me mark a likely shift in Illit's direction, although of course we don't really know yet considering these are their most recent releases and they're only singles, not an album. The two have a darker tone and reject the general public's many, often incorrect, perceptions of the group. In the context of their previous releases, we can also see that their soft power is maintained. In Not Me, they survive the hatred of the internet through maintaining their sense of self and sense of optimism, not outwardly as they did before, but in terms of their optimism to keep on going, like their self-determination to just keep going no matter what. This draws a contrast between Not Me, which is the real world, and Not Cute Anymore, which is the dream world. In the dream world, weird things happen and they get in dangerous situations, but they're never truly in danger. But in Not Me, they have less power and are literally stalked. The only thing keeping them going is their own internal strength, and they may actually be in legitimate physical danger. So, TLDW, Illit are about dreams and soft internal strength, through wishes and optimism. Belief and hope are what give them power. And just before we move on, I'm sorry to bring this up here, but it is topical. I genuinely don't understand how people can genuinely think that Illit plagiarized NewJeans. Their concepts are completely different, as are their aesthetics. Taking a moment to look at basically anything about the two groups shows that this doesn't make sense. but that makes sense considering the one making the accusation is Min Hee-jin of all people. Holy moly, never let her near another group again! But even putting aside Min Hee-jin being Min Hee-jin, I also think that 99% of plagiarism accusations in K-pop don't actually make sense if you look at them, so this is nothing new. Anyway, HYBE weren't going to run a survival show every year, right? But for some reason they decided to run 2 in 2023. Weird, but whatever. Actually, I think they also ran Aoen High in 2023. So they did they did 3 in 2023. That's weird. Let's talk Katseye, the only survival show in history where no one complained about the name of the final group. Katseye were formed through Dream Academy, a survival show which aimed to create a global girl group, HYBE's first American group, basically, through a collaboration with Geffen Records. There were 20 contestants and a combination of judge scores and fan votes determined the final 6-member lineup in late 2023. Katseye first started promoting in June 2024, although I don't think anyone really knows when they debuted for sure, because they said debut wasn't their debut and they emphasized that in the song, but also it was literally their debut into the industry, and then was Touch their debut or was Sis their debut? Some people consider debut as their debut anyway, and they had such a lengthy pre-debut period if Sis was their debut, so I'll just say they started promoting with debut. Regardless of what it's classified as, debut was a turning point in K-pop and in HYBE's history. This was their declaration of their intention to literally take over the world. No one was super shocked when they debuted a Japanese group in &TEAM, but this was HYBE's first American group, and marked the start of their expansion on the international pop front. Katseye also marked the current end of a very interesting progression under HYBE, that being their struggle with the concept of confidence and female power. GLAM were originally supposed to have that concept, but obviously had issues with, you know, that one girl blackmailing a guy and stuff like that. Then Sserafim developed on the concept GLAM had and were very successful for it. Moonchild and Katseye have many similarities, including the global focus and the I'm the Queen energy, but obviously Moonchild too were met with disbandment. Right now, Katseye and Sserafim occupy very similar spaces, as many pairs of HYBE groups do. 17 and 2us, BTS and TXT, NewJeans and Illit, ENHYPEN and RM, and so on. Both groups are about perceived authenticity and confidence, but while Sserafim show that concept through the metaphor of the phoenix and religious imagery, and have more of a focus on growing stronger, Katseye are just confident from the start, and represent this through the idea that they don't care what you think and they will do what they want regardless. Katseye also, as fits their status as an American group, have a far more Americanized spin on this, and by that I don't mean conceptually or musically. They're very much a K-pop and Korean style group, and no girl group debuted in America without the influence of K-pop would be like this. What I mean is that the way their authenticity and confidence is portrayed is in a very Americanized way. The Americanized and provocative styling, the perceived freedom, and the perceived lack of media training to be able to argue with audiences about every little scandal. The coming outs, the boyfriends, the multicultural nature of the group. These are all things that American audiences value because they're considered essential to an artist's agency in a US context. Sserafim doesn't have these things. They've had some comments that arguably show their freedom and confidence directed at audiences, and they have things like Yeonjun's I'm Not a Doll, but they're still respectful and demure K-pop idols, and Yeonjun only gets to be that way from HYBE's perspective because she's American anyway. So yeah, that's the distinction between Sserafim and Katseye, explaining why they feel so similar but also have important differences. So, well, I've already spoiled Katseye's concept for you, but they're all about confidence, with no growth, just being confident from the start, and also represent multiculturalism and unique authenticity. Debut firmly establishes this. Right from the start, they were stereotypical confident American artists, acting like they were at the height of their careers before they even debuted, and everything was easy for them. No depressing documentary like Sserafim to show their growth. Nope, they were top-notch from the start. HYBE were doing their best to convince you that all of the members are just naturally talented, a more idealized concept in American pop history as opposed to trained and manufactured like those dirty K-pop idols. Part of this marketing was also their desperate attempt to separate themselves from their K-pop label, which is a complete stunt and has never actually worked. Stop promoting on music shows if you want to be American. Part of Katseye's interpretation of confidence is also in a more explicitly feminine way than Le Sserafim. They're a classic girl power American group who are trying to be girl power even within a capitalistic and patriarchal music industry. Okay, right? Normal, right? Only the way HYBE decided to portray this was, as with every girl group like this ever, by just sexualizing them a bunch and making them hyper feminine. Always. Lovely. Anyway, Katseye's second song, Touch, reinforced debut, this time with a nice romantic or anti-romantic vibe. Girl power via not letting yourself be stuck in bad, unsatisfying relationships, being assertive and setting boundaries. For their debut EP, Soft is Strong, they had both Touch and My Way as title tracks, which nicely expressed both ideas. Touch was stronger and more assertive, while My Way was more about soft power and confidence, and was slower in pace. It also had a very American beach lyric video. See guys, we swear we aren't K-pop! The final two tracks of the EP, I'm Pretty and Tonight I Might, reinforced the feminine confidence idea. However, they were both a bit weird. They showed more vulnerability, which is fine, but they kind of, or sometimes just straight up explicitly, advocated for being confident by just putting a mask on. Like, I'm Pretty was about the power of makeup in terms of confidence, but it also said, quote, I'm not afraid to cover up, put on a front, put on a face, and show it off. Like, shouldn't you have the confidence to show yourself as you are without any hiding? This is a weird glitch in their concept, and it feels a bit icky that it seems to encourage people to cover up their supposed flaws and their sadness and hurt to fit in, which seems counterintuitive to being confident with your true self. The other notable thing at this time was the release of their documentary, which I basically only want to note because it was basically designed to show how great the members were a lot of the time. Whether it worked or not is debatable, but it really emphasized how great many of them were. Manon and Lara were perfect right from the start. Danielle and Megan were always super skilled and also worked hard, etc. It fed into the illusion that not only had they picked the most talented trainees possible, but also that these girls had natural, organic talent which only needed to be encouraged, not manufactured. Anyway, then we get on to the one, the only, Gnarly, which launches us right back into their 100% feminine confidence, no holes, no falsehoods concept. And the beauty of this comeback was that it was wonderfully prepared, carefully polished, and well considered to represent the concept of the group. And then everyone thought it was the most trash thing to ever hit the internet. But that was the whole point. The music video shows the members dancing, confident and in control no matter what happens around them or what people say of them, and dance they did. When the backlash hit as the music video dropped, they didn't release an apology, make a statement, or back down. They just kept on, going to music shows and performing like it meant nothing. And it truly did mean nothing, because the performance was the whole point. The impression given was that they were confident enough to perform even when everyone hated it. Therefore, either the girls are great, the song is great, or both. Like, you can't be confident if both you and the song are trash. And thus, Gnarly became super successful. Even HYBE/Gfriend's unwillingness to apologize for controversies related to the music video, like the fly sex scene or the porn sounds, added to the strong and unapologetic front the group put on, while contributing to the noise they made. And we know this was tailored for this group because HYBE would never pull something like this with either 1, a Korean group, or 2, a group they thought couldn't back up the facade in the performance department. They knew Katseye had the skill and the stage presence, K-pop style stage presence by the way, to execute this comeback as needed. This absurdity was a great way to make Gabriella even more successful. The outrage from Gnarly made Gabriella look even more artistic and interesting by association, and the music video fed heavily into their absurd, unique confidence and femininity. This was nicely expressed through the music video, which shifts from retro TV to modern, and between aspect ratios. The layers of story and television added to their sense of power as they dominated over the decades, and added to their authenticity as they poked fun at themselves as a group and at public perception that they were fighting. The chaotic nature of the music video nicely prefaced the name of their second album, Beautiful Chaos, which also expressed this chaos through triple title tracks, Gabriella, Game Boy, and Gnarly. Gnarly was the insanity, Gabriella was the classic, generally perceived as beautiful and artistic aspect, and Game Boy was the more romantic soft concept, although given a unique twist with the gaming aspect. The 3 present very different ideas of the group, but again, it has been tailored for their performance skill, so even though fans protested and said HYBE didn't care, they still found something to like in the album. And of course, their confidence to do all 3 concepts was a very clear declaration of their confident concept in general, and the confidence of the members on stage was always going to be perceived as more authentic by fans than literally anything HYBE could ever do. Internet Girl has just reinforced all of this. More confidence, more femininity, more noise, more authenticity with fan videos and comments used in the visualizer, and so on. Lines like, quote, "It isn't my fault that it's always my turn," and "jealousy's overrated," evoke the same ideas as Debut and Touch, while combining them with the chaos of Gnarly and Gabriella. All in all, everyone complains about Katseye all the time, and there always seems to be drama, to the point that the group seems unpolished to many. But all of this is just part of the marketing. The members' supposed lack of media training reinforces the idea that they're an authentic group with agency, and the portrayal of them as confident and skilled performers, even right from the start when they joined HYBE, creates the impression of authentic confidence, as opposed to the initially feigned confidence the Sserafim portray. Moreover, this skill, the multicultural nature of the group, and their supposed agency are appealing to and valued by American audiences, explaining exactly why Katseye were able to become so successful when Vicha weren't. Vicha just didn't market to anyone in particular. Yeah, so one thing I wanted to reiterate, just because I didn't say it explicitly here, is like American audiences seem to have a really big, like, they really stress the idea of talent, right? Either you're talented or you're not. And Katseye are marketed as all of the members have inherent talent or something like some inherent star power, whereas Korean audiences appreciate the value of hard work. So a lot of Korean shows, or like even if we're comparing Le Sserafim, Katseye's documentary was all about how the members were great right from the start. Like, Lara literally showed up and they were like, she's instantly number 1. She didn't have to practice, she didn't have to do nothing, she was just the best right from the start. Whereas Le Sserafim's documentary is about how they're working really hard to get where they are. They're putting in the effort, they're dedicated to their fans, that kind of thing. So you can see the difference in marketing towards an American audience and towards a Korean audience. Out of the progression of GLAM to Le Sserafim to Moonchild to From Us9's Unlock My World to Katseye, I actually think Katseye are the most prepared and polished, despite seeming the least polished. It's because HYBE are getting maximum value for effort out of the group and have manipulated audiences to the point that they don't even know they're being manipulated anymore. Unlike Le Sserafim, who seem more polished but who have been called out many times for supposedly being unskilled and manipulating fans with their documentary. Like, people call out Katseye for noise marketing, but there are far greater inherent manipulations in the group, like the idea that all of the members were inherently, like, born talented. and people don't notice those things. The noise marketing is designed to be noise marketing. It's designed to be noticed, but people aren't noticing that. So, like, there's layers to it, and people aren't noticing the layers in Katseye, but they are noticing the layers in Sserafim, or at least to a greater extent than Katseye. Katseye truly show that K-pop isn't about music, because if it were, their fandom would have evaporated the moment they released Gnarly and everyone hated it sonically. But instead, their fandom has only grown, because their non-music marketing is that good. That said, the simple fact that people think they're unpolished is a disservice to their concept, so I kind of wish they'd just go a bit more generic and save themselves the trouble of such a unique group, even though that would probably lead to their downfall. RIP. So with that, we reach the end of HYBE's 2024 expansion, and move on to the grand old year of 2025. 2025 was the era of greater global expansion for HYBE. Japan, like I've said previously, is an easy and obvious market for K-pop groups. HYBE groups have been promoting in Japan for decades, and ANTEAM were no longer rookies. And the US is another classic, if relatively new, market. But Santos Bravos and this era of HYBE represent further expansion into relatively untapped K-pop markets. I mean, which K-pop groups are notably big in Latin America above anywhere else, outside of maybe KARD? And I bet you can't name a company that's debuted a Latin American group, right? But before we get back to them, we need to start with another international group, Aoen. Aoen were HYBE's fifth survival show group, and were created through the show Aoen High, which ran in early 2025. This was another classic HYBE survival show in that the final group was made up of 5 producer picks and 2 audience voted picks. It seems like the show was very weirdly run, and there's almost no information about it on the English-speaking internet. But after a significant amount of scouring, I am guessing from how fans talked about the show online that Gaku and Rio were the 2 fan-voted members. Anyway, Aoen released their first single album, The Blue Sun, with the title track of the same name on... well, the music video was released on the 2nd of June, the album was made available online on the 10th, and they apparently debuted on the 11th, so Katseye situation here. Anyway, The Blue Sun makes it very clear that this group are about unity, the power of music, and grit. The music video is all about the members coming together with their unique colours to make great music which energises the fans, and these themes are repeated in the lyrics, which also talk about how they might sink down, but will always have the determination to continue together and never give up. Hence, grit and determination to continue. The Blue Sun represents the unity of the members and their power and shine as a group. Ahem. What Kepler should have been! Their promotional B-side Blue Flame reinforces the Blue Sun. It's about them having the power to move past the breaking point and run towards the Blue Sun, despite the darkness. Kind of generic, but combined with the Blue Sun, it's strong enough as a concept to show the group's unique appeal. Aoen then released Seishun Incredibles in October 2025, which had an odd tone, in that I think it might have been the first K-pop song ever to use romantic love as a metaphor for future and completely unrelated dreams. Like, the music video starts with the members being infatuated with a girl, setting a romantic tone, and some of the lyrics are arguably romantic, but then the rest of the music video and the lyrics are about the group's unity and determination to run to their future. I can only guess this is more of HYBE being all about friendship, but also feeling the need to include romantic elements because it sells well. Regardless, it firmly continues the themes of unity and grit/determination, so I guess I can't complain too much. Maximum was the other music video released for this, which was well and truly romantic. Not much, if any, of their themes present there, sadly. Mind you, the music video seemed like a drug-induced hallucination, so maybe that's what it was supposed to be in their story anyway. I actually laughed out loud watching this music video and seeing the members try to act all tough. And that's literally all Aoen have done so far. I guess it has been less than a year since their debut, so this isn't surprising. I'll be interested to see whether they stick to their concept of unity and grit or go a bit wacko and abandon it, since they're currently in a bit of an uncertain position with Maximum. Next is Cortis, who continued the tradition of Big Hit only debuting a boy group every 7 or so years. Cortis were announced in mid-2025 and debuted in August 2025, first with their pre-release Go and then with their actual debut What You Want. Right off the bat, Cortis were marketed as the authentic, cool and hip and American group. Their styling and concept photos were reminiscent of One Direction. Yo, we're just a bunch of dudes doing what we love, and the group's name reflected orientation towards freedom of creativity and agency in their creativity. You can't colour outside the lines if the company don't even give you the ability to colour to begin with. This was combined with their marketing as a group who were very involved in their music. It was made clear to audiences that every single member had participated in song and choreography creation for their debut album, which added to their authenticity and creative freedom. And they had 2 members, Martin and James, with relatively extensive previous writing, composing, and producing experience for other HYBE groups. Beyond that, other members like Sunghyun mentioned their own experience producing and composing as trainees, even if none of those tracks had seen the light of day, hinting at the creative potential of the group. So what about their actual content? Well, considering they've barely been around for 6 months, Cortis have released a lot of stuff and they seem to be everywhere. Their pre-release Go started right off the bat with the Americanization of them. The music video was casual and fun with an American, I believe LA setting, and replicated American boy bands of the 2000s and 2010s in ye wonderful beach cities. The song itself was about their creative freedom and the production of the song itself as a quote new sound, and both the music video and song contributed to making them seem more authentic and Americanized through English swear words, censorship implying they did something bad, and showing them in extremely goofy, un-idol-like situations. Think the fisheye cameras in their mouths. Even the directed by idiots and Cortis credit at the beginning was Americanized. Never can I ever imagine a K-pop group calling their staff members idiots, and the inclusion of Cortis's name indicates creative input and self-production, regardless of whether it's there or not. Like, obviously it actually is there. Like, we know that they were involved in all of this. But my point is that even if they'd barely done anything or nothing at all, the fact that that is there, like the fact that they credit themselves as directors, indicates to the audience this group is authentic, even if they're not. It's a marketing strategy. Now, it's worth saying here that authentic and casual representation of idols doesn't automatically mean they're Americanized. The Sserafim are a great example of a group who, although globalized, aren't specifically Americanized, and still well and truly fit inside the K-pop bubble while also being seen as authentic. BTS are another similar group, and TXT's Chasing That Feeling was certainly an Americanized comeback. But Cortis are both portrayed as authentic and portrayed as Americanized, through things like their styling, lyrics, sound, and shooting locations. Sometimes I even forgot I was watching a K-pop group and was surprised they started singing in Korean because their music videos, especially for Go, were so American. Then, What You Want literally sounds like a One Direction song if it wasn't in Korean. It had the same kind of rock sound and unpolished vibes, which don't belong to One Direction of course, but will remind fans of them, and of other, well not other, like One Direction weren't American, but of other, like, British or American, very westernized, semi-indie boy bands of the early 2000s and 2010s. And a lot of comments agree, pointing out how it belongs in a teen movie or is super nostalgic and so on. The incorporation of the treadmills is a super unique touch which reinforces their idea of colouring outside the lines and bringing something new to the industry, and thus subtly feeds into the idea of them being in control of their own music, regardless of whether or not they themselves actually proposed the treadmill idea. And you should probably have guessed already that the lyrics are about self-determination and their own agency in their own lives and music. They next released a music video for their B-side Fashion, which was far more K-pop aesthetically. First of all, it was filmed in New Zealand, with far less American iconography, lost the yellow and bright blue of LA, and included more references to the group's Korean heritage. This was all to serve the song being about their pride in their culture and how they used that to inspire their work, both of which would in turn become fashionable and famous. I mean, for most fans, there's no truer authenticity in K-pop than embracing Koreanness. They even released a self-directed and edited version of the Fashion music video, which was called the original version, suggesting greater authenticity and self-participation, although it's clear why it wasn't used considering the insane strobe effects. Not sure what that was trying to communicate from an artistic perspective, outside of maybe them being cool, but still, the fact of the matter is that the release of a self-edited music video is a clear declaration of creative freedom. Like, it's not just self-directed, it's self-edited. You know, we're supposed to believe, whether it's true or not, goodness knows, but we're supposed to believe that the 5 members sat down and, like, hopped on Premiere Pro or something and did a whole bunch of cutting together and all of that randomness. In true TXT fashion, Cortis also released music videos for Joyride and Lullaby, meaning they released a music video for every single song on their debut album. The Joyride music video again was about freedom and reinforced the group's theme of creativity through literally showing manuals for the engine. And Lullaby maintains this authentic image, starting with the group shopping for party supplies. You can tell this is working because the top comment is literally, quote, "I love how their concept is always so carefree and natural, showing just normal teenage boys living their life the way they're supposed to, nothing more, nothing less." HYBE were cackling at that one, you know it. Anyway, this is probably their most interesting music video and song combination for me, because the music video is about them having a fun party together, but the song itself is about work versus rest, creativity versus societal expectations, and grappling with life responsibilities and transitions. This is another great piece of marketing for the group's concept. The song itself is heartfelt, a meaning added to by the fact that Manon largely created it, and the music video perfectly syncs with this authenticity. The continuous shot from the perspective of the Coke box and then can gives a unique fly-on-the-wall style view into the group's supposed daily life, providing insight into their friendship and dynamics, and the small details of their daily reality. This creates a huge aesthetic contrast with music videos like Fashion, but doesn't compromise on their concept, as each music video shows their authenticity and creativity in a different way. So, Cortis's concept is well and truly about creativity, freedom, and authenticity, differentiated from both Sserafim and Katseye as they are 1. A boy group, and 2. Self-produced. They also differ from BOYNEXTDOOR's portrayal of freedom and agency, as they're about creative freedom, not agency in idolhood and in fame, and they're differentiated from BTS and 17 as they are heavily American in aesthetic and concept. Their debut Mama performance last year was literally called Made by Cortis and focused on the process of music production. They're signalling to audiences that anyone who finds themselves discontented with the manufactured nature of K-pop, especially international audiences, should follow them. I actually find this hilarious in contrast to TXT, their closest big hit brother group, who, in my opinion, are one of the most manufactured K-pop groups ever. Like, big hit debuted BTS, who became popular off feigned authenticity. Then they debuted TXT, who didn't even try, and were like the most manufactured thing ever. And then they debuted Cortis, who are also getting big off of marketed authenticity. Like, okay, I guess we can expect like a mega manufactured group next. So with that, we move on to the end of the current HYBE expansion, and to the future of said expansion. In the current era of K-pop, it's hard to argue that HYBE hasn't taken over a good portion of the industry, or at the very least isn't a major player in many facets of it. I think you'd be pretty hard-pressed to argue that HYBE haven't inserted themselves into the top echelons of the industry enough to be called the Big Four now. Everything fans consider a mark of the Big Four, influence, innovation, top artists, lasting industry legacy, and instant success for their groups, are things HYBE now have. Every group coming out of HYBE is guaranteed at least some measure of success and at least a few large awards, showing that HYBE groups now experience the Big Three privilege as such. The days of questionable success for BTS, TXT, and GLAM are far gone, and have been for years. Some people even think that HYBE have overtaken YG now in terms of fame, success, and influence, but this is debatable. It's worth noting that a good chunk of HYBE's influence comes from the fact that their groups are consistently hugely popular internationally, and that they have a huge international focus, possibly even more so than SM at this point. The strategies HYBE used to become big, in-house variety shows, highly collectible albums, unique merch options, weren't pioneered by them, but were definitely improved on and expanded on by them, to the point that HYBE have consistently driven innovations in these fields, primarily of course through BTS. As I discussed in part 3, HYBE experienced a need for expansion after being a one-group show, honourable mention to Lee Hyun, for years, and they instantly enacted plans to do so. Was it successful? Well, BTS still make up a large portion of HYBE's revenue even while they were in the military, but I think there's no question that yes, HYBE did succeed. They have many super successful groups under their company now. TXT, ENHYPEN and 17 are powerhouses of album sales and tour revenue. But they also have groups who are considered leaders of their generations, the Sserafim for instance, and NewJeans, who were literally so unique and groundbreaking at debut. Like, honestly, they weren't actually that much, it was just really good marketing, but that counts as unique. It was unique marketing. That they started debates over the start of a new generation. The shift NewJeans created in the direction of the industry is just one of the many shifts which have been influenced by HYBE groups, including TXT and BTS's influence on choreographies at the start of 4th Gen, and Katseye's influence on the interest in global groups. Beyond this, all HYBE groups, but especially the older ones, have influenced the industry's tendency towards groups with comprehensive and often supernatural concepts and storylines. These things existed pre-HYBE, primarily through SM, but I rarely see people talk about SM group storylines these days, and many of them, like EXO and aespa's, have been abandoned, at least to some extent. HYBE groups, on the other hand, are still going strong in the storyline department, opening up the possibility for other groups like IVE, Zero Base One, Billy, Cosmosi, and more to gain recognition for their interesting and in-depth stories. I find HYBE's marketing so fascinating because it's so consistent between groups and so effective. Say what you want about the massive document leak, but HYBE's industry research must be good for them to win every single time. Now that HYBE have cemented their everlasting legacy in the K-pop industry and overseas via Korean groups, they're looking to the global group market next, starting with &TEAM and Moonchild in Japan and then Katseye and Aoen. Their upcoming projects indicate an even greater expansion globally. First is Santos Bravos, which was an audition show which ran from August to October 2025 in Latin America, and created the 5-member group of the same name. Santos Bravos have technically debuted, but are still gearing up as they only have 2 songs to their name currently. Their success is far less guaranteed than most HYBE groups as they're super experimental in a new market, but regardless of whether they succeed or not, they represent a huge step for both HYBE and by extension the K-pop industry, in expanding their little feelers across the entire globe. That said, Kawasaki is sitting at 28 million views and at time of writing was only released 9 days ago, so even accounting for the very clever N-Team collab, they must at least have a decently sized audience. They're certainly at the point of getting K-pop style edits by fans, so that's a good sign. Considering they only have 2 songs, they haven't fully solidified a concept yet, but it certainly seems from their current releases that they're a stereotypical romantic Latin American boy group. But don't lose hope! They still have the K-pop touch, which differentiates them and gives them a lot of appeal. The choreography, the high production values, and so on. In their songs, there's a tenuous theme of being able to live in the moment and go with the flow. In 0%, they specifically talk about how the people who will talk, so why even bother paying attention to them? Just have fun. They have a heavy party emphasis, and in the real world, they represent diversity. They are the diversification of HYBE's portfolio embodied, and of course have diverse casting in their music videos. They've collaborated with another group that also represents portfolio diversification, N-Team, and also there's an easy to miss but important for K-pop moment where they dance in front of a trans flag in 0%, suggesting this quiet diversity theme might continue. Beyond Santos Bravos, HYBE have 2 more projects clearly in the works. The first is a new, probably audition show, The Final Piece, which will feature eliminated trainees from Katseye's Dream Academy teaming up with a final, likely Japanese member to create a 4-member girl group. So, in the time between when I wrote the script and have recorded it, which, keep in mind was only a few days, we've gone from speculating that the final member will be Japanese to it being announced that the final member will be Japanese, all of the contestants being announced, and the first episode being aired. So just keep that in mind that I didn't have that information when I've written this portion of the script. The choice of a Japanese final member is an interesting one, which combined with Aoen and Santos Bravos shows that HYBE no longer think that Korean members are required for the success of their groups, and are perhaps even turning more attention to Japan, pretty consistently the second biggest music market in the world. Also, this is very in line with Bang PD's idea of taking the K out of K-pop, literally. A philosophy that HYBE have followed from the start with their heavy emphasis on global popularity and marketing, sometimes even above Korean and Asian marketing. The second and currently final global project HYBE are investing into is the creation of 2 new subsidiaries, HYBE China and HYBE India, which were established within a few months of each other in 2025. We haven't heard any news out of HYBE China yet, which kind of makes sense. The company was likely created as a response to rumours that China would lift their idol ban in February 2025, but hasn't gone much further as this lifting never went through. However, with rumours running again in January 2026 about the lifting of the ban, we may well see something out of them soon. HYBE India has been making far more progress as it has officially announced its intention to take advantage of the diverse nature of Indian culture and media to do what isn't clear yet, but I think we can expect an Indian survival show of some description in the not too distant future, which, by the way, would be so sick. I don't necessarily think that HYBE's the best company to do this, they're Korean, and as far as I'm aware, Koreans are quite racist towards Indians, but if HYBE create an Indian girl group and that brings Indian culture and music to Korea and also to international audiences to a greater extent, in my very white opinion, that's a win, regardless of the fact that they're a Korean company. Through these activities, HYBE has been targeting large music markets which consume a large quantity of K-pop, but are generally underappreciated and undervisited by K-pop artists and companies. The fact that they're getting in on these markets before other K-pop companies is a huge move for them, and portrays them as a company who are more committed to diversity and also have a greater appreciation for global audiences than other companies. This is ironic considering how many of their tours are only to the US, but regardless, it does give HYBE uniquely greater access to K-pop fans in Latin America and India especially, as opposed to other companies. As many jokes as people make, HYBE are not stupid. So with that, we've taken a big, long look at how HYBE built their powerful position in the industry, brick by brick, or group by group. This video is way longer than I expected, and I initially actually hoped it could be a mini-sode, but I felt the need to talk about how every single group has contributed to HYBE's learning and growth. Earlier groups like GLAM, BTS, and TXT may have played a larger role, but even groups like Moonchild shouldn't be ignored. This video also serves, I suppose, as a compromise for me. It takes forever for me to make an analysis video on an album, and HYBE groups have many albums I'd like to make videos on, so this video itself is an overview of the many great albums HYBE provides. Speaking of, let's talk, because the foundation of HYBE's success and marketing is the HYBE concept. But what exactly is the HYBE concept? In this video, over about 47,000 words, I've discussed a whopping 20 groups, and the one thing that the vast majority of them have in common is the HYBE concept. Historically, the K-pop industry has largely focused on trends, as do most music industries. We see this through like 99% of nugu girl groups who start with a unique concept and then morph into just cute romantic girl group. Dreamcatcher are the only group I can think of who went in the opposite direction. One-hit wonders like Momoland and 50/50 desperately tried to replicate their previous success, and other groups like Kep1er have become infamous for literally having no concept because their concept is just chasing trends and trying to replicate their previous success by just performing wadada everywhere. Groups like Purple Kiss, Pink Fantasy, and Kingdom, who refused to let go of their unique concepts, often find themselves fading through a lack of adaptation. Then there are the classic SM groups like EXO and aespa, the latter of which especially faced hate for a concept that didn't fit in, and thus adapted, maintaining their fandoms at the expense of their storyline concepts. But HYBE have found the perfect balance between story/concept and trends. This is primarily through the fact that every single one of their groups represents a universal theme or concern of humanity, a theme which remains at the core of the group even when their aesthetic concept, musical sound, or something else changes. HYBE groups are able to adapt to the trend because no matter what the trend is, it can be adapted to these universal themes. Is girl crush in fashion? Bad boys? Romance? Ballads? Rock? Disco? Nostalgia? No problem, can do. This focus on universal themes is what HYBE added to SM's storyline format, and is exactly why so many of HYBE's groups have been able to maintain and expand their fan bases without compromising on concept. These themes are also, as Australian high schools would call them, enduring universal and collective human experiences, i.e. these themes are so universal that they have relevance across every culture and time period, in turn giving even older and less globalized big hit groups like GLAM tons of longevity, and ensuring that their concepts always feel fresh and ahead of the times, especially since Big Hit/HYBE refined the SM concept creation and marketing formula so efficiently. Like, honestly, I kind of hate HYBE because, like, almost every single HYBE release of all time deserves to have a best albums video made about it, and they keep releasing more. Let me rest, HYBE! Hence, as I mentioned earlier, this video to give you a taster, because it would take decades to make that many best albums videos. BTS alone could give me work for a lifetime. I'm not a company stan, although many of you will probably consider me one automatically after this video, but like, almost every single HYBE release is so insanely cohesive that it's impossible not to admire at least their system, if not their artistic vision. And they've been doing that for 14 years now and show no signs of slowing down. Rather, they've expanded massively. The literal only thing I would change in terms of HYBE's commitment to their concept is the continuity of small aspects of some groups' storylines. Sometimes continuity errors make things harder to understand than they need to be. Most of this is in relation to the webtoons, like BTS's webtoon being a completely different story from their previous one, and TXT and ENHYPEN's powers differing between the music videos and the webtoon. There are also wacko things, like Selen/Suha is the love interest in the ENHYPEN storyline, right? But in their untold concept cinema video, suddenly there's a girl called Chloe? And I can see from online comments that not only are the fans confused about this, but so are the members. Like, there's a screenshot of Jay responding to a fan on Weverse saying that he is also confused about the name, but guesses that they're all just representing NewJeans anyway, which is like, no shit, man. Ironically, since we're talking about ENHYPEN here, I think the best run, continuity-wise, was probably still held by ENHYPEN. Just watching their music videos back to back tells a very clear story, clearer probably than any other HYBE group except maybe N-Team or BOYNEXTDOOR. And being able to understand their full story just by watching their music videos back to back is exactly how it should be. To be fair, this is how it is for most HYBE groups, but as I'll discuss later, for better or worse, HYBE have a habit of making things harder for fans than they need to be. I think TXT may well be one of the biggest offenders here, but we'll talk about that in much more detail as I work my way through their albums. The big issue with TXT is, like, their lyrical motifs and their album concepts have a nice continuity, but their music videos are all over the place. Some HYBE groups also have continuity issues with things like timelines, which universe they're in, which decade they're in, and so on, much of which isn't explained by time-traveling powers or anything like that. However, I think HYBE have made it work more with their more recent groups by making most of their storylines more symbolic than literal. HYBE really need a continuity editor for each group and for their overarching connecting storylines. But at the end of the day, this is a very small nitpick in the scheme of such a great and mostly incredibly consistent marketing strategy, and it only affects the enjoyment of the very small number of fans per group who, like me, are intensely interested in every single aspect and detail of the storyline. For the majority of fans who are just there for the universal concept, the general aesthetic, the overall vibes of the progression, this doesn't matter. So now, before my final thoughts on HYBE, let's take a little detour. Just for the fun of it, since this video is all about concepts, I thought it would be fun to rank the HYBE groups, based on how much they commit to the bit. Bit in this case being their concept, and on how good, unique, and interesting their concepts are in general. And also, I want to recommend to you a music video from each group to watch if you don't know the group and want to potentially become more invested in them. This will also conveniently serve as a TLDW for the concept of each HYBE group if you don't want to sit through 47,000 words. See, I can be succinct, if I actually try. Alright, I'll discuss each of the groups from lowest to highest, and I've organised them into 4 tiers: bottom, mid, honourable mentions, aka high, and the cream of the crop. The first group, unfortunately, is Santos Bravos. Someone had to be last. They have 2 songs, which isn't much to work with, but even within these songs, their concept seems muddled. The closest universal themes that I can find that they embody are diversity, going with the flow, and being in the moment. But even those are... They don't have much content to recommend, but the 0% music video is vastly superior to the Kawasaki one, so watch 0%. The second group is Fromis9. Fromis9 spend most of their careers completely separate from HYBE, so it isn't surprising that out of the 4 acquired groups, they were the least integrated into the HYBE model. They barely had any releases while under HYBE, and the only one that showed a universal concept was Unlock My World, which suggested that they could be criticising parasociality and talking about being your true self. but then they left HYBE anyway and abandoned that concept, so what was the point? I recommend you watch #MeNow if you want to watch a From Us 9 music video, although keep in mind it doesn't reflect the rest of their careers. The next group is Moonchild. Similarly to From Us 9, they lacked integration into the HYBE model and basically abandoned their interesting concept after 3 songs. But within those 3 or so songs, their concept was about power and desire, and the confidence to wield those 2 concepts against the audience. They don't have much content, but I recommend the Don't Blow It music video if you want to watch one. I also think the song is fun. By the way, I recommend the English version of the music video, not the Japanese one. Next is NewEst, who spent most of their careers under Pledis outside of HYBE influence, and thus had very little universal concept, and a very inconsistent one at that. However, the small amount of concept they did manage to receive, combining their time under both Pledis and HYBE, was about romance and growing to become a better person and a protector in romantic relationships. They're at the top of bottom tier because while they did have an inconsistent concept, they still had something, and they had their thing as the dark side of the romance to 17's light side, which gives them more conceptual interest. NewEst had more of a bad boy vibe, more trauma, and more of a toxic relationship, while 17 were overall brighter and happier. But that doesn't mean that NewEst were consistent. In fact, their album progression is sadly inconsistent, as it doesn't actually tell a complete story but loops in on itself. Like, how many toxic relationships can you get yourselves into? Haven't you learned? NewEst also had the complete disconnect between their debut, their comeback, and then everything else, which was just weird. But I still think that Face is by far their best music video, so that's my recommendation, even if it doesn't reflect what their later music and concept became. Next we move on to the middle tier, starting with Aoen. They're here because although their concept of determination/grit and unity seems pretty solidified, they literally only have like 10 songs, and Maximum, their most recent promotion, is concerningly disconnected from their first single album, making me worried they're about to do a 180 and lose their concept. Especially since they're no longer under YX, who have, as we'll discuss later, proven themselves to be concept powerhouses. I recommend the Blue Suns music video for them, although I actually really like the song Maximum. Next is GLAM, with their concept of being your true self and women's body image. I dearly love GLAM, and I wish I could put them higher, but with only 4 songs to their name, I wouldn't be able to justify putting them any higher. Sadly, they died before their concept could be fully realised, but they were ahead of their time. They also get bonus points for being the blueprint for literally all of this, so good on them. I really recommend their In Front of the Mirror music video. It's 0% subtle, but still 100% HYBE. Next is Katseye, who are in a strange spot. Katseye's concept has been very consistent, and like I said earlier, they're the most polished out of the confidence-themed girl groups under HYBE, right? But even though I know logically that Katseye's marketing has been the most polished, researched, and wonderfully manipulative of these groups, I don't like it. I personally prefer Sserafim's interpretation of confidence and their marketing strategy, which I don't think is a hot take. Most people feel that Sserafim are significantly more polished than Katseye, and to be fair, it is a close race. Anyway, regardless of whether you like their marketing or not, Katseye very solidly represent unquestionable eternal confidence, feminine power, and diversity. They also represent agency in that their depiction of confidence and femininity is supposed to show their agency as opposed to a restrictive K-pop industry, but really this has just resulted in sexualizing them. As much as you'll probably hate to hear me say it, I recommend Gnarly as a music video for them because it represents their concept and strategy perfectly. If you can't stand Gnarly at all, watch Gabriella, I guess. Next are NewJeans. NewJeans represent Y2K nostalgia, but that's literally it, and that's why they're here. Yes, nostalgia is a powerful and universal idea, and nostalgia can be evoked even with things that someone didn't personally experience, but I think NewJeans were often caught in the gap between American nostalgia and Korean Y2K nostalgia, and had to juggle the two. They were also caught between being palatable for a modern audience and actually showing nostalgia, leading to things like the pool party in Hype Boy not actually feeling like real nostalgia for me. Like, it felt too modern and fake. There was also the sudden and odd shift from the members being the main characters of their own story to being side characters. I kind of wonder if this was to set up a webtoon for them, but the contract shenanigans happened before the webtoon could. Either way, as much as I like the idea, the shift was strange. The shift was a lot more motivated for Boy Next Door because the actor literally had to relegate himself to being a background character, but NewJeans don't have that context. The other big point against NewJeans is their supernatural music video. The music video is fun and interesting in and of itself, but it does the one thing that NewJeans should never have done: break the illusion, far worse than any vaguely modern styling could. The music video is big on special effects, has aliens and supernatural battles and things, and industrial sets. But worst of all, it has an 80s theme, especially with the TV segments. And NewJeans, who represent Y2K and have never so far strayed from it, should never be evoking ideas of the 80s. It completely breaks the group's image. Hence, negative points, but only to Minhee Jin. Anyway, on a more positive note, if I were to recommend a music video for NewJeans, it would be the two versions of Ditto, which perfectly encapsulate their concept at its peak. Next is 17, whose main issue is their inconsistency, especially before but also after joining HYBE. Their concept of being energizing cheerleader idols who cheer you on, represent healing and catharsis, and encourage you to go at your own pace and be your true selves, while also being brightly romantic, is generally good, but, well, you can already see how crazy and overloaded this is getting. While NewJeans were held back by having such a specific concept that they couldn't really expand, 17 are held back by the fact that their concept is too much. Too spread out, too many elements, too confusing with a lack of direction, which likely hasn't been resolved because they, as the second most popular group under HYBE, like BTS, have to chase trends for popularity. As I said, they're one of the only HYBE groups who I've seen actively lose fans because of concept shifts, the only other being BTS, arguably, with the English trilogy. 17 work best when they're about healing, catharsis, and cheerleading, and everything else that has been brought in, including things inherited from NewEst, confuses that concept. Anyway, if you were to watch one 17 music video, I recommend you make it left and right. 10 out of 10. Next at the top of mid-tier is Illit. They're a bit too young to have too much content, but what they do have has been very consistent on their themes of dreams, and the internal strength of optimism and belief. Both self-belief and belief in external events, like a boy just suddenly saying he likes you. I think Illit are mega committed to the dream concept, and although some of their aesthetics have been a bit inconsistent, I do think they've all been relevant enough to the dream concept and have shown consistent enough change that it doesn't feel weird. And yeah, that's basically it. They're committed, but they lack the complete dedication to their concept and the age to go any higher. If I were to recommend a music video for them, I think it would be Lucky Girl Syndrome, maybe with Magnetic to back it up. Now let's move on to the honourable mentions, starting with Cortis. Cortis have almost no content yet, but the sheer strength of their concept and marketing strategy is enough for me to put them this high, if at the bottom of this tier. Literally everything about Cortis, from the way they were introduced to the explicit parts of their marketing to more subtle details, is designed to create the solid image of an authentic group. Cortis represent freedom, creativity, and authenticity in their creative endeavours, themes which have been present in literally every single music video and song they've released. So pretty good, right? If I had to recommend a music video, I would say either Go or Lullaby. Lullaby is a better representation of their authenticity, but Go is a better representation of their creative freedom. The next group is TOUS. Similarly to Cortis, they lack content as a newer group, but what they do have is very good, if somewhat generic and very similar to 17's concept. TOUS are wonderfully committed to their boyhood concept, the memories of boyhood and also of growing into manhood, and the changes that come with that transition. Every single comeback or release they've had has contributed to this concept and story, and many of their releases capture the subtle emotions of daily life in a very poignant and engaging way. If I were to recommend a music video from them, I would make it, they have tons of good ones, and I actually recommend all of them because I think they're all top-notch, but I'm going to narrow it down to Keep On and The Last Festival. Next is Gfriend. Gfriend were significantly more integrated into the HYBE system than Fromis 9, Newest, and 17, possibly because of HYBE's possible influence on them even pre-acquisition. This meant that they continued to release music under HYBE, and were integrated into the multiverse before it was converted to Webtoon. Anyway, while they lasted, Gfriend represented love, hopes, and dreams, with a tad of darker desire to pull them in line with the morally ambiguous nature of the multiverse. Gfriend have tons of music videos to recommend. They all look wonderful. But I'll recommend Apple, which takes their usual concept in a darker direction in preparation for the multiverse. The final group in the honourable mentions category is BTS with their concept of mental health, self-acceptance, and catharsis, and earlier on, youth and rejecting conformity to follow your dreams. BTS get an honourable mention because their concept is so strong and universal, hence why they became so popular to begin with. They also get points for wondrous music videos and for being pioneers, both for HYBE and the entire industry. While GLAM were the ones who kickstarted the HYBE concept, BTS were the ones who developed and refined it. There are only two reasons they aren't in the top tier. First, they have had a few small flip-flops and inconsistencies throughout their careers, especially when transitioning from being a hip-hop group to a more pop-like group and into their English trilogy. And second, from 2020 onwards, it felt like they were starting to chase trends more than produce a good artistic product as they had previously, especially in some of their solo works. BTS were faced with the awkward position of being uncertain whether they'd get a military exemption or not, and the only way to increase the chance of an exemption was to increase their popularity. Hence, that was what they did, and their concept was kind of abandoned with it. Make no mistake, the concept is still there. It does appear in their solo works and almost certainly will appear in Arirang, but it does feel less about comfort and more about loud declaration and spectacle right now. I hope to be proven incorrect through Arirang. Anyway, if I were to recommend a BTS music video for you, I would say watch Blood, Sweat and Tears. It's a classic. Or if you're more interested in the mental health side of the concept, go for Run or I Need You. Alright, let's move on to the best of the best, the cream of the crop. Starting with Sserafim, the top girl group on this list. They're not at the bottom because they're bad, it's just that someone had to be at the bottom. Sserafim are all about being genuine and fearless. Fearless not in terms of no fear, but in terms of growing constantly and being reborn like a phoenix to face your earlier fears. I put the Sserafim up here because their marketing is super polished and their concept is used to great effect to create the illusion of authenticity and of critiquing the industry by drawing attention to its faults and holes. They are very well-rounded, well put together and engaging, and have fun little details of authenticity like Sakura crocheting outfits for the members. They're at the bottom of the top tier because they've had a few little hiccups along the way in how their marketing has been received by the general public, and they lost Garam, but I think they've overall held up very well. A music video I'd recommend for them would have Anti-Fragile, although more so than watching Sserafim videos to get into them, I'd recommend you read their lyrics instead, as the lyrics are their true strength, I think. There's a reason they could break the produce curse. The next group is ENHYPEN, who represent fear, power, and desire. ENHYPEN are, as with all groups in this tier, super committed to their concept, even as they approach their 6th and 7th anniversaries. They produce a lot of content, and all of it is related to their concept in some way. They've had epic stages, truly top-tier styling, ARG elements, the blood donation drive, and so on. The themes in their music videos and songs have been generally consistent, although there has been some flip-flopping between the ratios of fear to power to desire, and there have been the weird inconsistencies in the details of their storyline, as I mentioned in part 17. I don't think Given Taken and Drunk Dazed will ever be topped as their best music videos, but I'll give an honourable mention to Brought the Heat Back, which is a great example of commit to the bit, no matter how weird the bit is. Alright, next, just one out of the podium positions is Busoksoon. Yep, they only have like 7 songs, but they make it here by virtue of their ability to well and truly commit to the bit. Yes, even more so than ENHYPEN. See, while ENHYPEN have had a few minor inconsistencies and switches in their concept, Busoksoon have a truly pristine record. They are the definition of feel-good cheerleader idols, far more so than 17 as a whole group ever could hope to be with their current trajectory. Every single thing Busoksoon have done or released has been top-notch, and you can tell that the members and their team, and also 17 as a wider group, are super committed to the Busoksoon concept, in music videos, on stage, in public, and on variety shows. Every performance is pure Busoksoon and pure cheerleader energy, especially so their GDA stage with Peachalin, of all people. Despite their small number of songs, I think they well and truly deserve to be up here, and I recommend Fighting for a music video for you, although it's an ultra close race between that and CBZ. Fighting gets points for Youngji, but CBZ gets points for Junghwa. Choose your own poison. Next in third place is BOYNEXTDOOR. Although they were the ones who inspired this video, and I did make a Tumblr post about how I think they're the best HYBE group, I think they're just slightly held back. Similarly to, but not to the same extent as NewJeans, by the specificity of their concept. BOYNEXTDOOR are about the experience, idolization, and agency of the boy next door, and his journey from being a young star to struggling in life. I think the greatest thing to recommend their concept is the layers and layers of story and fourth wall breaking, where the members in real life represent their in-character selves, who represent an actor who in turn represents several other characters who are represented by the real BOYNEXTDOOR members. It's a loop, you know? Their storyline is super cohesive and engaging and really plays with their concept in a fun way while maintaining their critique of the industry and of their own idolization. And of course, the members seem to love performing and have the skill to match this concept. The only question for me is where they go after Hollywood action, because it could make or break their story. Similarly to Sserafim, I think BOYNEXTDOOR are better enjoyed through reading their lyrics as opposed to watching their music videos, but I'll recommend But Sometimes if you want to watch a video. Pure HYBE, absolutely brilliant. In second place we have the one, the only, TXT. Yeah, what a shocker, am I right? Casper likes TXT. You thought that just because they're the definition of a manufactured K-pop group I wouldn't like them? Ha! That might make me like them even more. Anyway, the reason TXT get to be so high up here is because they're super committed to their concept, and beyond that, their concept is the single most universal concept on this list. Youth. Nothing more, nothing less. 17's concept was too broad in that it had too many parts and was overloaded with them, but TXT have one main part, and they/their team choose to represent this single concept in various ways. This one-word broad concept gives them, I think, the strongest position of any HYBE group, because as I discussed in detail in their section, this allows them to cover the widest range of aesthetic concepts and stories, and to appeal to the widest audience possible. Literally every single human being who has ever lived, currently lives, or will live. This insanely, mind-blowingly wide appeal is exactly what makes TXT so interesting and exciting as a group, and their commitment to this wide idea is exactly why they're in second place. This concept makes it almost impossible for TXT to miss with a comeback, and this is why they've never had a mass fandom exodus that I'm aware of. Beyond this, TXT's commitment to their concept is great enough that it helps them survive changing trends and music genres without inherently changing their core idea, keeping their appeal consistent. The only blemish on their career for me is some inconsistencies with their explicit storyline, like inconsistencies between the colours associated with each member for each comeback, but those are largely nitpicks in an almost spotless career. TXT may not provide the most exciting underdog story, controversy, or viral comeback each year, but they're a consistently stable and financially valuable group with a large and strong fandom, and when they do come back, it's always interesting and unique. And HYBE would much rather have that stability than the potential to crash and burn. Anyway, I don't think there's a TXT music video that could possibly be more worth recommending over and above Nap of a Star. Nap of a Star is pure distilled TXT, held back by nothing, and is the perfect single music video representation of their concept, both their supernatural aesthetic concept and their true concept of youth. 10 out of 10, no notes. If you want to hear more about it, go watch my analysis video on that. I think I talk about it for like an hour. Now, I expected TXT to be the group on top of this list when I was planning this video, and then when I was talking about Busok soon, I thought, maybe they commit enough to be in first place. But in the end, even though I didn't expect it, in the end, the group who came in first place, hilariously, isn't even Korean. NTEAM are the only group whose commitment to their concept is so great that I think it rivals TXT's commitment and TXT's hugely powerful universal concept. NTEAM are aided by their contrast with ENHYPEN, the light to ENHYPEN's dark, representing healing, togetherness, protection, and the preservation and creation of memories. These are themes which are both cohesive enough and broad enough to give the group wide appeal, even outside of the sexy werewolf versus vampire draw, and which are wonderfully represented in every single one of their title track music videos. Yeah, while ENHYPEN TXT and BOYNEXTDOOR have one or two strange and perhaps even out of character title track music videos, Chasing That Feeling, Sweet Venom, I Feel Good, arguably, NTEAM have so far never missed. Their music videos tell a cohesive story without the need for further teasers or materials, and each maintains a consistent aesthetic, consistent between the school half of their story and the darker supernatural half. Many K-pop groups use the seasons to inform their comebacks, and some, like TXT and ATEEZ, even integrate the real-world seasons into their storyline. But NTEAM are the only group I've seen who have used the seasons consistently over an entire year, releasing music on an increased schedule to communicate a chapter of their story. Very fun. Anyway, if you want to hear more about that, just go back and watch the NTEAM section again. But if I were to recommend an NTEAM music video, it would be Samidare, no question. NTEAM have tons of great music videos. Warcry, Under the Skin, Back to Life, but Samidare is one of the best K-pop music videos I've ever seen. And yes, I do consider it a K-pop music video. It was made by a K-pop company for a K-pop style group, and it was made by a Korean production company with a Korean team. I have tons more I could say, but this is the TLDW section, so let's gloriously crown NTEAM, acknowledge the commitment to concept from the top groups, and move on. So I wanted to take this chance to relatively quickly talk about some other general strategies HYBE uses, and the pros and cons of the HYBE takeover, because there are definitely pros and definitely cons. So first of all, there have been concerns of a HYBE monopoly, which became especially relevant when HYBE acquired Lee Soo-man's shares of SM, which they've since sold. HYBE have acquired 3 pre-existing companies and have been massively expanding into other markets, including tech and other country markets, so the possibility of a HYBE entertainment monopoly certainly exists. The positive of this is that HYBE are a popular company and many people like what they do. The obvious downside is that a monopoly is never good. Also, many fans of the acquired groups dislike how HYBE has managed said groups post-acquisition, but that's just a dissatisfaction matter, not an actual hard fact issue with Monopoly. Next, the through lines of their successful groups. All successful HYBE groups and all of the groups towards the top of my list are liked and well known for their unique concepts, whether that be unique and universal themes, storylines, or something else. Fans like the consistency of the concepts, the layers of storyline and detail, the references to other pieces of media, and the consistency of the concepts over time. This has been the bulk of this video's discussion, so I'm not going to discuss it much further here, except to say that the positive is that HYBE have pushed K-pop concepts forward, and have driven other companies to make their own unique concepts and stories to replicate HYBE's success. The negative is that, well, again, we don't want a HYBE concept monopoly. Sometimes having a good aesthetic concept but no storyline is just as good and important for variety in the industry as a universal theme and detailed storyline. Twice are a great example of this. And the more groups HYBE debuts, the more overlap there is between groups. They've been pretty good so far. Cortis, Katseye, and Sserafim generally manage to be unique and distinct, as do BTS and TXT, and TWS and 17, and Team and Aoen, and so on. But you probably noticed the increasing overlap as I discussed each group. The benefit of universal themes is that they're universal. The downside is that they're so universal that they overlap with each other and thus can seem less distinct. Another massive tactic of HYBE's, as I've mentioned a few times, is the integration of the concepts of their groups, both the aesthetic and universal ones, with the outside world to both improve immersion and a group's public image. These are things like the BTS Love Yourself campaign and the ENHYPEN Blood Drive campaign. Both are related to the respective groups' storylines and concepts, but also have an important real-world impact, thus improving brand reputation. Again, HYBE embody the big hit motto, music and artist for healing, and they show this through real-world action, no matter how staged it might be. A staged charity donation is still a charity donation after all. They've also included other real-world interactions like the TXT website puzzles and ENHYPEN's ARG-style news website. Speaking of, this is the downside of this kind of marketing. HYBE are all about the big hit motto and their artists have a reputation for large charity donations. But these things combined with their artists talking about topics like mental health and doing things like criticizing the industry and emphasizing their own authenticity are given a sour note when you think about how manufactured all K-pop groups are. This is why for almost anything that I said about a group in this video, I said that they were portrayed that way, or marketed in that way, because everything from the most obvious Katseye publicity stunt down to the most authentic aspect of Cortis is manufactured. No group under HYBE or even in the industry is completely self-run. There are always staff and there are always shareholders to please. It just so happens that supposedly authentic groups like BTS, 17, Katseye, Sserafim, and Cortis please the shareholders in this case. This isn't to say that them being manufactured or even misleading you about that is a bad thing, but it is important to be aware of the fact that you are being misled in these scenarios. I personally think the fact that groups like TXT and ANTEAM are polished to the point of being factory-created idols is really interesting and allows their concept to shine brighter than if they had greater creative control and might have gone haywire. So I guess the upside is that their marketing is good. The downside is that their marketing is really good, and many fans lack critical thinking skills for one reason or another and thus are fooled. Related to this is HYBE's manipulation of these concepts for maximum financial gain. HYBE have been, as with concepts, a massive pusher for and pioneer of unique album designs and inclusions. It was never mandatory to buy albums to understand the storyline, but there were always incentives to do so. If you bought TXT's Dream Chapter albums, you could gain access to extra photo cards and postcards providing hidden messages about the members, and suggesting, for instance, that Kai might not be as he seems. You could get Nightball trading cards of the ENHYPEN members, providing more information about them and their sport. All of these things incentivize fans who are invested in finding every little detail of the storyline to buy albums to learn more. This extended to their use of many, many different album versions. They started relatively simple. There were lighter and darker versions of each TXT album, partially in the real world and partially on Magic Island. There were 4 versions of each Love Yourself album, for the sake of each representing a different letter. This even extended to non-albums, providing different merch options and especially pricing options to engage more fans. Here are some cute BTS cartoon mascots, and they're cheaper than most merch. Here are some face masks with them. Guys, it's COVID, this is literally an essential, so why not show your love for the group while you're at it? Here are some webtoons which add to the storyline, and the physical books, and some novels, and some online concerts with storyline-based VCRs. But this marketing strategy clearly worked too well, because we quickly get to the negative side of this brilliant marketing strategy, because all of a sudden there were 14 album versions for 17 albums, and thousands of possible photo cards to get and other collectibles, and a billion versions of the Sin Vanish and oversized and overpriced compilation albums, and incredibly overpriced concert tickets relying on the power of parasociality, and so on. BT21 were no longer a sweet and discreet, relatively cheap merch option. They could now be bought for literally every aspect of your life. Toothbrushes, stationery, skincare, accessories, bags, cutlery, 50 different kinds of pins and keychains, washi tape, texting stickers, and so on. Albums had less songs but came out more often, and there were more singles and compilation albums which could, combined, sell more copies. And then there were mountains of HYBE group albums rotting on the sides of the street, and clogging bins, and being added to landfill after the photo cards were pilfered. And then there was an extreme oversupply, and groups were losing their reputation because of it, and so on. Yeah, so the moral of the story is that HYBE are genius marketers, and they can find a way to monetize everything, even the house from In the Soup, and like the one comment Sakura made about crochet. Their sudden growth and innovation is, fittingly for a Korean company, a mirror of Korea's sudden growth and innovation in the 1990s and early 2000s. On the bright side, as with Korea as a whole, HYBE are showing tons of innovation, and the variety of merch means there's something for everyone, at every price point. So HYBE are actively driving the diversification of merch in K-pop. But on the obvious downside, HYBE, like Korea, are also actively driving the extreme commercialization of K-pop, and its massive and frankly unacceptable overconsumption and waste. HYBE's financial greed knows no bounds, and the ones who suffer aren't the ever richer executives and shareholders, but the planet, and the fans who are already financially struggling but feel the need to support their favourite group however possible. A far lesser but still worth noting impact is that some of these uber-detailed storylines, while drawing in fans who are interested in lore, can also alienate some other fans who feel like they can't engage with the group's full lore and storyline without meticulously looking at and understanding every single detail. A very minor downside, far outweighed by both the financial and audience gain benefits. Every part of the HYBE formula, from the concepts and storylines to the merch, promotion, and marketing of the authenticity of their groups, is designed to psychologically manipulate their audiences. And after so many groups, and especially the long career of BTS, they are very good at doing this. They have relatable and engaging themes like youth, a lack of confidence, mental health, and friendship. And if they aren't immediately engaging for positive reasons, they bring morbid curiosity, as ENHYPEN do. They psychologically appeal to the largest audience possible and then draw fans in with further details. They create intense parasocial relationships through overwhelming fans with content, especially supposedly authentic and candid content. See to us. And all of this creates the sense of empathy for and protectiveness towards groups that makes fans feel the need to support them at all costs. This is going to be a very awkward confession for me, but when I was first getting into BTS and K-pop and didn't know any better, I watched a video which claimed that Jimin 100% had an eating disorder, was in massive mental distress, and basically attempted passive suicide. And despite the fact that this was all fan speculation, and horrifying fan speculation at that, the video portrayed it as if this was a certain fact, and me, not knowing any better, was like, holy moly, this person's a more experienced ARMY than I am, so they must know this is true. And then I was so moved and depressed by this video that I wrote myself a motivational note to keep on my desk, reminding myself that since Jimin was suffering and working so hard, I had no right to slack off and should work hard too. Like, Jimin isn't even my bias, and I wasn't even that into BTS, and I also have above average critical thinking skills, and that's the kind of sway their mental health marketing still had on both me and their other fans. Insane. Yeah, so speaking of, HYBE have been, in my opinion, the single company most responsible for the insane increase in parasociality in K-pop over the last decade, by a country mile. And the increase in parasociality is, in my opinion, definitely a bad thing, considering its negative effect on both fans and idols. At least it makes money and increases engagement, am I right? What is there to say that I haven't already said? Back when I got into K-pop, there was the big three. Now, I think you'd be hard-pressed to say that HYBE haven't earned their spot in the big four. Starting with the genius of Bang PD, and then following on from the model he and his team developed with GLAM and BTS, Big Hit, later HYBE, have grown from a small company barely avoiding bankruptcy to a juggernaut of the K-pop industry, both in Korea and internationally. The moral of the story of this video is that HYBE are very smart. They've made their groups relatable and given them appeal regardless of location, age, or time period through the use of universal themes. They've created intensely parasocial relationships and new marketing strategies which have increased their sales and forever changed how the industry functions. And arguably most importantly, when everyone thought they were a one-group show destined to die when BTS went to the military, they proved everyone wrong, debuting group after group after group to go from 3 groups to 20 and counting in the past 7 years. They consistently drive innovation in the industry and always bring a new and exciting concept to the table. They've massively benefited their shareholders, they've cemented their legacy in the industry, and they've made huge contributions to the Korean wave. They drive huge charity donations, and they well and truly embody the original Big Hit motto of music and artist for healing. But all of these insane positives come with insane negatives. HYBE may drive innovation and financial gain in K-pop, but they're also driving the parasociality of the industry, leading to huge numbers of sussings and uncomfortable idol interactions. They're pioneering new ways to drive overconsumption and environmental destruction, and they're bleeding both idols and fans dry, psychologically manipulating them in often very disturbing ways from under the thin veil of authenticity. Most of all, whether you believe it's for better or worse, HYBE groups, as with those from all companies, are hugely manufactured and drive this trait in the industry. Their manufactured nature is perhaps even more disturbing as they feign authenticity while discussing deeply serious topics, in the way that other companies often don't. But at the end of the day, regardless of whether you think HYBE and their groups are good or bad, I think it's guaranteed that they're interesting. if nothing else because they seem to have higher highs and lower lows than every other company. And that contrast is one of the reasons I wanted to make this video. So that brings us to the end of the video. I hope you found a new group to check out. I'll definitely be keeping a closer eye on Aoen, TOUS, and BOYNEXTDOOR in the future, and I'm now jamming out to Don't Blow It by Moonchild on a pretty regular basis. I hope more of you will check out &TEAM at the very least. Thanks for watching, I hope you learned something, and I'll see you in the next video.